to know that he will go. This is, as we speak, the people are now giving their respect. His daughter and others coming to the Congress headquarters among shouts, of Amar Rahe. So that was Rahul Gandhi accompanying Dr. Manmohan Singh's family into the AICC headquarters so that people could pay homage to him. We are still awaiting the body of Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Right, we're also getting in visuals of the mortal remains, perhaps just about to enter the AICC headquarters there. Sunil,
that's right.
Also talking about
Sunil. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, you can see also. You can see the.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So here you have Rahul Gandhi, who has just accompanied Dr. Manmohan Singh's family to the AICC headquarters, where the body will be lying in state, and they are awaiting the body of Dr. Manmohan Singh on his last journey as he arrives at the AICC headquarters.
Absolutely, Sunil.
And as I said, senior Congress leaders and
just about to
as
enter.
I said, senior Congress leaders are and you can see now visuals of the military personnel coming into the AICC, as well as senior Congress leaders here looking and awaiting the arrival of Dr. Manmohan Singh's body, which will be taken in to the Congress headquarters. Cutting across from various leaders, it's an extremely poignant moment for them, because Dr. Manmohan Singh has been not only their Prime Minister, but somebody who played a pivotal role in forming party policy for the last 33 years. Be it on any subject, he had his own views, he had his own issues in terms of how he wanted things to be looked at, and that was Dr. Manmohan Singh. So it is important to realize that as we speak, Dr. Manmohan Singh's body, you can see here with military personnel being brought into the AICC headquarters in what they call a slow march towards where he will be lying in state to pay his respects to where all Congress leaders will be coming in. So those are the visuals that you're seeing. Final journey which has begun from his residence to the AICC headquarters, and senior Congress leaders standing in line as they see Dr. Manmohan Singh's body being brought to the AICC headquarters for people to pay from across all walks of life to pay their homage to Dr. Manmohan Singh in the AICC headquarters. That is those visuals, and I'll leave it there. Behind him, of course, is the Congress President, Mr. Kharge, and Sonia Gandhi, who, as she said, a guide, philosopher, and friend I have lost. Along with that, of course, is Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Ashok Gehlot, Siddaramaiah, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, a host of Congress leaders behind Dr. Manmohan Singh, and bring it to the AICC headquarters for his final resting journey.
Right, the mortal remains going to be kept there for at least an hour there, so that the Congress leaders as well as his family members can pay their last respect, and then it will be taken over to Nigambodh Ghat. Sunil, if you could also take us through, earlier I wanted to ask you about not just Congress leaders but statesmen from across party lines really respected Dr. Singh. That also shows to the kind of politician that he was.
Absolutely. That is something that was, the greatness of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Despite the various criticism that he would receive. He be it various political leaders, be it from the BJP or others, he would that amount of respect. So it is definitely something that is extremely important to approach to work, and something that you would find in today. Given the fact that there is a big friction between the opposition and the treasury benches, no ability to discuss, and that is why we have led to political stalemates and other situations. So those were different times, and that was something that troubled Dr. Manmohan Singh, the fact that that engagement was critical and important. I'll give you a classic example of the goods and services tax, something that was extremely important in terms of they believed that this would danger, and yet at this stage of his political life, when he was no more the former Prime Minister, he took that opportunity to reach out along with the BJP leaders, the then Finance Minister and the Prime Minister, he and Mrs. Gandhi, sitting down and working and trying to see and negotiate a way forward to bring in that constitutional amendment, which hopefully will stand the test of time in terms of bringing in, the much required tax reforms and the ability to manage 1 billion people and its economy and its aspirations in terms of revenue sharing between center and the state and the various aspects relating to that.
Right, Sunil, stay on with us. Continue tracking what's taking place on ground at the Congress headquarters. They were getting in visuals, in fact, of Congress leaders, top Congress leaders, as well as Dr. Singh's family. They're paying their last respects to the former Prime Minister. As we get in visuals, let me quickly bring in Pankaj Pachauri, who's joining us. He was the media advisor to former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Pachauri. Now, interestingly, as Sunil Prabhu was mentioning as well, Dr. Singh had his own style of governance. And you would see that with each of the leaders who had headed coalition governments, right? So how do you think Dr. Singh managed coalition politics, sir?
Thank you very much. I mean, my thoughts right now are with the family who are there. You can see on your screens now Mrs. Gandhi is placing a Congress flag on the cortege of Dr. Singh, his three daughters, his wife. You can see them standing there. Yesterday was a very private affair at his residence, and today this is the Congress party giving their last homage to a leader, which the Congress, who actually increased the stature of the Congress party. If you look at, coming back to your question, I'll just stop for a while so you can see and those pictures there. And for me personally, it's a very unreal moment, because only about a few months back I was sitting with Dr. Singh, and as your reporter Sunil Prabhu was mentioning, he had a very difficult but very convivial relationship with the media, and he was discussing the problems media is facing these days. And my last conversation with him was about the Tribune newspaper, who was facing financial difficulties. So a man who's 88 years old, who meets his former media advisor, and the first thing he, that's Priyanka Gandhi there, paying homage to Dr. Singh. And for Congress party, I can say that it is a huge loss. It is a huge loss because in his death, Dr. Singh has proved his critics wrong. The outpouring of support, of respect from different parts of the world leaders, and even from his opponents. I've been seeing the statements by his opponents, even people like Anna Hazare, Yogendra Yadav, Sukhbir Singh Badal, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. The kind of respect they have paid to him it's very clear that in his death, he's proved his critics totally wrong. He's silenced them, and he's proved what he. That's Mrs. Gulsharan Kaur, who's there, and I'm sorry, it's very emotional for me to talk about this thing, because they are the people who, as a family, have dealt with for a considerable time, and I know that this is a huge loss. This is an irreparable loss they are facing, and they have faced that with dignity all their lives. You can imagine if your husband and your father is being criticized, and all kind of allegations are made against him, to face those things with dignity. That's what this family has shown during so many years, and it's a very moving moment for me to see that today he's not with us, and his work will remain with us. And as I was mentioning earlier, that he's proved his critics wrong, with the simple reason that all the policies he had initiated, he had implemented, and he had fought for in the parliament and outside with the states, as Sunil was saying, all those policies, be it Manrega, be it food security, they are all being bolstered now. They are being implemented by his critics. And that is his biggest victory. That his policies have become bigger than him. He was always been a very self-effacing person. He always said, I'm a very small man sitting in this big chair. And he didn't want any credit for himself, ever. And that's why this problem, with the media also, he said, I'm just doing my work and let the media report about it. And my work will speak for itself. Those are the words, he used. He lived those words. They were not just slogans, that your work should speak for itself. And that work is speaking. And I'm sure that a lot of people who are there today, the Congress party leaders who are there, and it must be a huge shock for the Congress party. They respected him all along, despite all the rumors you hear. I have met most of the Congress party people. I've dealt with his cabinet colleagues, but there's one thing which they never faulted Dr. Singh was about his integrity.
Right.
And that is what everyone is remembering today, his integrity. And this outpouring of support, if you look at Angela Merkel, if you look at Barack Obama, and that is because they all knew that he just wanted good for his country, good for the people of his country. There was no agenda, there was no self. There was no, and last I talked to him, he didn't even want to have, like everyone keeps talking about Manmohan Singh's legacy, and he'll laugh it off. He'll just say, if my work is carried forward, that's all for me. That's my legacy, and that work is being carried forward, and that's the legacy he has left, and that is the legacy we have to respect, and that is which can never be taken away from him. Even if he's not with us today, but his work remains. The India he built, the India which is now in the forefront of the global committee, the India which we are proud of. He laid the foundations of that India. And I think it's our duty to create a lovely building on that foundation. Because, as he said when he became the Prime Minister, no power can stop an idea whose time has come. And he said at that time that the idea of India has come, and we've seen that since then, that how India has progressed. He had done his bit.
Right.
And he used to always say that I'm just doing my bit. I'm just doing my duty to my country. A country, he said, his last words I remember when we were recording his last address to the nation when he was demitting office. And that's one thing he put in there himself, in that address that he was an orphan child who came from Pakistan, and this country has given him so much love and so much respect. And we are seeing it today on the screen, and we are seeing it today in public newspaper headlines, that how his words are coming true, his work is coming true, and I hope that's a message for all of us.
Absolutely, Mr. Pachauri, as you mentioned, this must be a very emotional time for you as well. You'd worked closely with him. Like you mentioned, he had a difficult relationship with the media, but he did his statement that is quite infamous today is the fact that he said he hopes history remembers him more kindly than the media did. If you could take us through some anecdotes of how you and Dr. Singh discussed the media when it came to questions of criticism that happened during his tenure, sir.
See, when I joined his staff, he was under a lot of pressure in terms of media, and that's why I think the government decided to join me. I was working in the place you are working today in NDTV, and I got a cold call from Prime Minister's office. I didn't know anyone there. I had not met the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister ever. I had met Dr. Singh only once as a delegation with the television anchors and editors. I had met him there, and so I got this call that the Prime Minister has given you time on such and such date. I didn't believe that, and I thought someone is playing a prank. So I asked my producer to call back that number and see who's called me, and it turned out that it was from Prime Minister's office. And so I did go there. I met him, and he said to me very clearly that I do not know anything about this. You are a professional. You know about how to handle television. You know how to handle digital media. And digital media those days was beginning to gain ground in India. WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook, all these new media platforms were there, and he had no knowledge about it, and his staff in the media had little knowledge about it. I had some knowledge about it, but he said that you have my full blessings, and I'm sure that you'll do your best in the circumstances we are facing. And people think that leaders and especially prime ministers and ministers, they are very worried about what happens in the media. He was least worried about what happens in the media. His only concern about the media was that media should not be misrepresenting what he's doing. And I still remember some of the top media editors around the world, from Financial Times, The Economist, they used to come to him to get their theories about economy clarified. I remember Martin Wolf. He sat with him. He used to come every year, once a year, and they used to discuss about how the world's economy is evolving. So, and about Indian media, he said, whenever you want, I'm ready to talk about it. If you remember that each parliament session, he'll come out himself and get out of the car and come out and face the media. Every parliament session, the beginning of the parliament session, he'll come out and make a statement. Every year, once a year at least, he will hold a huge media briefing. And his last press conference, which your correspondent Sunil Prabhu was talking about, was one of the largest media gathering a prime minister has addressed in our country, and unfortunately the last such media gathering. It was totally unscripted. No one was asked to ask anything, and we prepared a long briefing for him. That what kind of questions can be asked. And I remember there were about 100 questions we had anticipated that the media people can ask. And we made a docket for him, a document, a briefing on that. that what are the facts on all those questions which could be asked. He looked at them and we flipped through that file and he said, but I know all this, don't worry. And that was one of the most forthright, in-your-face media interaction a Prime Minister has had. I have traveled with him to different countries and been witness to many media conferences with other world leaders, and I've never seen something like that a Prime Minister can sit through about more than an hour and take more than 60 questions and he never ignored any questions. He never brushed aside any question. He took it on. And all the words he said in that press conference, I think we can make a list of those things, whatever he said about India, and everything has come out to be true. And that was his strength, the strength of his character and his commitment and his totally selfless work, which is being recognized today, not only by his followers and his supporters, but also his bitterest of his critics.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Pachauri, for joining us and sharing those thoughts as well as those moments that you shared with Dr. Singh. I'm also being joined by senior journalist Neerja Chaudhary at the moment. Ma'am, I think in terms of leadership style of Dr. Singh, do you think it's appropriate to define it as understated yet effective?
Yeah, that's a good word to define it. Understated, very low profile, quiet, didn't say much. Even in the cabinet meetings, it would be Pranab Mukherjee who would lead the discussions. Dr. Manmohan Singh said very little. In the party affairs, there was a core group that would meet once a week. In the party affairs also, he would keep quiet. It was Sonia Gandhi and her political secretary, Ahmed Patel, who took the decisions. So Dr. Singh, yes, quiet and yes, effective in navigating a very difficult coalition model for 10 long years. So that was his efficacy. And he had to keep it going. And I think if there were angularities or assertion by him, that model would have, it was very difficult to keep that model together. And Sonia Gandhi also knew that he was her best bet. And several times he threatened to resign. He threatened to resign over the Indo-US nuclear deal when he felt he was not getting enough support from the party. And also even earlier on the appointment of some ministers from the DMK. But he never took it through, that threat. And I think Sonia Gandhi also realized that if he went, then she'd have to turn to other people who could be more problematic to handle. And therefore, it was a very interesting coalition because it meant that, the mandate was for Sonia Gandhi, and she transferred the mandate to him, and he became Prime Minister. And therefore, the power sharing was implicit in that model between her and him. And that has been criticized, that she was the power behind the throne. And I think, many people felt he could have pushed and asserted a little more being the Prime Minister of India. But that probably was not his persona and personality. It's exactly what you're asking. He was very quiet and self-effacing. And it's not that he didn't get upset or wasn't rattled or things didn't rankle him. They did. But, he stayed above it. But the second term I found very, very difficult for him, and the scams stumbled out.
Right.
And I remember seeing Dr. Manmohan Singh, he would walk through the Central Hall of Parliament to go from one house to another. And the thing that image that sticks to my mind is a very, distressed or, absolutely stoic looking, expressionless man who was dealing with all that was coming at his leadership, and he was being roundly criticized for all that was happening at that time, the Commonwealth Games scam and the 2G scam and the coal scam, and that tumbled out at that time.
Right, Neeraj Chaudhary, earlier with Mr. Pachauri as well, I was discussing his style of leadership. In terms of coalition politics, like I was mentioning earlier, each leader had their own style. So how do you describe Dr. Singh's way of handling a coalition?
I think, as I said, he gave, for instance, Pranab Mukherjee, he used to address him as Sir when he took over as Prime Minister. And apparently, he continued to do so for weeks afterwards. And then till Pranab Mukherjee asked him not to do it. And he turned to Pranab Mukherjee even to, where to seat Sonia Gandhi. She'd emerged very powerful. She'd said no to Prime Ministership, and she was being seen with very new eyes all over the country. She'd acquired a stature all her own. And therefore, where do you seat her in Parliament? That was a big dilemma for him. And then Pranab Mukherjee worked that out at a certain place in the front row. And so those kind of things, I think he relied on Pranab Mukherjee also. And with cabinet meetings, with so many GOMs that Pranab Mukherjee and some others headed. So I think there was a sharing of power with others. And of course, I remember Ahmed Patel used to get very frustrated sometimes when, particularly on the Indo-US nuclear deal, when he lined up the alternative support of the Samajwadi Party, because the left had threatened to withdraw support. And Samajwadi Party initially was not for the deal, but then he brought them around. He used Amar Singh's services to get to Mulayam Singh Yadav. And he was, he held firm at that time. So Ahmed Patel would say, Dr. Saab, but this is not your area. This is what the party is supposed to decide. Politics is what we are supposed to decide. Administration is your area. So I think it must have been quite frustrating sometimes, not even to get his people he wanted for the Rajya Sabha to be accepted for the party. But he did not rock the boat at any time.
Right.
He threatened to resign, but he refrained from rocking the boat. So he was a very cautious man in that sense also.
Absolutely.
Who knew he had to stay the course, and therefore he did that.
Stay on with us, Neeraj Chaudhary and Pankaj Pachauri. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with Top Rank.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
एमएसएमई विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
There is also
The nation is mourning former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. His mortal remains are currently at display at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi, where several leaders are paying their respects. Priyanka Gandhi, Kharge, as well as Sonia Gandhi, as well as Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah, several other top leaders, as you can see, are paying respects, laying wreath at the AICC headquarters. Remember, his mortal remains are going to be taken to the Nimbodh Ghat right after this at about 10 o'clock perhaps, after an hour of paying tribute at the Congress headquarters. He's going to be taken there for his last rites. Let me bring in Pankaj Pachauri, who's the former media advisor for Manmohan Singh, as well as Neerja Chaudhary, who's a senior journalist. Mr. Pachauri, now talking about the other point of contention that has risen at this point is the issue of the memorial for Dr. Singh. Now Congress, in fact, saying that for the last rites, Rajghat would be the ideal place. Not just that, they're also saying that an appropriate place must be allocated for the memorial to be built.
You'll be very shocked to know that Dr. Manmohan Singh never talked about it. He never thought about it. He never coveted it. Given to himself, he would think that my work will continue and that's the best homage to me. But the Congress party, naturally, it is interested. It was their major leader, and they are within their rights to ask for something like memorial for him. And it's a very unseemly and unnecessary and avoidable controversy. It shouldn't have been there. He is a prime minister who's been two-term prime minister. Before that, he served this country as long as he was called for any duty, first by Dr. Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao to become the finance minister in a very difficult time for this country, when we were about to go bankrupt as a nation. And he put his shoulder to the chariot which was stuck. And he pulled out India from that morass. That's his service. After that, as a prime minister, not many people remember, and though people talk about his genius as an economist, that during 2008-2009 global financial crisis, when all the world's biggest economies were under pressure, he decided that, and he took a active decision, that he will decouple India's economy from the rest of the world. And that's why at that time, India did not face any economic hardships. And not many people know this, that in 2010 was the first time when India was better in terms of GDP growth even than China, because of those policies. He and his cabinet, he never took any credit himself. He said his cabinet took the decision to waive off 60,000 crore worth of loans by the farmers. And that money got back into our economy. And that's why India did not feel the jitters of the global financial crisis. That's one. After that, we've been hearing about all his economic thoughts, the policies, the Manrega, the right to food, the right to education. And there's a litany of policies which are being followed today by the current government, because those policies are so strong and they are so seeped into the needs of a growing nation which is poor. Let's face this, India is still a poor country. Our per capita income is very low. And so he understood the needs of this country. And based on the needs of that country, with all his expertise and his education in economy at different levels, at the IMF, at the South Commission, World Bank, Reserve Bank of India, Finance Ministry, he put those policies together. And those are the policies which we are enjoying today. For the last 10 years, I've been having discussions with him after his retirement almost every few months. And we sit down and we'll discuss these things, that what is working where and what is not working where. And he said, but these policies are so strong that you can't do in India without a Manrega. You can't have millions of people without jobs. So the Manrega is based on that policy. Midday meals, which was made national and central policy. 120 million people, children, get a meal in our schools. I remember talking about this to some of the foreign delegations, and these giant figures, they're staggering figures. They were shocked that how do you do this? 120, that's the double the population of United Kingdom. And so those are the policies which are still continuing. And that is his biggest achievement. And that is the legacy he wanted to leave, to build something for Manmohan Singh at Rajghat. I'm sure that he will be very amused and he'll have something where he tried to, as a comment about that. But his legacy is that we continue with his policies. There should be universities in his name where students are given scholarships. There should be hospitals in his name where the doctors give the best medicine, medical care to people. So those are the things I'm sure that would go a long way in remembering him and giving him his due credit. He didn't want credit at all. He always said that I'm a small man sitting in this big chair, and but we owe this to him. And I'm pleasantly surprised that his critics have come together to support him in his death, to respect him in his death. And that is the power of the idea that was Manmohan Singh.
Absolutely. As you put it wonderfully, Mr. Pachauri, the fact that Dr. Singh must be remembered through his legacy and not just a memorial. Neerja Chaudhary, do you think now it is time to put behind politics? Of course, the Congress, they might be having Dr. Singh's best interest at heart in terms of pushing for a memorial at Rajghat or the last rites at Rajghat. But the question of picking a battles comes at this moment.
I think the government hasn't, as far as I can make out, ruled out a memorial for him.
Right.
They said there will be a memorial. It's that the cremation takes place at Nigam Ghat and not wherever the memorial is going to be located. While I agree with Pankaj that, one of the befitting memorials for him, I think, could be a scholarship for poor children, and which he used to say, had I not got benefit of that scheme that was in existence at that time when he was younger, he would not have risen to the heights that he did. And if, that those kind of schemes are what we need to look at, in his memory and his name. But I would also say, a memorial has its own value. You can say symbolic. Say 25 years hence, you will have people who are not even born today who will go and visit the memorial and want to know more about him. If that memorial is not there, then, it's somewhere else and it's not in your, in front of you as part of the cumulative memory. And also, I think that at this juncture, for the government to agree to a request by the Congress party to have a memorial for him is possibly a healing touch given the contention in our politics. And Dr. Manmohan Singh, when I met him a year ago, the thing that was exercising him the most, he said, was bitterness that had crept in between the ruling side and the opposition. And therefore, if in his death he becomes a symbol of some kind of unity, and it's a signal to the minorities of the country that the government is honoring a Sikh, a minority prime minister, the only one so far. It's also a reassuring signal to the country, that despite differences, political parties can, work together and heed each other's advice. There may be value in that. So let's see how, the coming hours will pan out. But, if you look at him, and I was thinking today, I think there must be very few people. Narasimha Rao had huge experience. Very few people who had the kind of exposure and the kind of positions that Dr. Manmohan Singh held. That, look at it, finance secretary, RBI governor, UGC chairman, of course, then he comes into politics and he becomes a finance minister, and then he is for 5 years, almost 5 years, the leader of the opposition, and then he becomes a prime minister. The width of experience and exposure, bureaucratic as well as political responsibilities. And then heading a coalition for 10 long years. And the only non-Nehru Gandhi member to have done so. Narasimha Rao, led for a whole term, but he was the one who did it for 2 terms. So he has many things to his credit.
Absolutely. Stay on with us, Neerja Chaudhary and Pankaj Pachauri. My colleagues Shreya and Anushka join us. Shreya is at Nigam Bodh Ghat and Anushka at the Congress headquarters. Remember, these visuals that we're bringing for you are from the Congress headquarters, where top leaders are paying their respects to Dr. Singh before the last rites take place at the Nigam Bodh Ghat, where my colleague Shreya is at. Shreya, take us through the preparations there at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. In just a few minutes, perhaps, the mortal remains are going to be brought there for the last rites and the state honour.
Well, of course, the atmosphere is quite heavy with respect and mourning. On one side, we can see, the pothole-filled roads are being sorted out. The rainwater-filled potholes are being cleaned up. Here, the security has been beefed up. The barricades are put in place. You can see the Indian Air Force members are stepping into the Nigam Bodh Ghat. You can also see right there the Indian Army ready, as a guard of honor. They are all standing in line. They are here to welcome the mortal remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Soon a gun carriage draped in the national flag bearing Dr. Singh's mortal remains, flanked by military personnel, will be arriving here. A 21-gun salute will be rendered by the Indian Army, and the Indian Air Force is also here. We know that the President, Prime Minister and other dignitaries will be arriving soon, including several other VIPs, senior VIPs, foreign dignitaries. Many visitors are also coming here. They've already entered the Nigam Bodh Ghat. You can see this entire area has been set up. Military and paramilitary forces have been deployed. Large number of police forces have been deployed. There is a thick police presence here. Several areas there has been traffic diversions that are put in place to ensure a smooth funeral procession from the AICC headquarters to Nigam Bodh Ghat. At around 11:45 the funeral procession will begin here. The last rites are being performed at the Congress headquarters, and soon we will be expecting Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains arriving here at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Back to you.
Right, Shreya, in terms of traffic advisory as well, take us through that. We're learning that that entire road, the visuals of which you were showing us earlier, has been blocked for VIP entry, as you were mentioning.
Yes, absolutely. I'll show you the visuals right here. Several areas have been made a no parking zone because of the commute of the VIPs. Several areas there has been diversion, including the Rajghat area, Signature Bridge area. The Delhi Traffic Police has issued a traffic advisory. So the citizens of the national capital should definitely check out the traffic advisory issued by the Delhi Traffic Police to ensure they have a smooth travel, because we know that today is the day that the entire nation is mourning over the profound loss of Dr. Manmohan Singh, the architect of India's modern. Nationwide, people are mourning. A national mourning period has also been declared for the next 7 days. All government programs, events have been cancelled. The national flag will be flying at a half-mast, and definitely we can see all the preparations going on in full swing right outside the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Earlier, we saw controversy erupting around the funeral site, but now the central government has stated that a separate area will be allocated for the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh. But the funeral will take place, the cremation will take place right here at Nigam Bodh Ghat in North Delhi.
Right, Shreya. Thank you for joining us and bringing us those updates from Nigam Bodh Ghat. Let me quickly take you through what we can expect at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, state honours are going to be taking place there. Wreath laying, which will start at around 11:15 is what we're expecting as per schedule now. The Home Secretary will start off by laying wreath, then followed by the Defence Secretary, Chief of Air Staff, and that, of course, comes the Chief of Defence Staffs, that's Air Staff, Naval Staff, Army Staff, and Chief of Defence Staff will be laying wreath, followed by the Cabinet Secretary. Then, of course, the Defence Minister will be paying respects with laying the wreath. Then, of course, comes the Lok Sabha Speaker, the Prime Minister, Vice President, the President. And finally, at around 11:45, we're expecting that religious rites and cremation will take place at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. We'll continue bringing in visuals. As of now, though, the mortal remains are at the AICC headquarters. Right, let me in fact quickly get in. Right, remember these visuals that are coming in are of the AICC headquarters. The mortal remains now, as you can see, being taken out of the AICC headquarters there. All top Congress leaders as well as supporters have paid their respects to Dr. Singh. His mortal remains are now going to be taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat. And we're expecting that state funeral or state honours will be conducted there as well, followed by the last rites at around 11:45 is what we're expecting. Now, Dr. Singh's mortal remains are being taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat. They're just being transported there. Remember, we'll bring you these visuals from the Nigam Bodh Ghat as well, where tight security has been put in place. But first, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity.
Formula E race haunts KTR. ED summons BRS working president KTR to appear before ED on 7th of January. Former Prime Minister and architect of India's modern economy, Manmohan Singh, passes away at the age of 92. State funeral to be held today. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate locations for the memorial. Sources say government ensures to allocate a separate space. US President-elect Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal region, criticizing high fee and suggesting a return to US control. Nitish and Sundar help India claw back as the duo in a century stand. Young guns save India from embarrassment.
But that's what I'm saying, awareness of where the fielders are as well. Pushpa!
Right, these are of course visuals of Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains being again taken on the cavalry that's going to be taken to Nigambodh Ghat. Remember, his last rites are going to take place at Nigambodh Ghat, where top leaders, including the Prime Minister, the President, Vice President, as well as Chief of Defence Staffs, are going to be paying their respects, laying wreath. Full military honours will be given to Dr. Singh. My colleague Sunil joins us from the Congress headquarters. Sunil, if you could take us through what's taking place on ground. We're getting in visuals of the mortal remains being taken to Nigambodh Ghat.
That's right. He will be taken. Dr. Manmohan Singh's body is now being taken for his final journey, where he will be with full state honors, and after the religious ceremonies that will be conducted, cremated. This is, of course, a final tribute by the Congress party workers. As you see, hundreds of people who have come here, congregating. They didn't get really an opportunity to pay their last respects because the time was short. Even then, many of them trudging along and giving their final journey to Dr. Manmohan Singh, their final tribute. People continue to walk here. AICC workers, Congress party workers. I saw even the party leaders from the Trinamool Congress, Sudip Bandyopadhyay, who were deputed here to be, to come and give their tribute to Dr. Manmohan Singh. So it is now the final journey of Dr. Manmohan Singh at the age of 92, being a minority Sikh Prime Minister, and was able to run this country at the helm of affairs for 10 long years, the architect of modern India in terms of economic reforms. We haven't seen an entire generation who will take a long time to understand that here was a father of bringing in liberalization, much against, and those people today, it's ironical, were opposed to economic reforms. Be it the left parties, be it the BJP, it was in those trying times, even within his own Congress party, that he was facing brickbats, that he steered clear with the full support of then Prime Minister Narasimha Rao to take India and make that giant leap in economic liberalization. So it's in those contexts that we will be waiting to see how his legacy, and as he said to us, history will be kinder, how in the years to come, they would look at a man who was humble, simple, incorruptible, and yet was able to steer clear through a very, very critical phase in India's history in the recent past. So that's Dr. Manmohan Singh for you. And he was able, as you're well aware, to have a glorious period in terms of gross domestic product, which is rare to find consecutively for a long period of time. That's the legacy of Dr. Manmohan Singh and how he went forward as he and his family and the Congress President and the former Congress President Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and others accompany him on that final journey to Nigambod Ghat, where he will be given full state honors with all the three service chiefs, the President of India, the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Secretary and others will pay their last respects before he is cremated after the religious ceremony. So that's the entire process that is going to unveil in the next few minutes when his body is taken to Nigambod Ghat for that final journey.
Right, so Neil, stay on with us. Let me bring in Shreya, who's joining us from the Nigambod Ghat as well. Shreya, now the mortal remains being transported from the AICC headquarters to the Nigambod Ghat, where the last rites will take place. Take us through the preparations there about the top leaders as well as defense personnel. Have they arrived yet, and what is the situation like in terms of security deployment?
Well, of course, the atmosphere is very heavy with respect and mourning as the funeral procession of Dr. Manmohan Singh, India's 14th Prime Minister, has started from the AICC headquarters towards the Nigambod Ghat. Here you can see the Indian Army has lined up here as the guard of honor. The military and paramilitary forces have been deployed. Barricades are put in place. Delhi police forces are also are here. The security has been beefed up because we know that several VIPs, VVIPs, foreign dignitaries will be coming here to pay the last respect. And also, if we talk about the other leaders who will be here, including President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, all of them, leader of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, all these people will be arriving here shortly at around 11:45 after several leaders paid their final rites, respect, and performed the last rites at the AICC headquarters. It is here at Nigambod Ghat where the final journey of Dr. Manmohan Singh to the heavenly abode will take place. The cremation will take place. We know that he was going through extreme age-related conditions for the last 2 months, and we lost him day before yesterday. He was 92 years of age. We know that last night one of his daughters arrived from the US, and that is why the funeral got delayed a tad bit today. final funeral procession will take place with his entire family. We will see them shortly here at Nigambodh Ghat. Preparations are in full swing. Security has been beefed up. We are talking about a magnanimous man who had been, who will be known as the hero of the middle class, the architect of Indian modern economy, for bringing about the economic liberalization at a tough time when India was going through the fiscal deficit. The man who handled the India nuclear deal, or the man who brought about devaluation of the Indian rupee, who also brought about. He was always known as a reluctant politician. He was a technocrat, a leading statesman, a man who came from humble background, from an undivided village in Punjab, and he rose through the rank through his educational qualifications.
Prabhu there speaking to some leaders at the Congress headquarters. Let's cut across.
So I'm joined by somebody who was a close confidant of Dr. Manmohan Singh, was his Administrative Reforms Committee chairman in the first term, and then later on was his law minister, petroleum minister. What you have, your final thoughts on Dr. Manmohan Singh?
Yeah, Dr. Manmohan Singh is a great statesman, greatest economist, and also diplomat. He's excellent in resolving problems, whether it was a conflict in finance or the conflict in any public relationship or for the foreign affairs or anything. You give it to him and he's a person who will resolve it. When the entire world, ran into financial problems, the banks like the Raymond banks and many of these banks collapsed. And he's the person, gave solutions to revive it. But
for you personally, he was somebody for the Indo-US nuclear deal. You were the chairman, media committee at that time. He completely backed on you for getting things done. He says always, and even after demitting office, you were one of the few who would, visitors who would always look back. So if you can tell viewers about your anecdotes with Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Yeah, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he's so affectionate. And, I continued 4 decades of closest relationship we had, very warm, very liberal, and the highest democratic in nation. And, any problem you give to him, he is there to resolve it. And I have had to see a person who is a problem solver and also a person who can, maybe a Chanakya of the highest order.
And your thoughts today, as you said history should be kinder to us. What is your thoughts? Do you feel history will be kind?
I think the history is kind to him. And, the history will definitely write as a person who is, again, I am telling you that after Chanakya, we have not seen a statesman like him. And here is a Chanakya, excellence, par excellence.
So here you have it, a Chanakya of a different sort, a person where you don't actually see these kind of human beings in Indian politics. As he said, history will be kind. And in the years to come, a simple, humane person, a Sikh, a minority, to reach the highest top office of this country, architect of India's economic reforms. And as Dr. Manmohan Singh and his fellow colleagues were pointing out, Mr. Moily and others, that he was able to take India in a new international sphere, a great Indian indeed, in terms of how he felt India's enlightened national interest must come uppermost. And that was Dr. Manmohan Singh. And despite the many odds that he had, and came from partitioned Pakistan, he was part of the his family was part of the undivided Punjab, yet he wanted to foster better relations between India and Pakistan, because he felt it was in India's enlightened national interest that two neighbors would talk. That, of course, he didn't succeed. The rest, of course, is history. But that being said, the fact of the matter is that India has lost a great soul, a great statesman. And that is why we are seeing cutting across party lines internationally, nationally, people continue to condole the passing away of a legend.
Absolutely, Sunil. Stay on with us. Let me rope in Jayant Krishna, who's a senior fellow, the Center of Strategic and International Studies. I'm also being joined at this point by Jagvinder Singh Veer, who's a chairman of the India-Australia Strategic Alliance. Let me bring in Jayant Krishna first. Now, as we heard Congress leaders talk about Dr. Singh as a Chanakya of sorts when it comes to politics, his style of leadership as well. Do you think the same applied to his politics when it came to international diplomacy and the way that he strengthened India-US ties during his tenure, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the 2005 nuclear deal, was the crowning glory for Dr. Manmohan Singh, and his personal rapport and the comfort level the President George Bush had with Dr. Manmohan Singh, is legendary. It not only ended India's nuclear apartheid, but also created a very favorable geopolitical configuration in favor of India. Obviously. And what people don't realize that it was not just a civil nuclear deal, but it paved way for a huge amount of collaboration between the US and India in areas like critical technologies, high technology, defense collaboration, and so on and so forth. President Bush knew very well that India's nuclear energy requirement is only for civil purposes, and it always believed in the nuclear non-proliferation. So I think, and if you look at the trade, if you convert that in terms of economy, the trade between US and India, which was just a few $1 billion at that point of time, is now in excess of $200 billion, and is India is perhaps the only country with which where the trade between India and US, India has a surplus in its favor, which means India exports more to the US than what it imports from the US, so which is a very, very favorable situation. So I think, I have so much of respect for the man, in terms of his intellect, in terms of his integrity, his humility, and his reforms. Earlier as the finance minister, what he did, those were the most transformative reforms ever undertaken in the history of independent India in the last 77 years, not just for the economy, but all sectors put together, and which has changed the course of our economy for all times to come. Before the reforms, we used to grow at what we used to call as the Gandhian growth rate. And post in the last 33 years, if you look at, we have grown at, an average rate close to almost 7%, And so I think a lot India owes to its economy today, to how Dr. Manmohan Singh led the liberalization, led the reforms. And also, his diplomatic skills are not usually talked about. But amazing, the kind of collaboration, the kind of rapport building that he had with the major countries, and including the US, is remarkable. And I would rate his contribution in independent India as second to none, with the only exception of Nehru, which because he was there in the formative years of our economy. So it's commendable, and the country would always remember him with huge amount of gratitude, and respect for all times to come.
Right, stay on with us, Dr. Jagvinder Singh Veer. Now, in terms of his bridging the divide between the global world and India, he did do a lot of work, Dr. Singh, in that matter as well. In terms of ensuring that India was at par with international standards when it came to education, manufacturing as well was one of the major things that he did, apart from his economic expertise, of course, sir.
Yeah, first of all, my condolences to the family and to all India, especially came from Australia, for this condolences for Dr. Manmohan Singh. Any building foundation depends upon how much long the building goes. But if you see Dr. Manmohan Singh, if you see India's growth right now in the world, everyone talking about India, the foundation is laid by Dr. Manmohan Singh. And that's when we were young, and that's the best example of Dr. Manmohan Singh in politics, how to be honest in politics and how to live your life in politics, and without a single black dot on his shirt. That's the best example of any politician in the history of India. And I must say, some people said in the past as well, accidental prime minister, this thing, that thing, but I don't. And today, if I see, if every eye is crying, every eye has a water, in it because of Manmohan Singh. The person yesterday visited his house, Mr. Naveen Jindal. Everyone is talking about him. That's the best thing what Dr. Manmohan Singh did. And across worldwide politics, if you see when President Obama said, when Dr. Manmohan Singh speaks, world listens. That is one of the best statement any leader has given in the US. And yesterday I spoke with Peter Dutton, our opposition leader in Australia, and he also has high regards for him. I don't know any leader in the world who don't have a high regards for Dr. Manmohan Singh. And that's the best thing what we have as Indians. For last 20 years, I'm staying in Australia. The respect what we got overseas, Dr. Manmohan Singh played a significant role. And now Prime Minister Modi is taking that role forward and taking the India forward. But the foundation is laid by Dr. Manmohan Singh. And in Hindi, we say Sardar bhi hai aur Sardar bhi hai. So that's what we can see right now. The people who speaks, sometimes when person doesn't speak on the camera and we think he's not doing anything, but sometimes it shows he has done a remarkable job. I'm listening to another panelist, the things what he's done in nuclear deal, the information about, I was listening to Mr. Jindal's interview yesterday about RTI things. There are a lot of things, the respect of women, what he has in his mind. I think that's a remarkable thing for a leader. And any youth leader who wants to be in politics, I think he has to follow those footsteps as an economist. I don't have any words. The things what he have achieved coming from Pakistan at 12 years of age, and for 12 years where he stayed, there's no electricity in his house. He came from that humble background, and once upon a time when he was studying in Cambridge, he didn't have 20 pounds and to pay his fees and all the things. But see, from that level, he made sure he will struggle. I think it's the best example of struggle what we have seen in Dr. Manmohan Singh today.
Jayant Krishna, before I come to you, let me quickly tell our viewers about the visuals that we're bringing in at this point. The funeral convoy there of Dr. Manmohan Singh, where his mortal remains are being taken to Nigambodh Ghat. We can also see Rahul Gandhi in the convoy as well, along with the mortal remains there. Let me bring in Jayant Krishna. Sir, now in terms of relationships that Dr. Manmohan Singh cultivated with leaders, like Barack Obama or George Bush, do you think that also played an important role in ensuring that India has good bilateral ties with the West?
Oh, absolutely. By any reckoning, the ties that he had with George Bush, with President Obama, with the German Chancellor, with the UK's Prime Minister, I think that paved, a way for the kind of bilateral ties we have, the kind of bilateral trade we have, the kind of FDIs that we get into India today. I think it's amazing. And FDI as a percentage of GDP actually peaked during Dr. Manmohan Singh's prime ministership. So I think, I remember, before joining the government, I was with the Tata Group. And, when our international clients used to come to India, or we used to go abroad to meet them. And very often, these people, many of them would say that what an amazing country you are. You have one of the best economists the world has seen as your prime minister, and one of the best scientists all over the world, as your president. What they meant was Dr. APJ Kalam when these people were there at the same point of time in history. Right. So I think it was a very different era, and look at Dr. Manmohan Singh, how his complete career was based on merit and nothing else. Look at the role in the kind of roles he got: the principal economic advisor, the vice chairman planning commission, the chairman of UGC, the finance secretary, RBI governor, finance minister, and subsequently the prime minister. All this happened by virtue of his merit. He didn't know anybody. There was nobody to recommend him. He didn't have a huge political base. He was not even a politician. But today we criticize about the lateral entry into government. But I see a lot of merit into it if it is done the right way. And if there was no lateral entry, somebody of the capability and intellect of Dr. Manmohan Singh would never have come in public life in the country. So I think it's an amazing thing. And I personally had a few interactions with him during when he was reforming India's skills landscape, at the later part of his UPA 1 and a lot of it in the UPA 2. and and how seamlessly the National Skills Qualification Framework was ratified by the Union Cabinet. The Apprenticeship Act reforms were all finalized. Of course, the act was passed when Prime Minister Modi came, but all the formative work was done in Dr. Manmohan Singh's regime. The National Skill Development Corporation as a public-private partnership to deliver schemes on a large scale happened. The sector skill councils came. So this man was all about transformation, about reforms, And let me tell you, people who think that he was a mild-mannered person, soft person, I have no hesitation to say on this channel that behind his soft exterior there was a no-nonsense and a very, very strong interior. He was very resolute in the things that he believed in, be it the economic reforms, be it the nuclear deal, be it the right to education, a right to information. I remember when right to information was getting passed in the parliament, he said, we are giving you one big stick to beat us with. But this is a kind of law whose time has come, and it has my full support. Right to information, right to education, Manrega, Aadhaar, land acquisition bill. So I think the list is long. All his life, this man for reforms, and India wouldn't have been what it is today if Dr. Manmohan Singh was not the finance minister in 91, supported by the then Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, and later as the finance minister, as the Prime Minister of the country from 2004 till 2014, and especially during the UPA 1. Laura, look at 2008. When the world was seeing such a bad economic situation. Dr. Singh's strategy could keep India largely isolated. From the negatives of the economic crisis of 2008. Right. So I think the list is long. I have so much of respect for this man. I can't even, I don't have words to describe it fully,
Absolutely. Stay on with us, Mr. Krishna and Dr. Work. Let me quickly bring in my colleague Shreya, who's joining us from the Nigambodh Ghat. Shreya, now we are getting in visuals of the funeral convoy heading towards Nigambodh Ghat. We are seeing the top leaders that are accompanying the convoy as well. Rahul Gandhi can be seen sitting in the convoy. Take us through the preparations there right outside Nigambodh Ghat as the last rites are about to take place in just another half an hour.
Well, of course, we can see, the VIP senior leaders coming in. We just spoke to Delhi Congress Chief Devendra Yadav, and you can see the preparations are in full swing, and soon we will be bearing Dr. Singh's mortal remains flanked by military personnel here at the Nigambodh Ghat very soon. And we know for a fact that a large number of military, paramilitary forces have been deployed. Security has been beefed up, and very soon we will be seeing the funeral procession. And I'm also joined by a foreign dignitary writer. So please introduce yourself and please tell me your memory of Dr. Manmohan Singh.
See, I am here today to be part. I am the Charge Affairs of Palestine Embassy. I am based here in Delhi since 2014.
So how will you remember Dr. Manmohan?
I will tell you. It is not personal member, it's Palestinian member. Today I am coming here to be part of his funeral by the name of the President of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, His Excellency. And we send an official condolence letter to the Prime Minister of India, remembering the effort of Mr. Manmohan Singh. And also we present our condolence to the President of Congress Party. He has a long journey, valuable journey to support Palestinian cause in politician things and in finance things. When he's a Prime Minister, he's 2008, he's given us land in Chenekaburi to money to support and to make this valuable place to Palestinian in Chenekaburi. Then he, former Prime Minister with the President of Palestine together, they are in September 2012. So we have long time of relationship with him as an Indian politician.
Have you ever personally met him?
No, I have never met him, but most of our leaders has met him. And first meeting is in 1992 when the leaders of PLO, Yasser Arafat, coming to Delhi, when the Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, he's union.
So, that just goes on to show the magnanimous global stature of Dr. Manmohan Singh, his contribution to not only the country but also worldwide. Here the situation is getting chaotic, as we can see the security getting tightened up. We will soon see the gun carriage draped in the national flag bearing Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains arriving here as we bid him goodbye. The final journey from here to heavenly abodes, and soon we will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, President Draupadi Murmu, along with other leaders arriving here. And of course, we can see that everybody is here. They are mourning the profound loss of the modern, the maker of modern India's economy, and the man who definitely steered India into its 21st century, who brought about not only economic, political reforms but also social reforms. The nation might bid him goodbye for the final time, but his legacy remains, his political, social legacy remains. The kind of initiatives that he brought about, including the RTI, RT, Manrega, Aadhaar, these different initiatives that revolutionized India once and for all. These are his legacy for people to remember, and of course his life in itself has been incredibly inspiring. If one reads his daughter's biography, his daughter's book, a biography on Dr. Manmohan Singh and his wife, it's called Strictly Personal. It shows how a struggle-filled life he's led, but he rose through the ranks through his determination and grit. A person who saw the ravages of partition and then went on to become a leading statesman, a man who brought about so many changes in a conflict-filled country like India. That just goes on to show the politician that he was, a man who was never elected as a Prime Minister but appointed for 2 continuous terms from 2004 to 2014. Right now we are awaiting his mortal remains. Here you can see people entering, foreign dignitaries and visitors entering Nigambodh Ghat to pay to Dr. Singh, India's 14th Prime Minister, a man of quiet dignity, a technocrat, an economist turned politician. He was also a professor at the Delhi School of Economics, and I have my friends there who are also continuously, conducting a mourning period there. They are paying their condolences to Dr. Manmohan Singh. We saw leaders across party lines pouring their heartfelt condolences to the family. He was 92 years of age. He was going through.
Right. Now Shreya there at the Nigambodh Ghat, where remember the mortal remains of Dr. Singh are just going to reach in a couple of minutes perhaps. Visuals that are coming in, of course, are of the convoy, the funeral convoy of Dr. Singh, with top leaders are accompanying as well. Dignitaries have already reached Nigambodh Ghat, is what we're learning as far as the ground situation is concerned. I'm being joined by Dr. Vark, who's still with us. Sir, now, do you think that the economic background of Dr. Singh had influenced greatly the way that he dealt with his international diplomacy?
Best example I just saw on your screen, Singapore country, they also bowed down they put the flag down after thing, and Mr. Biden said he's a true statesman. So I think that's the best examples. Every leader of the world and they understand the value of India and what Dr. Manmohan Singh did for India as in 2008 when all the global crisis happening. So that's all the world leaders, including our former Prime Minister Tony Abbott. I spoke to him this morning. He is also economist from Oxford, and he sometimes tells me when he became Prime Minister of the country in 2013, he also listened to those speeches of Manmohan Singh and a lot of things. What they, when world leaders listening to Indian leaders, it is not a small thing. Please understand. I live in Australia for last 20 years. Big statements. So that's what Manmohan Singh was the only, if I may say, if the only Prime Minister of India independence after 1947, who is very well respected as a person, as an economist, as a politician, or as a statesman. He was very widely respected worldwide, and that's what we also feel respect the same way when our NREs who live in Australia, Canada, US. And my prayers and my condolences from every NRI who is countries like Australia, Canada, US, and various all countries, and our condolences. And we feel proud. We feel so proud. Dr. Manmohan Singh is a Indian former Indian Prime Minister, and is a great, and we feel proud in that. And the people who are following his footsteps, people like Geeta Gopinath, who is chief economist at IMF.
देखिए, चिट्ठी लिखने का स्थिति आनी नहीं चाहिए थी। बिना चिट्ठी लिखे हुए ही केंद्र सरकार खुद को आगे आकर के फैसला करना चाहिए था। हम सर सम्मान इनका स्मारक यहाँ बनेगा, दाह संस्कार होगा, जैसे वाजपेयी जी का कैसे हुआ है, वो तो उनकी पार्टी के नेता थे। ये 10 साल मुख्य प्रधानमंत्री रहे हैं अभी तो। जी बिल्कुल। और इनका जीवन देखिए ना, जो इनका व्यक्तित्व कर्तृत्व है वो निराला है, देश में निराला है, लीक से हटके हैं। वो जिंदगी जीना 50-60 साल तक पब्लिक के लिए, वो अपना की बड़ी मिसाल है, बेमिसाल है।
अशोक गहलोत जी, बीजेपी कह रही है कि कांग्रेस राजनीति कर रही है और जमीन देने की बात और स्मारक की बात तो पहले ही हो चुकी है।
ये तो झूठ बोलते हैं, ये तो हमारी शिकायत उनसे है। आपने गलती की तो गलती स्वीकार कर लो। पहले हम नहीं सोच पाए हैं, हम आपकी भावना का आदर करते हैं, आपकी मांग है हम उसको मंजूर करते हैं, तो ज्यादा उनका इज्जत मान सम्मान बढ़ता बीजेपी का।
आप लोग कहाँ चाहते हैं स्मारक बने?
वो तो उनके सरकार प्रपोज तो करती, परिवार उनको कहता भी हम चाहते हैं यहाँ होता अच्छा रहेगा। फैसला करना गवर्नमेंट को होता है, कलम उनकी चलती है।
Your thoughts on Dr. Manmohan Singh?
Ashok Gehlot there talking about the memorial that is set to be built for Dr. Singh.
आज याद आता है what we are feeling today, at least myself.
Right, we'll bring you more reactions, of course, that are coming in from the ground. Dr. Work, there we are seeing, of course, there are reactions coming in from the ground as well. But Dr. Work, if you're still with us, I'd like to ask you about how Dr. Singh navigated the issue of border politics as well, you know, when it comes to China and leading the global south. Right, all right. We'll try and bring in Dr. Work as well as reactions coming in from the ground. But what you heard just earlier was Ashok Gehlot, Congress leader, talking about the memorial that is set to be built for Dr. Singh. And remember, the Congress has been pushing time and again for the memorial to be built at Rajghat. They were also earlier pushing for the last rites to be done at the Rajghat. But as of now, the mortal remains are being transported to Nigambodh Ghat, where the last rites and military honours will be given for Dr. Singh. We'll continue tracking these details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new heights. NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news.
So thanks. Here I have with me somebody who has, worked very closely with Dr. Manmohan Singh's office in those years as political secretary to Sheila Dixit. How do you, your thoughts and
it's a glorious era that comes to an end, and unfortunately they don't make such leaders anymore. Cutting across party lines, I think Dr. Manmohan Singh stood tall for the values of integrity, humility, simplicity that he carried all his life. You were part of that entire time, critical period when the UPA saw a lot of turmoil with Sheila Dixit, the Commonwealth Games, the Shunglu Committee report, Dr. Singh setting it up, and yet he stood by his Sheila Dixit. I think what we need to appreciate is that Dr. Singh and Mrs. Dixit always stood for being correct in public life. So the correctness of conduct is something which both these leaders had, and a lot of our leaders definitely have. And so that era that you're talking about, yes, it was a tumultuous era, but everybody behaved in a very correct manner.
Dr. Singh said, and as you all put it out in your advertisement today, history will be kinder to him. Do you believe that is now coming true?
Sunil, people have already, over the last 10 years, started comparing. And that comparison, I'm sorry, this government will not be able to avoid. Comparisons will happen, they always happen. Dr. Singh stands tall. There's no doubt about that. In his silence, he achieved a lot, much more than all these people shouting around from morning to evening.
One last point, unnecessary controversy about the memorial.
It was avoidable, and I think the onus of avoiding these controversies lies at the doorstep of the government.
You feel that the memorial...
Obviously. He's the greatest, one of the greatest sons of India.
जहां तक हमारी सरकार का प्रश्न है, प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी की सरकार ने दलगत भावना से ऊपर उठकर सभी नेताओं को सम्मान दिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के 3 नेताओं को भारत रत्न दिया है, मदन मोहन मालवीय जी, पीवी नरसिम्हा राव जी और प्रणब मुखर्जी जी। कांग्रेस के अनेक नेताओं को पद्म अवार्ड दिया है, जिसमें एससी जमीर और तरुण गोगोई जी हैं। सरदार पटेल की सबसे ऊंची मूर्ति बनाई है। इससे बहुत स्पष्ट है कि जहां एक तरफ श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार सभी महानुभावों को, महापुरुषों को, जिन्होंने देश में कोई भी योगदान दिया है, उसके प्रति उनको इतिहास में उचित स्थान देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। इसीलिए हमने प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय बनाकर देश के सभी प्रधानमंत्रियों को इतिहास में उचित स्थान दिलाने के लिए और उनका सम्मान दिलाने के लिए वह व्यवस्था बनाई है, जिसमें अधिकांश कांग्रेस के ही प्रधानमंत्री हैं।
बहुत सज्जन थे, हमारे देश के लिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रधानमंत्री हमें मिले थे, जो सबका सुनते थे और गरीबों की बात हमेशा करते थे। उन्होंने फूड स्कीम निकाली, उन्होंने आधार कार्ड निकाला और वो हमेशा के लिए गरीबों के लिए ध्यान देते थे।
देखो, स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है, हमारी मांग है ये कि मेमोरियल के लिए जगह देनी चाहिए सरकार को। अगर वाजपेयी साहब को जगह दे सकते हैं तो डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह को जगह क्यों नहीं मिल सकती? और इकलौते सिख थे और ऐसे व्यक्ति थे जिनको पूरा देश, चाहे ऑपोजिशन के लोग थे, चाहे दुनिया में कोई और व्यक्ति था, वो सब मानते थे कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह की बहुत बड़ी देन इस देश को है, दुनिया को है।
Manmohan Singh has made it very clear before he died that the media and the opposition party will have to remember him. Every part of every single citizen of this country has to remember him on whatever the works he has done for the country. He has done on a giving on rights through the constitution. So everyone is getting that benefit. So he has looked at every section of the society.
Yesterday, sir, Kharge need to speak with government to allocate a memorial site.
Of course, that is the need of the hour. I hope a good mind will prevail upon them and give whatever the request of the Congress party.
Thank you.
देखिए, उनके एक स्वच्छ छवि को भी दाग लगाने की कोशिश की गई, फिर भी वो विचलित नहीं हुए, वो डगमगाए नहीं। अपना काम देश के प्रति ईमानदारी से करना, यही वो समझते थे। और कभी रिवेंज पॉलिटिक्स उनके कभी छुई भी नहीं। काम करना, देश को आगे बढ़ाना और ईमानदारी के साथ बढ़ाना, यही उनका काम था।
एक बहुत वाजिब उन्होंने एक सुझाव दिया है, और क्योंकि इतना लंबा समय इन्होंने देश की सेवा की है, तो वाजिब बनता है ये बात कि उनके लिए एक अलग कहीं उनका मेमोरियल बना होना चाहिए। ये बिल्कुल वाजिब है। एक युग पुरुष थे, एक करण योगी थे, और उनके साथ तो एक युग खत्म हुआ है, तो इस कारण ये सरकार को बनता ही है कि उनको ऐसी अलग जगह दिया जाए।
My colleague Shreya joins us from the Nigambodh Ghat. Shreya, now we're getting in visuals of the funeral convoy almost about to reach the Ghat there. Take us through the preparations there. When can we expect the convoy to be reaching?
Well, in the next couple of minutes, we will see the funeral procession of Dr. Manmohan Singh arriving at the Nigambodh Ghat. You can see the situation outside here is getting chaotic. Security has been beefed up. Several leaders are stepping in. We saw Delhi Congress chief, arriving, then also stepping into the Nigambodh Ghat to pay the final respect to Dr. Manmohan Singh. Within a couple of minutes, we will see the carriage bearing the moral remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh, flanked by military personnel coming here. A large number of military, paramilitary forces have been deployed. Delhi police is here, and a large number of SPG, Special Protection Group officials, are also inside, as you can see the visuals, and also the military forces are standing there in guard of honor to welcome the dignitaries. We spoke to several foreign dignitaries who of course, political, social legacy left behind by Dr. Manmohan Singh. We know that the last religious rites were performed at the AICC headquarters, and the final cremation will take place here at Nigambodh Ghat.
Right, Shreya. Thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. These, of course, are visuals coming in as the convoy heads towards Nigambodh Ghat. Remember, top military honours will be presented for Dr. Singh, the 14th former Prime Minister that India had. Remember, the Prime Minister, the President, Vice President will be paying respects, laying wreath before the last rites take place. We're expecting that to take place at around 11:45. And as of now, it seems that the events are taking place as per schedule. We're also getting in visuals of top leaders entering Nigambodh Ghat. You can also see visuals of security deployment outside of Nigambodh Ghat as the VIPs enter there. We're also going to be seeing Defence Minister as well as chiefs of various defence forces that are going to be laying wreath first. That's of course how the last rites are going to be starting with military honours for Dr. Singh. Post that, the Prime Minister, the President, the Vice President as well as Lok Sabha Speaker will be paying their respects as well. Remember, Dr. Singh is one of those few leaders who are respected and revered across party lines. We're seeing not just Congress leaders whom he works closely with, but also leaders from other parties who are paying respects for him. Not just that, world leaders as well are mourning his death, are sharing their anecdotes of Dr. Singh and what he was revered for. Not only his economic intellect, but his way of dealing with the media and criticism that came his way as well. Stories for you. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at 92. State funeral shortly. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate location. Government ensures to allocate separate space. ED summons BRS working president KTR in the Formula E race case. Donald Trump raises concerns over China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends. Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new heights, NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
एमएसएमई विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
The nation is bidding farewell to former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. His mortal remains are being taken to the Nigamboध Ghat, where the last rites will take place with full military honour. We'll bring you the latest updates from the ground on his last journey. But first, the headlines. Former Prime Minister and architect of India's modern economy, Dr. Manmohan Singh, passes away at the age of 92. State funeral to be held shortly. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate location. Government ensures to allocate separate space. Formula E race case haunts KTR. ED summons BRS working president KTR to appear before ED on the 7th of January. US President-elect Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal region, criticizing high fee and suggesting a return to US control. And the Nitish Sundar duo help India claw back in a century stand. The young guns save India from embarrassment.
Well, I can tell you 100% this is going to be the first.
India mourns the loss of one of its most revered leaders, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who passed away on Thursday night. Former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, widely recognized as the architect of India's economic reforms, especially since the early 1990s, was 92 years old when he passed away. 7-day state mourning has been declared and all flags are flying at half-mast as tributes pour in from across the world. In fact, several nations like Singapore are flying their flags at half-mast in honor of the former Prime Minister as well. As the 13th Prime Minister of India, serving from 2004 to 2014, Dr. Singh left an indelible mark on the country's history. The mortal remains of Singh were at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi, where several leaders had laid wreath and had paid their last respects. Before now, as the visuals are coming in of the funeral convoy that's being taken to Nigamboध Ghat, where the last rites would be taking place with full military honours as well. So the former Prime Minister will be will be paid tribute to by several leaders, top leaders, including Prime Minister, President, Vice President as well. I'm being joined at this moment by Sunil Prabhu joining us from the Congress headquarters, as well as Shreya from Nigambodh Ghat. Let me bring in Sunil first. Sunil, now we are learning that the mortal remains are about to reach Nigambodh Ghat in just a few minutes perhaps, where the last rites will take place.
That's right. As we speak, the Chief of the Armed Forces, the Naval Chief, as well as the Air Force Chief have left from here in the central Delhi towards Nigambodh Ghat, and as the mortal remains of Dr. Manmohan Singh arrive at Nigambodh Ghat for his final, cremation, I think everybody cutting across party lines. We've seen the last 3 days, ever since the news of his passing away, tributes being pouring in, not only nationally but internationally, and about the legacy that he lived. As he said, hopefully history will be kinder to him. I think today, as we have seen in the last 3 days, history has been kinder, even prompting the government to say that a befitting memorial will be put in place for Dr. Manmohan Singh, who's seen as the father of economic reforms, in helping India get a strategic place. So that was the role of Dr. Manmohan Singh, a minority Sikh Prime Minister, who held the office for 2 consecutive terms and has been the first Prime Minister since Nehru to get a second consecutive time. Let's remember, he was a minority Sikh Prime Minister, backed and controlled a coalition government, a very, very different era of which we don't see ever happen again. So it's definitely something that is epoch-making, and as generations will take a long time to understand that there was such a simple, humble and good human being who held the highest office, and that was his trademark of being simple and humble.
Sunil, but there seems to be politics that's erupting on the background as well over the memorial for Dr. Singh, where Congress has been time and again pushing for a memorial at the Rajghat, and they have made comparisons with Vajpayee, so there seems to be some back and forth, although the centre has said that they will allocate a separate area for where the memorial will be made.
That's right. It's an unfortunate, state of affairs that definitely has taken place. But the fact is that, irrespective, finally, that whether a former Prime Minister should have been in the Rajghat precincts instead of Nigambodh Ghat as a resting place, is it really about a trust or a issue about allocating space? But that being said, I think we'll leave that controversy for another day. The fact of the matter is that Dr. Manmohan Singh would have last wanted it. He was a simple man, he was a humble man, and they have assured the Congress party as well as its president that they will definitely be giving a space so that people of this country could remember that there was a Sikh Prime Minister who took India to a different height, created a great Indian middle class, which will be very difficult to emulate for anybody in recent times.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sunil, for joining us and bringing us those details. I'm also being joined by my colleague Shreya, who's joining us from Nigambodh Ghat. Shreya, we're expecting the funeral convoy to reach Nigambodh Ghat shortly, where the last rites will take place with full military honour, where we are learning that most of the top dignitaries have already reached the Ghat.
To see the flower-decked vehicle, the carriage bearing Dr. Singh's mortal remains arriving here. You can see the police forces have tightened the security right outside the Nigambodh Ghat as senior leaders come in. We've spoken to several foreign dignitaries as well who have only that Dr. Manmohan Singh has left behind. We can see the military and paramilitary forces that have been deployed, the military forces that are standing, as a guard of honor to welcome all the dignitaries who are here to final home last to Dr. Manmohan Singh. This is where the cremation will take place at around 11:45. Soon, the carriage, bearing Dr. Manmohan Singh draped in the national flag will be arrived here. Entire road has been cleared up, as you can see. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to come from this route.
Right, my colleague Shreya there at the Nigambodh Ghat, as she was explaining, the security arrangements are in place. Most of the dignitaries already there at Nigambodh Ghat. We are expecting that the Prime Minister and President, as well as Vice President, will be arriving soon as well. Remember, they are going to be paying their respects as well. And at around 11:45 is when we're expecting the last rites and cremation will take place. The visuals on your screen, of course, are of the funeral convoy that is expected to reach the Nigambodh Ghat shortly. I'm being joined by senior journalists Aarti Jairat and Aditi Fadnis. Thank you for joining us. Let me start off with Aarti Jairat. Ma'am, in terms of criticisms, unfortunately, Dr. Singh was on the receiving end of several criticism that came along his way during his tenure. One of those being that he could have done more in terms of corruption or curbing corruption, and then, there was criticism of that sort of overshadowing his achievements, ma'am.
In hindsight, actually, in retrospect, much of the corruption cloud that hung over the second term of his government has turned out actually to be false. The biggest one being the 2G scam,
right,
which was pegged at some 1,78,000 crores, a figure which none of us could even imagine how many zeros are in that figure. But, now, we find that figure was highly, highly exaggerated. And, the author of that report, he himself has admitted that he may have erred. So, as I think Manmohan Singh has said, and it's been repeated again and again, history will be kinder to him, and history will be kinder to him because now, in retrospect, we're finding that much of that corruption scam has turned out to be untrue. It was exaggerated, used by political opponents to taint the government, to taint, the Congress. And, and it's very sad because it led to policy paralysis, and after years of high growth, we recorded perhaps the highest growth during his tenure. But the last 2 years of that tenure period, unfortunately saw a slump because of policy paralysis caused by these, these scandals, which now we find some of them actually had no basis.
Absolutely. Aditi Fadnis, speaking of criticism that Dr. Singh received, one of the other things that was being told about him is that, the Sonia Gandhi government or the Congress government was the one that was dictating his actions, and that he did not, come out with stronger, statements or stronger decisions. But when you talk about the key decisions that he made, especially the financial crisis of 2008 and his economic decisions, you can clearly see that his erudite knowledge of economics is the driving force behind major key decisions that he's taken as well.
Well, in a government, when there are two centers of power, there will inevitably be people who will try and, play both sides to the middle. So, naturally, there were people who wanted things to be done. And they said, they used to tell him, they used to tell the PMO that we've spoken to Madam, she has agreed to this and you should go ahead with it. PMO was not likely to ring up Madam and ask whether she had indeed assented. So there were a whole lot of things that happened because of that. But I think mainly Dr. Manmohan Singh's personal honesty and personal integrity can never be questioned by anyone. A senior bureaucrat is reported to have posted that when he did as finance minister, when he did the devaluation, he handed over the government a check for the balance of the difference between his foreign earnings and post and pre-devaluation. Obviously, devaluation meant that the rupee had become weaker, and therefore those who were earning a dollar salary would have earned more in rupee terms than they would have done before the devaluation. He gave a check to the government of India for this amount because he felt that he had inside knowledge of the devaluation when it was to come. Obviously, he did it himself, so he knew it was going to happen. And he did not want to profit by a decision that he has taken as Manmohan Singh, the finance minister. So these are all things that stand out. They belong to they belong to, I think, maybe a different era. I'm not sure if you will see that kind of thing happening today. And that is what made him stand out. And that is why even his bitter critics, including the left parties, are now paying tribute to him. They were part of his government for a while. Even they are paying now tribute to him, because you cannot deny his contribution to India's economy, on stabilizing India's economy at a time when it was badly needed.
Right. Aarti Jairath, now, can we call this an end of an era? Because Deve Gowda seems to be the only surviving former Prime Minister now after Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Well, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi came to power in 2014, I think that really marked the end of an era, because it was the end of the coalition era. For, about 20, 30 years before that, we had seen coalition government after coalition government after coalition, some of them very unstable, which fell in a couple of years. And then, one full-term government run by Vajpayee, and then two full-term governments run by Dr. Singh. And now we are back to single-party rule. I don't know whether we will go back to a coalition era ever. So, yes, I mean, the passing away of Manmohan Singh is definitely, the end of that era of politics. But, I would like to also, bring in one more point, that apart from his contribution on the to the economy and on the economic front, and, making India now a global player, in terms of economy and trade, apart from that, one other very significant contribution he made was to end, the nuclear apartheid against India by signing that civil nuclear deal with the United States. That, although it didn't gain us entry into that elite NSG club, many of the restrictions that were placed by the NSG on transfer of high-end technology to India were removed because of that deal, because the United States really pushed for it, when the NSG met. And because those restrictions have been lifted, we are today in a position to, for instance, one of the, big showpieces of the Modi government is that India is now going to be manufacturing semiconductors. And that has only happened because we now have access to that kind of technology, which would never have happened had he not pushed that nuclear deal. And the nuclear deal is one instance of which, when everybody says that he was a puppet prime minister and so on, he stood his ground on that because he felt it was in India's national interest to gain access to all the technology that had been denied it for decades. And he stood his ground to the extent that he gave an interview saying that if his government falls, if the left wants to withdraw support, so be it. He was ready to sacrifice his government for that. So yes, it is the end of an era, not just in terms of politics, but I think in the kind of politics, a man who's ready to give up his government for a principle or a policy that he genuinely believes is in the national interest. It's difficult to conceive of having that kind of a leader again.
Absolutely. Aditi Fadnis, now talking about India's rural-urban divide, do you think as an economist turned politician, Dr. Singh played a major role in bridging that divide?
Well, there are many divides and those divides continue to exist. So yeah, he played his part. The right to information, although it is not leveraged or used that much, can actually could have had, as it was envisaged, could have had a profound sort of impact on recognition of government programs and so on. Much more than this was his contribution to the whole idea of Aadhaar, which was an idea which started in his tenure, but found fruition much later. So there are so many things that he laid the foundations for, which helped rural India, particularly the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantees Program, so many other things that he laid the foundations for, which helped us a lot in later years, simply because the rural reality of India was something that he appreciated as an economist.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. We are, of course, getting in visuals of top leaders arriving at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, that's where the last rites of Dr. Singh will take place. The funeral convoy we're expecting will reach Nigam Bodh Ghat in just a couple of minutes, where top dignitaries will be paying their respects. That, of course, includes Prime Minister Modi, President Murmu, as well as Vice President, as well as Lok Sabha Speaker, who will be paying respects, laying wreath. This also includes several chiefs of the defense forces there, as well as military honors will be presented to Dr. Singh. Let me bring in Aarti Jairat. Ma'am, do you think the end of nuclear apartheid as a decision was one that was taken by an economist Prime Minister?
Yes, of course. That was completely scripted by him, so this is the interesting thing, that although, we go on and on about him being an economist and, his contribution to India, to opening up of India's economy, yes, there's no question that he did that, when he was finance minister during in the Narasimha Rao government. But, there is also this other aspect to him, which was a very keen understanding of international politics and diplomacy. And, he really is the one who, I think, the sort of foundation for that the burgeoning Indo-US relationship was laid by Prime Minister Vajpayee. But Manmohan Singh really built on that, with the result that today India is considered a very crucial strategic partner by the United States. And, and I think one of the main reasons why we see Prime Minister Modi paying such deep and, such warm tributes to Manmohan Singh is that, he does understand that, his government is, benefiting by the foundations that were laid during the tenure of Manmohan Singh. And, what Modi is being able to do is build on those foundations and accelerate the progress and development that we see today. So, it's all part of a process. And I think, this is something which future generations must understand, that it's not one man who contributes to the development of India. It is a series of leaders. One by one by one by one, they lay building blocks, and another comes and builds on that, and another comes and builds on that, right, and takes it higher and higher. And, I think the contribution of Manmohan Singh to the economy, to, India's international standing, these are things which really will be written in, golden letters in history.
Right. I think the funeral convoy there has almost reached the Nigam Bodh Ghat. We're getting in visuals of the funeral convoy sort of just entering the Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, top dignitaries have already arrived at Nigam Bodh Ghat to pay respects. Now, Aditi Phadnis, as Aarti Jairat was mentioning, it is a series of leaders that it takes to build a nation. But when you compare his leadership style with the others, right, what do you think made Dr. Singh stand out?
I think leadership styles are different for every leader. It reflects their personality. In his case, he was understated, but very much the leader and very much the leader of his Council of Ministers. There was a minister who was, I will not name him, he was charged with graft. And later, there was a lot, because he was heading a coalition government, there was a lot of pressure from coalition partners in his second term to take that leader back as minister. And he just refused. He said, I will not do that because he's gone out under a cloud. Similarly, there was a minister who, midway through his term, very crucial, important ministry, fell ill and fell into a coma, and he was to remain in a coma for many years after that. His successor was appointed, but the successor began holding parties and celebrations to celebrate his new appointment. Dr. Manmohan Singh came to hear of this and basically told the president that thank you very much, I will take charge of this portfolio. So this was a way of letting people know that he did not appreciate people celebrating when a comrade of theirs was lying in hospital in a coma. So these are all things which stand out as memories which marked his leadership style. He almost never lost his temper. He would just listen expressionlessly to what you were saying. Occasionally, it was like a sword flashing in the light. He would come out with rapier sharp riposts, which you really did not expect, like his reading a sher to counter Sushma Swaraj's sher during a debate in Parliament. It really took everyone quite by surprise. Right. And these are the hallmarks of leadership, I guess, when you are not really a politician in the traditional sense.
Absolutely. And, talking about his statesmanship, he did also not shy away from taking up ideas from other leaders, appreciating it. For example, he did take a lot of Vajpayee's ideas forward, like GST, but his government was the first to put GST on the agenda. Aarti Jairat. Aarti Jairat, ma'am, if you can hear me. Right, we'll try and get Aarti Jairat back on the broadcast, but Aditi Fadnis, would you like to take that question?
Sure. GST was a very, very important step. And it wasn't just GST. I mean, GST was one nation, one tax idea, which has vastly improved the speed and the felicity of decision making. But it wasn't just GST. It was so many other things that he consulted the opposition on. We know that he met Vajpayee both on the Indo-US civil nuclear deal. He met other leaders. He took ideas from them. When he did borrow ideas, he openly acknowledged that he had borrowed ideas from X, Y, or Z. For instance, I mean, the Prime Minister at that time, Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao, acknowledged that Singapore had a very important role in his vision of liberalization, and Dr. Manmohan Singh endorsed that. Today, we find that Singapore has lowered its flag to half-mast in recognition of a foreign prime minister. These things don't happen easily.
Stay on with us, Aditi Fadnis. Let me quickly bring in my colleague Shreya, if she's there. But what we're learning is that as of now, the funeral convoy has reached Nigambodh Ghat. Remember, the last rites will be taking place shortly. What we are expecting is that it, of course, will start with the Defence Secretary laying wreath, and then the military honours, as per procedure, will take place. My colleague Shreya joins us on the broadcast. Shreya, take us through what's taking place on ground. We're learning that the funeral convoy has reached Nigambodh Ghat.
Yes, absolutely. You can see the session, cremation side, the military.
And the rite will be performed with a military procession. A fitting service to a leader who has served the nation with a dedication and distinction. The architect of India's modern economy, the hero of the Indian middle class. His cremation is about to take place here in North Delhi's Nigambod Ghat. You can see the entire convoy, all the VIPs have arrived here. Soon you will see PM Narendra Modi, the President, Vice President, all of them arriving. The foreign dignitaries are already inside. You can see the security has been tightened up. The military paramilitary forces have been deployed. The Air Force, military forces are also inside. Here you can see this entire road has been, created for the exclusive movement of the VVIPs. We can also see Congress party workers moving around, saying that Dr. Manmohan Singh will live long, will live forever in the hearts of the people. He will be remembered with utmost kindness in people's hearts. And you can see that this entire area has been choked with the convoy of the leaders who are arriving here to pay the final homage to Dr. Manmohan Singh. We know that it will take place with proper military precision, and we also know that Rahul Gandhi is inside in the vessel bearing Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains, which is of course draped in the national flag, and we will see a proper state funeral being conducted for Dr. Manmohan Singh, who has left behind an incredible political, social, and economic legacy for the people to see.
Right, Shreya, stay on with us. We'll come back to you as more developments take place. But the latest that we're tracking for you is that Dr. Singh's funeral convoy there has reached Nigambod Ghat, where the last rites will take place. First, a short break.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The last rites of Dr. Manmohan Singh are set to take place shortly. His mortal remains have reached the Nigambodh Ghat, where the military honours will be taking place. After state honours, the last rites are expected to take place in about 45 minutes or an hour from that as the event starts. As of now, these are visuals that we're tracking for you from the ground from Nigambodh Ghat, where his mortal remains have just reached. I'm being joined at this point by Arti Jairath, who's a senior journalist, as well as Aditi Fadnis, who are joining us at this point. In terms of international politics or diplomacy, Arti Jairath, the fact that Dr. Singh maintained relations with the United States helped sort of bring an impetus to where India-US relationship stands today, whether that's trade or whether that's diplomacy on other fronts, education, import, defense as well, ma'am.
Agriculture, another field in which a lot of Indo-US cooperation is going on. Yes, I mean, I think, as I said, I think the process started with Vajpayee, but Manmohan Singh really accelerated that relationship. And, Manmohan Singh and George Bush, who was the president at that time, they shared an excellent rapport, as did Manmohan Singh with Obama, who came after Bush. In fact, Obama had so much respect for Manmohan Singh. You know, he called him his guru because he said every time he met Manmohan Singh, he learned something new. There was so much to talk about. So, but it was not just a personal rapport. I think, both Manmohan Singh and George Bush were really invested in...
are the visuals coming in from Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites is going to be taking place. Remember, at this point, the state honours are starting with the ceremonial march with the mortal remains of Dr. Singh. Aarti Jairat, I'm sorry we had to interrupt you there. We were bringing in the live visuals coming in from Nigam Bodh Ghat. I'll let you finish your thought, ma'am.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I think that, Manmohan Singh, sort of really accelerated and built on a process that began during Vajpayee's premiership. And, George Bush, who was the president of the United States at that time, shared an excellent rapport with Manmohan Singh. But apart from their rapport, I think both of them were deeply invested in building this relationship because, the Soviet Union had collapsed at the end of the Cold War. And I think Manmohan Singh felt that, there were many things that the US could give India, to help in development and, moving ahead and becoming part of the world, sort of economy, getting onto the high table and so on. And so he really pushed, and so did George Bush. When that NSG thing happened, after we signed the nuclear deal, and NSG had to give us waivers for accessing certain high-end technology, it was really George Bush who pulled out the stops and, personally rang up, other European world leaders and said that this has to be done for India. So, this is what I'm saying. As an economist, he realized that for India to grow economically, you needed technology. You needed access to all kinds of technology, not just nuclear technology, but also to technology for agriculture, for developing your communication system, and so on and so forth. So, he pushed for that, and he felt the United States was the best source for this, the United States and its Western allies. So he really pushed this relationship. And I think today we're, seeing the benefit of it. Yes, there are people who have reservations about the neoliberal economic policies and getting too close to the United States, because one downside of this, building the relationship with the US was that we ignored our traditional relationship with Russia.
Right.
And, in fact, at one point there was a kind of coldness that developed between Russia and India, which I think now the Modi government has moved to correct, so that, there is some balance again in our, in our relationships with other countries.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. These, of course, visuals coming in from the Nigam Bodh Ghat. We can see the Congress delegation following as the mortal remains are being taken into Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the military honours will be done. We can see Rahul Gandhi Kharge as well leading the delegation there, as well as Priyanka Gandhi, as the Congress leaders have arrived from the AICC headquarters to Nigam Bodh Ghat, where top dignitaries will now be paying respect. Remember, earlier Congress leaders had paid respects and laid wreath to Dr. Singh at the AICC headquarters. Now, of course, visuals that we're getting for you are from Nigam Bodh Ghat, where the last rites will take place, and before that, the military honours will take place, where top military officials, as well as Prime Minister, President and Vice President, as well as Lok Sabha Speaker, will be laying wreath and paying their respects to Dr. Singh. Let me bring in Aditi Phadnis. Ma'am, now in terms of his strategy to maintain peace and stability in South Asia, since we're talking about his diplomacy and that side of his governance, what role do you think he played as far as bringing the global South forward?
It was really difficult for him because while his personal conviction was to have friendly relations with Pakistan, it was during his tenure in 2008 that the Mumbai attacks took place. And he was personally very shattered by those events. So he did try to normalize relations. He was very keen to make things better for South Asia, but at that time it was there were a lot of pressures, and his idea was to make India a better place and make India a place where the South Asian nations would find it easier to do business. So, in fact, he said on record many times that now that India is a liberalized economy, the South Asian nations should take advantage of this and leverage the opportunities that were available to them.
Absolutely. We're getting in visuals now from Nigambodh Ghat. What we can see is that Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, as well as JP Nadda, Amit Shah have arrived at Nigambodh Ghat, is what we're learning. That's the latest update. We can also see Vice President Dhankar, who's arrived there at Nigambodh Ghat. There, of course, dignitaries were arriving. I think that's the Prime Minister who's just entered Nigambodh Ghat as well. These are the latest details that we're bringing for you from Nigambodh Ghat, where the last rites are going to take place. Remember, Dr. Singh's last rites will be preceded by military honours. These are visuals of his mortal remains being placed there for the top dignitaries and leaders to be placing wreath and paying their honours. This will, of course, start with the Defence Secretary and then move on to the Chief of Defence Staff. There are going to be, of course, chiefs of the various defence forces who will be paying their respects first, then followed by the Defence Minister. Then, of course, comes the Vice President, the Lok Sabha Speaker, the Prime Minister, the President as well will be paying respects before the cremation and the last rites that take place in about an hour from now is what we're expecting. Aarti Jairath, now talking about, earlier as well, we were discussing politics surrounding the memorial for Dr. Singh, and the former media advisor to Dr. Singh, in fact, had a very interesting point that his legacy must be remembered in more intellectual things. Of course, a memorial is important, but things like a scholarship or perhaps a university is how Dr. Singh would have liked him to be remembered.
Absolutely. I think, that would be a really huge tribute to Manmohan Singh to set up a university in his name, or, I don't know about a scholarship, but a university which would be an institution. And I think that is because he started out as an academic. And, that's where his heart really lay. A kind of a sculpture or a piece of stone, on the banks of the Yamuna in Rajghat is not, what Dr. Singh would like to be remembered by. And, he's also not the kind of leader who had an emotional connect with the people of India. Say unlike Jawaharlal Nehru as the first Prime Minister, or Mahatma Gandhi as a founder of the nation, the father of the nation, they have an emotional connect with common people. Manmohan Singh was much more an intellectual, and therefore his connect is really with the intellectual elite, with the middle classes, with the educated persons. And, for them, it makes much more sense to have a kind of university named after Manmohan Singh, where they can send their children and remember, his contribution to the nation. But, can I add to some points that Aditi made about the, neighborhood, yes, and his policy towards the neighborhood? So, as she said, it was very, very difficult for him because the Mumbai terror strikes happened during his tenure. But, if we compare...
Aarti Jairath, I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt you. Sure. We'll take a short break and be right back. We'll let you complete your thought right after this short break. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh passes away at 92, state funeral shortly. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate location. Government ensures to allocate separate space. Formula E race case haunts KTR. ED summons BRS working president to appear before it on January 7th. US President Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new heights, NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज.
The nation is bidding farewell to Dr. Manmohan Singh. The last rites will take place shortly. As of now, the military honour is taking place at Nigam Bodh Ghat. Remember, top dignitaries are arriving at Nigam Bodh Ghat. That includes the Prime Minister as well. Several leaders are already there. The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who will also be laying wreath at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. We also have JP Nadda, Amit Shah, who have already reached the Nigam Bodh Ghat to pay their last respects. Remember, Dr. Singh's last rites will take place and will be preceded by military honours at the Nigam Bodh Ghat. That is set to start any time. But we'll also be discussing the details and the legacy that has been left behind by Dr. Singh. I'm being joined by senior journalists Aarti Jairat and Aditi Fadnis with us as well. Aarti Jairat, I'm sorry we had to interrupt you earlier, but you can continue your thought about, you were talking about the legacy that Dr. Singh has left behind and how he would like to be remembered.
Yeah, so I was actually adding to what Aditi Fadnis had said about, his his whole, policy, the neighborhood policy. He was very, very keen to build relations with Pakistan, to establish, peace, and to somehow resolve this vexed issue between the two of us. And he came very close to it. Unfortunately for him, in 2008, we had those Mumbai terror strikes.
Right.
And, again, I think, we have to give it to Manmohan Singh and, of course, his advisors, that instead of creating the kind of situation we see today in the Middle East, they exercised strategic restraint and opted for coercive diplomacy rather than a, retaliatory strike against Pakistan. Mind you, he was under a lot of pressure. There were many people who felt that we needed to respond to Pakistan in the same way that Pakistan had, sort of struck us. But, he and his core advisors put their foot down. And I think that coercive diplomacy strategy worked really well because the world began to realize what we had been saying for years, that Pakistan is the source of cross-border terrorism in India. And, I think that, this whole sort of process of isolating Pakistan all over and imposing restrictions began with that. Unfortunately for him, when he came back for a second term, and then one of his first foreign visits was to Sharm el-Sheikh, where he signed that agreement with, the then Prime Minister Pakistan Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif. And he came back hoping that agreement would pave the way for a resolution of the dispute between India and Pakistan and convert the LOC into a recognized border. But because of the terror strike that had happened in 2008, emotions were running very high here. And the opposition, of course, will, jump down his throat on this, but so did people in his own party. And, that was one of the things that Manmohan Singh had to walk back on.
Right.
He actually had to kind of almost disown that Sharm el-Sheikh agreement. And I think it's something that he felt very, very bad about because, I think he truly believed that for peace and progress in India, we needed to resolve our, problems with Pakistan. We needed to open our borders for trade. But unfortunately, he was not able to achieve that. And that must be one of the regrets that he has gone with.
Right. Aditi Fadnis, now the 1991 economic liberalization was perhaps the most landmark or significant turning point in India's economy. But how much of its success do you think we can attribute to Dr. Singh?
Oh, all of it, I think. It was a team. It was basically Manmohan Singh and P. Chidambaram who did all the heavy lifting. This was an era when my colleagues who covered trade policy could actually tell, till 1991 happened, who could actually predict on which paragraph what element of the trade policy would say what. It was so predictable. And I still remember on 7th of July 1992, Mr. Chidambaram sat all night, all day. Much later, he told me that. He sat a straight, I think it was around 32 hours, and rewrote the entire trade policy. Dr. Manmohan Singh told him what he expected from it, and it was such a brilliant document because it merged seamlessly with the kind of reforms that Dr. Manmohan Singh was trying to do. So this kind of synergy is very rare and quite hard to find in a government which is attempting such an important rewriting of India's economic policy.
Speaking of India's economic policy as well, when he was finance minister as well as after he became the prime minister, in terms of economic reforms and the momentum that he provided to India's economy, what do you think stands out the most?
It's hard to say that any one thing that stands out, but he restored India's credibility in world eyes. I think that included steps to get back gold, which was pledged, which was in popular image and imagination a dreadful, terrible thing to happen. He also organized the devaluation. We saw the kind of crisis that accompanied demonetization, which was a sort of a similar upheaval in India's monetary system. But devaluation had to be managed very carefully. Overnight, India's fuel bill would have gone up, everything would have gone up. And I think he put in place things that made sure that at least most of India was cushioned against economic shock. So for that alone, I think we must be very grateful to his understanding as an economist, as a Reserve Bank governor, and as a trade economist, with a very fine understanding of commerce. For that alone, I think we need to be very grateful to him as a nation.
All right, it is an end of an era. One of the finest statesmen, one of the finest economists, and one of the finest human beings, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he has passed away. He passed away on Thursday night. The former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he was widely recognized as the architect of India's economic reform, especially since the early 1990s. He was 92 years of age. A 7-day state mourning has been declared and all flags are flying at half-mast. These are live pictures that you can see from the Nigambodh Ghat. The Congress President, Mallikarjun Kharge, he's paying his final tributes to Dr. Manmohan Singh. You could also see the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with the Defence Minister there, and other dignitaries who have arrived to pay their final respects to the former Prime Minister of India, one of the architects of India's economic reforms there. These are the live pictures that you can see of the last rites of Dr. Manmohan Singh. The mortal remains, remember, it was kept at the All India Congress Committee headquarters for an hour from 8:30 a.m. People from all walks of life, Congress workers, everyone, they paid their respects. State funeral is taking place with full military honors. Prime Minister is there. Congress, in fact, had urged the Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister to hold the cremation at a site where a memorial of Dr. Singh could be built. It was a life that Dr. Manmohan Singh lived. It was a life of service and achievement. Dr. Singh was born on September 26, 1932 in Gah in West Punjab, now in Pakistan. And his life, indeed, is a testament to his unwavering commitment to public service. He, in fact, earned his doctorate in economics from Oxford University and went on to serve in various capacities for the country. He was the chief economic advisor. He was the governor of the Reserve Bank of India. He was the head of the Planning Commission. He was the finance minister. He was then the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. He then became the 13th Prime Minister of India in 2004, remained the Prime Minister till 2014. My colleague Shreya Ghosh, she's there at the Nigambodh Ghat. Shreya, just take us through what all is happening there at the moment.
Earlier also, and yesterday also there were some events which were cancelled. The party level, the BJP party level.
Of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, President, they're all here inside the Nigambodh, along with other foreign dignitaries as well, the King of Bhutan, several ambassadors from Palestine, and other to mark, who has left behind an incredible social economic legacy behind, an economist turned politician, an accidental prime minister, reluctant prime minister who was appointed rather than elected for 2 consecutive terms, is cremated at Nigambodh Ghat. And of course, we know we lost.
All right, we'll try and fix that line with my colleague Shreya Ghosh. In the meanwhile, Anushka Garg, my colleague, she's outside the All India Congress Committee headquarters. Anushka, just take us through what all happened today as far as Dr. Singh's final journey is concerned.
Well, certainly, Osama, and a very emotional day, not just for the Congress party workers, but also for the people across the nation, because what we saw is that not just people from the party, but from across the party lines have in fact participated in the last rites of the former Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh. Also, around 8:30, his mortal remains were brought to AICC headquarters, where top leaders from the Congress committee, as the CWC core members, participated, to pay tribute to the former Prime Minister. And also, what we saw is a formal procession took place wherein the leaders of army, several army chiefs with all state procession, in fact, took the mortal remains to its last journey. Now remember, after a certain while, Dr. Manmohan Singh would be walking into history, because what we are also seeing is that several people, participated in the formal procession that took place also in Nigambodh Ghat. What we are learning from sources is that several of the, people from outside of India have also participated in this whole procession. Be it the also Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Draupadi Murmu, and also several of the state elects have in fact reached the whole site where the last procession is about to take place at the Nigambodh Ghat. Now remember, a lot of controversy was seen around where the last procession would take place, wherein the Congress at the CWC meeting had in fact accused the centre that the centre is not ready to in fact give us a place that is befitting of the stature of Dr. Manmohan Singh, and that is why the memorial is now taking place at a common crematorium ground, that is the Nigambodh Ghat. Now, regarding all of this matter, the centre had in fact given a press release and had said that the trust is right now being in fact allocated, and also place is to be earmarked for the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Also, what we are seeing is that but the whole procession is taking place with all the formal army chief are paying their respects to the former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. And right now we're outside the AICC headquarters, where a few minutes back the procession took place, and several of the Congress leaders were in fact participating in this whole procession, and participated in the last journey of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Back to you, Osama.
Right. I also have my colleague Sunil Prabhu there outside the All India Congress Committee headquarters. Sunil, it has indeed been a very, very emotional day, not just for the Congress workers and as Anushka was mentioning there, for a lot of people who loved Dr. Manmohan Singh, who believed in all the good work that he did.
So as we speak, you can see the King of Bhutan, who had a great relationship with Dr. Manmohan Singh and really paying his last respects to the former Prime Minister. As these are the final moments, this is now the state funeral part, where finally, after the tribute that has been given by all dignitaries, finally, the national tricolour will be taken. He will be given a gun salute, and then the religious ceremony will be in. So we are at the last moments of Dr. Manmohan Singh's final journey. It's been a tumultuous last 3 days, I think, across the country, across the world. People cutting across party lines, cutting across whichever government they've been, and former people, really coming out from all walks of life to pay tribute to what was a simple, humble, minority Prime Minister of this country. A rare sight to see, and that's what we have seen right now. Of course, the President of India is now paying her last respects to the former Prime Minister, who's seen as the architect of India's economic reforms and taking it to great heights in the international sphere.
Absolutely, Sunil Prabhu. You're absolutely right. In fact, I'm also currently joined by Prabhu Chawla as well as Neerja Chaudhary at the moment. Prabhu Chawla, the editorial director of New Indian Express, he joins us. Sir, welcome to NDTV. We have been talking about his achievements as a politician. I want to talk to you about the kind of a person that he was. He has indeed left a legacy of integrity and humility, something that very few people, that you can say about very few people.
Yeah, Susie, I must tell you that I've been a part of his journey, 50 years journey, amazing journey from professor in Delhi University to Prime Minister of India. It was a journey which went through hills and valleys. He has suffered with his setbacks, but he was always on the top. I knew him as a lecturer because he was a professor of Delhi School of Economics, where I was a student in 1966. And he was my teacher there, and he was so humble, and his voice was so low, as it has been to the last, that all of us, the students, young student girls and boys, used to sit in front there and below his desk to listen to him. So he was a very humble, very meeting everybody, looking after the student, and he would give lectures once, twice a week, and we would go there. And from there, I've seen becoming the secretary to the government of India, then becoming RBI governor, then becoming chairman of the Prime Minister Advisory Council of Chandrasekhar, and from there he became the UGC chairman, and then became finance minister, then he became the Prime Minister of India. But I must give you one or two anecdotes which were important because that are relevant as explains his conduct, how he was conducting himself.
Mr. Chawla, Mr. Chawla, I'm extremely sorry to interrupt you. The gun salute is happening at the moment. So the state funeral of Dr. Manmohan Singh there taking place with full military honours. These are live pictures that you can see from the Nigambodh Ghat. You see the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, along with the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, there paying their last respects to the former Prime Minister of India there.
देख सकते हैं कि राष्ट्रपति भी निगमबोध घाट पर मौजूद हैं, जहां उन्होंने श्रद्धा सुमन भावपूर्ण तरीके से अर्पित किए डॉक्टर मनमोहन।
All right, let me go across to Prabhu Chawla. Sir, you were saying something. Please continue.
Yeah. So I was talking about the journey from a professor in Delhi University to the Prime Minister of India, and I've been part of most of the time because I was a student. So I was telling you, when he became UGC chairman, that is the interesting part of it. Because he had been always in the government service. And he has been following the discipline of a government servant, that he has to follow the rule book, he has to follow the files, he has to go beyond, he can't go beyond the rules. So he was a very simple person. When he became the UGC chairman, he was at that time Advisory Council chairman of the Prime Minister Chandrasekhar chairman. And when Chandrasekhar resigned, and he went to him, sir, I have been part of the government for many years, almost 40 years, 30 years, and what do I do after this? Because he wanted to have some kind of a responsibility. And I must tell you, because Chandrasekhar, who was otherwise the acting Prime Minister at that time, as a code of conduct, he could not have appointed anybody else. But because it was Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was respected by everybody, who were respected across the party line, which is reflected today in his mourning, what is happening there across the party. So he went out of the way, only Prime Minister who, after resignation, made an appointment like UGC chairman. That reflected the acceptability of Dr. Manmohan Singh as a person of high integrity and dependability. When he became finance minister, that is another story, because I was that time Indian Express editor. And I was to interview Mr. Narasimha Rao at his house in Motilal Nehru Marg. I was sitting there in the morning when I went there. He was talking to somebody, I didn't know who was. Later on, he told me he was talking to whom. So he said, Prabhu, you sit it down because you are an editor, you should not be listening to what I am saying, but I trust you. So what happened that he was talking to Mr. I.G. Patel in London at that point in time and requesting him to become the finance minister of India. Perhaps I.G. Patel, later on Prime Minister himself, told me that I.G. Patel suggested Dr. Manmohan Singh's name. Dr. Manmohan Singh, being a liberal left economist, demand-side economist, and because his stint at UNITO was much more liberal, that he believed in a different kind of economics, but Patel assured Narasimha Rao that he'll be part of your economic agenda. Whatever economic agenda you say, Dr. Manmohan Singh will faithfully implement. So Dr. Manmohan Singh was not the first choice of finance minister, but he became the second choice. He became the first state finance minister of India. He carried out all the reforms. Of course, credit must go to Narasimha Rao because they allowed it to do what is work. Because basic principle, basic idea behind Dr. Manmohan Singh was that he was acceptable to international community in his economic people. IMF, he has good relationship because he had worked in the United Nations and he has secret parleys with them, all of them. There were conditionalities imposed because economic reform would not come without conditions. So they wrote a full memorandum of association to the IMF, which we carried on the front page of Indian Express. Dr. Manmohan Singh got angry next day when he was finance minister. He said, Prabhu, I never expected it from you. But what I'm telling you that he would implement. He was concerned about the country. Okay, how it can progress. So he tweaked his ideology to mix the politics of that day. So it was a very balancing, fine, pragmatic balance which he did between politics and economics and brought the company to the verge of developing to one of the finest economy today. It was the foundation laid was based at the time. Then he became Prime Minister. Everybody knows that he became not the first choice of the Prime Minister. Sonia Gandhi was the first choice. And Sonia Gandhi made him the Prime Minister. For 5 years, he carried out the politics of Sonia Gandhi. All the economic reforms, he was a welfare economist at that time. You had Manrega, your Right to Information Act, you had Kisan, that 60,000 crore rupees which was given away at that point in time. So it was in 2004 to 9 that it was Manmohan Singh who laid the foundation of a strong economy. 2008, you saw what happened, meltdown happened at that point in time. India was the only country which survived that meltdown.
Absolutely.
Because of the strong economic policy of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Even the nuclear deal, he stood his ground. Maybe his head was always high, but his shoulders were sometimes down. That was a different issue because of political compulsion. So 2004, he was a nominated Prime Minister. He was not elected as his own right. But 2009 victory of the Congress party from 140 odd seats to 206 seats. Contribution was primarily of Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, who created middle class of India.
Absolutely.
Middle class of India, cutting across religious and everything, supported Dr. Manmohan Singh. The victory of 2009 of Congress party was because of Manmohan Singh, and today the Congress party has lost the credible brand on which it was riding for the last, this kind of thing they are doing now. They never did him for him when he was in power. But now they think Manmohan Singh is the only asset. Like after Nehru, if they have to project somebody who built modern India, they will try to put Nehru and Manmohan Singh at the same pedestal. That is what they're trying to do now.
Absolutely, sir. And in fact, I was watching one of his interviews that he gave in the late 90s. And funny that you mention it regarding him being the finance minister at that point of time. He, in that interview, he mentioned that I didn't think I was going to be the finance minister for as long as I was.
You're right, absolutely right. Because there was so many problems at that point in time. And after the scam happened, that was the biggest stock exchange at that time. The scam happened. He took one upon himself. JPC was appointed. He was explained to everybody else. At point of time, he was willing to resign also. But Mr. Manmohan Singh was supported fully by Narasimha Rao at that point in time. So the entire party was behind him. Narasimha Rao, because Narasimha was not, there was no good relation between Sonia Gandhi and Narasimha Rao, and the Congress party split. People walked it away, but Manmohan Singh did not walk away with Arjun Singh, Sheila Dixit, etc., who left the party. But in spite of that, Sonia Gandhi chose him. That is what is reflected, because many Congress previous presidents have died, prime ministers have died, but then Narasimha Rao died. Congress party never bothered about them. Sitaram Kesi died, Congress president, nothing was done about him. The Congress party gave him this extra going out to the way. And because they know Dr. Manmohan Singh commands respectability, not as a minority person. They're trying to invoke today the minority thing by asking that he's being denied the right to be cremated, the same spot where Atalji and everybody are doing that. But BJP is quite smart. BJP has done, okay, we will do it. Government of India will appoint a trust in which the land will be given. So there is another, other than Nehru, there is another person from the Congress party who was a pride of place among the leaders of the country. Therefore, this bringing him down to the sixth level, I think they're undermining the personality of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Dr. Manmohan Singh may be a weak prime minister second term. That is tragedy, because people will not forgive him for that he could have asserted himself. He was the person who had a mandate of 2009 behind him, but he did not. Even one of the editors meeting, he told us that he is bound by compulsion of coalition. But compulsion of coalition, he could not appoint his cabinet minister, he could not sack his cabinet minister. Second term, which he could have utilized himself to be, because he had the mandate, he did not do it. But at the end, even today, Manmohan Singh is the brand of the Congress party, which no Congress party doesn't have anything else. So they are therefore celebrating this in that way, playing him at a pedestal which is Nehru, Gandhi, equalizing themselves. And Manmohan Singh was unifier. As a prime minister, he would consult Atalji much more often. I remember many cases, I can't disclose it here. And he was a so simple, humble man. Anybody could go. I met him twice, thrice. After that, he stopped meeting journalists also because of political compulsion. But he never behaved like a prime minister when he was meeting people. He was a prime minister candidate, which everybody on the global table, top table, he was invited. All the president I have seen, people taking away, respecting him, but giving him the first place. So he was a top-rated international type of statesman, political leader who did not assert himself as much as he should have done.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I also have with me Neerja Chaudhary. Ma'am, you know, we have been speaking about Dr. Singh's integrity and humility, but, you know, his legacy, it extends far beyond his impressive list of achievements. Just shed some light on that.
You know, of course, Prabhu has spoken at length about his legacy and his career. One of the few people who had the kind of exposure and experience that Dr. Manmohan Singh had. He was an academic who came into bureaucracy, and in bureaucracy, finance secretary, UGC chairman later, RBI governor, chief economic advisor to the prime minister. And then, of course, 1991, later they called him an accidental prime minister, but he was also an accidental finance minister. When Narasimha Rao chose him, and it was Venkatraman, the then president, who used to say that it was my idea, and I told Narasimha Rao that first go for I.G. Patel, and when he said no, then go for Narasimha Rao. I'd go for Manmohan Singh. And P.C. Alexander was deputed to go and see him, wake him up in the morning and tell him he was going to be the finance minister of India. So he strayed into this, and of course then he became the leader of the opposition. for several years. And finally, the Prime Minister of India, not just the Prime Minister of India, he navigated a very difficult coalition for 10 long years. And it wasn't easy because, as Prabhu was saying, the mandate was for Sonia Gandhi to become Prime Minister. She'd been elected as the leader of the Congress Parliamentary Party, of the UPA Parliamentary Party, and the president was all set to give her a letter inviting her to form the government. And then she decided that she would not take it and decided it would be Dr. Manmohan Singh. So implicit in that model of coalition was power sharing with her and the party. And the division that, they would refer to all the time, though, how with the Prime Minister, politics can be separated from administration and governance is another subject. But Dr. Ahmed Patel, who was the political secretary of Sonia Gandhi, would often say in frustration, Dr. Saab, but this is our area. This was particularly during the long months when the Indo-US nuclear deal was being debated or, was going through the motions of getting passed through various hurdles. And so he was supposed to look after governance. She was supposed to look after politics. And the point is that for 10 long years, it was not only very difficult allies that he had to contend with, and he threatened to resign several times, but did not do so in the end. So he moved with grace even at that time. But it was the Indo-US nuclear deal which forged a new and strategic relationship. I wouldn't say new because Atal Bihari Vajpayee had also initiated that, but strengthened the strategic relationship with the United States of America. It was there that you saw the killer instinct of Dr. Manmohan Singh. He just would not give up. He just would not let up. And he staked his government. And Sonia Gandhi was opposed to it to begin with. Then she came around and the left parties threatened to withdraw support. He mobilized the support of the Samajwadi Party, initially opposed to the deal. And then they came on board, the government survived and the deal went through. But it showed a side of Dr. Manmohan Singh few thought existed. And because, people used to say he's a political novice. Of course, they used to joke he's an economist amongst politicians and politician amongst economists. So what will the country remember him for? If you go by the tributes that are being paid today by ordinary people, it's what Prabhu has talked about: humility, self-effacing, didn't push himself forward, understated leadership. And the question that comes to my mind is, are these qualities that people are now valuing that were associated with Dr. Manmohan Singh, is there a change taking place in the mood of the country? Mr. Narendra Modi succeeded him. This Moni Baba that the BJP used to attack him for, today is that Mon being appreciated that much more in, decency in politics. Is that what people are looking for? And I would also say, today in death, he's become a symbol of unity. Absolutely. He, in his last months, would talk about this, how Absolutely. He was most exercised about bitterness between the two sides. But today, both sides are there together.
True. And we speak about his humility and honesty and transparency, but we rarely talk about his unassuming leadership style. And more importantly, Neerja ji, his willingness to listen.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Willingness to listen. He spoke very little, spoke very softly. You could barely hear him when he would speak, particularly in the last months. And that is true. But that the government has agreed to have a memorial in his name is given the contention in politics of late and what we've seen in Parliament in the recent winter session, and that they should do it for a leader of the Congress. And I must say, this is probably the first leader, maybe after the 50s, who has non-Nehru Gandhi family, who's had this kind of a funeral, and one who's not died in harness. He was Prime Minister 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
So,
yep. True. Absolutely, ma'am. In fact, Prabhu Chawla, not a lot of people give credit to Dr. Manmohan Singh with respect to the vision that he had and his ability to think critically and strategically about India's future?
No, now you can see that everybody giving credit for everything else. As India is today becoming the third largest economy, on the verge of becoming the third largest economy, is because of what foundations Dr. Manmohan Singh laid. Because making the economy grow by lifting the curbs in terms of various rules and regulations, Dr. Manmohan Singh started it. And he did it at that time very, very forcefully as finance minister and later on as Prime Minister of India. So he had a determined agenda. He had a target mission in mind. He would not talk about the mission, which most of the politicians do now. He would follow the mission with a missionary zeal. So he was a missionary, quite missionary, who knew what was good for the country. He was mixing welfare economics with market economics. He was expert in that. But at the same time, I said earlier, he created about 150 million strong middle class economy by making them to invest in the market as well, and by giving the tax concessions at the same time. He was the best finance minister, which was followed by the best second finance minister, was Jaswant Sinha, who also introduced what he laid the foundation for economic reform. No other government had the guts even to reverse some of the processes even. Not even one of them. Everybody, there was a continuity of anything else. They might have forgotten. But in the Indian establishment, continuity of Manmohan Singh's legacy and economic reformer continues even till today in Modi's government as well. So that is what the contribution Dr. Manmohan Singh has. His politics may not be continued, he may not be remembered about as the most strong person, but he was remembered for setting certain rules for how the ground realities and agenda for the country to go forward. But that is a different thing that he was the Prime Minister, because remember, because he was forced to appoint a Principal Secretary who was once a district magistrate of Rajiv Gandhi constituency. Pulatreshwar was appointed. There were some of the ministers, some of the choices in the first term. There was a National Advisory Council which was dictating the terms, but he was accepting them because he thought they were good for the country. Later on, the scandals got into it, 2009 to 13, 14, that was a scandalous year. But he's getting the respect because he never offended his worst enemies. Once he had to apologize. I'm giving an example because nuclear deal was going on and there was BJP was opposing it left and right and center. And then he tried to reach out to Vajpayee. He was at that time and little active before that, before the nuclear deal started. He said, okay, I'm sending my national security advisor to discuss with you the possibilities of what can be done. What happened instead of the national security advisor, who decided till today is not known, then one of the industry leader, important entrepreneur, one of the big enterprises now running the company, I won't name him, along with the CIA General Secretary General went to see Atalji. Atalji got very furious at that point in time. He called the Prime Minister office and told them, what is this? You're sending me somebody else, I can't discuss it with industrial leaders, this kind of thing happening there. Manmohan Singh himself went called upon PG later on and apologized for miscommunication, what happened between his office and the people who ended up. So this kind of personality, no Prime Minister will accept this kind of mistake this happened. So this Prime Minister was always concentrating everybody and whatnot. And once when I asked him in one of the meetings, he said, why you are suffering this kind of humiliation? The perception is that Sonia Gandhi runs the whole thing. I remember even the Foreign Secretary was appointed. Manmohan Singh had chosen a particular person as Foreign Secretary later on. But that Foreign Secretary, Sonia Gandhi, suspected that he was close to the BJP. So he was not appointed, but he accepted it. I'm just saying, when I met him, I asked him once, because I never met him quite often. He was my teacher, so he was willing to talk to me earlier, but later on he did not meet any journalists. So I asked him, why are you doing this? He said, Prabhu, you don't forget it. I was not the electoral politics. I was appointed Prime Minister by Gandhi Parivar. So I cannot forget that I am their nominee here. If they have certain reasons to do certain things, why should I question? Because they are in politics. I am not in electoral politics. Therefore, he accepted them as the political guiding force because of them, the Congress party has won. So this kind of adjustment happening within the Congress party, within the coalition partner, outside the coalition partner, he knew the art of bringing everybody together according to his point of view. He may not agree with them, he may not be able to carry out with them. So Manmohan Singh was a person who could compromise on the basis of what was good for the country, and which would not destabilize the existing relationship between political parties. Now we are going to the confrontation politics. Manmohan Singh never believed in confrontation politics. He was always for a dialogue. He believed in democracy, where dialogue was the most important ingredient of a healthy democracy. So I would say Now the Congress party is celebrating when he was alive. They did not give him that much of respect which was required, but they are giving him respect. All the Gandhi Parivar members are present there. So you have said the old Manmohan Singh dead, but the Congress party, new Manmohan Singh has become alive now. He is giving them the guidance now as the former Prime Minister who made India great, who survived the whole thing. That is what is happening now.
Absolutely, sir. And it is always fascinating to listen to you, Prabhu Chawla, as well as Neeraj Chaudhary. Do stay on with us. We'll take a very short break and we'll be back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Welcome back. These are live pictures that you can see from the Nigambodh Ghat, where Dr. Manmohan Singh, the former Prime Minister of India, is being laid to rest. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, the President, Draupadi Murmu, the Union Home Minister, Amit Shah, as well as the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh, along with Sonia Gandhi there, sitting, paying their tributes, paying their last respects to the former Prime Minister. And I'm still currently joined by Neerja Chaudhary as well as Prabhu Chawla. Ma'am, we have been speaking about the kind of a person that he was, the kind of a personality that he was, and a very important quality that Dr. Manmohan Singh had was his commitment to accountability. And I remember on the 12th of August in 2005, he in fact nobody would have thought, and he in fact expressed his regret in the Rajya Sabha and apologized for the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. He didn't need to, but I remember he said that I have no hesitation in apologizing to not only the Sikh community, but also to the nation. I bow my head in shame that such a thing happened. Speaks volume about Dr. Manmohan Singh, and his words in fact were a testament to his commitment to accountability and his efforts to promote national unity and reconciliation.
Yeah, this is correct. That statement is something that, the country, the Sikh community and others will remember for a long, long time, because it put to rest something that as a nation we'll take a long time to live down. I saw him last year. And one of the things he said to me was that I have done nothing in my life that I need be ashamed of. Those are big words. And I'd asked him, when Rahul Gandhi tore up that ordinance publicly, why did you not resign? So he said, he thought about it, but he said that Rahul Gandhi came to me afterwards and he apologized. So another thing that's very interesting that Prabhu mentioned also, in the 2009 elections where he came into his own, after the successful completion of the Indo-US nuclear deal, that really was a feather in his cap, and he'd seen it through, and he'd become his own person that much more. And then he dealt with the 2008 economic mess in the world, in the Western world, very successfully delinking India from the world economies. It was actually the 2009 206 tally of Lok Sabha that Congress got was attributed also to Manmohan Singh, that it was because of him also. And the middle class, the new middle class in India, that had, because of the economic reforms, and many of the middle class people had their children and relatives in the US. So they, even though they didn't understand the intricacies of that deal, which led to such a strategic partnership with the US, they understood that it was firming up a new relationship with the United States, which they welcomed. And he was, the Congress party had won, and I remember in 54 urban seats. So that, that was a proof that the middle class had looked to him. And apart from the Gandhi family who led that campaign, it was also Dr. Manmohan Singh's election 2009. And I would say one more thing that sometimes you wonder, of course, there are two sides of Dr. Manmohan Singh. There is his legacy, economic, foreign policy, navigating the coalition government successfully, though must have been very painfully. He didn't, whether he could have pushed the envelope that much more and asserted more, despite all the constraints, as the Prime Minister of India. That's a question that will hang there unanswered. And another question that comes to your mind is, suppose he'd headed a majority government, what would Dr. Manmohan Singh's rule have been like?
True, absolutely, ma'am. In fact, I'm also currently joined by my colleague Nazir Masoodi from Srinagar. Nazir, just give us a sense of Dr. Singh's legacy as far as his relationship with Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, and the kind of work that he did for Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, Dr. Singh will be remembered who for 10 years tried his best to ensure peace in Jammu and Kashmir, stability in Jammu and Kashmir, and end the hostility between India and Pakistan, and ensure Kashmir remains free from terror and uncertainty. And I remember in 2005 when Srinagar Muzaffarabad bus was launched, there was a major terror attack near the rally site where he addressed a rally before launching that bus. But nothing deviated him from the path of pursuing peace, because he never wanted terrorists to dictate terms or derail the peace process. So whether it was Srinagar Muzaffarabad bus service, whether it was cross LOC trade, and in fact, when it comes to return of Kashmiri Pandits, most substantial initiative which were launched, which were actually carried, was by Dr. Manmohan Singh. He announced this employment, Prime Minister Special Employment Package for Kashmiri displaced Pandits. More than 6,000 have got jobs, and so that they can come back to Kashmir, and here they get the comfortable, not just the job, but also accommodation, and he built large number of accommodations as well. And when it comes to the youth of Kashmir have suffered a great deal, Jammu and Kashmir, because of the conflict. And he announced a special Prime Minister scholarship for the youth to pursue the higher study. And if you see, thousands of students from Jammu and Kashmir have been benefited because of that scheme over the last more than 14 years. He rolled that out in 2010. And similarly, whether it was reconstruction, whether it was, pursuing peace. And in fact, as we know, everybody has been talking about Sharmal Sheikh, how he tried to risk his own, standing in the party, in his own party and the polity in the country. And he wanted to move forward, as Satinder Lama is mentioning in his book, about how they were very close to the agreement with Pakistan, with General Musharraf. But for the judicial intervention in Pakistan, things would have been completely changed this time. And I have a personal anecdote also. I was reporting Manmohan Singh was here in Srinagar for some. He actually made several visits to Jammu and Kashmir, and he was here for 2 days. And he actually held also a roundtable conference here. He set up the working groups to address the economic and the political issues Jammu and Kashmir is confronting. And during one of his visits on his day 2nd, I was reporting from Dal Lake how his presence and his engagement at the Sher-e Kashmir International Convention Center, a lot of inconvenience to tourists and the local. You believe Prime Minister himself, somehow he got to know and he took note and he preponed his departure. So something one can't believe that, a reporter reports something, the problems the tourists and the locals are facing because of the security restriction with Prime Minister in Srinagar, and then he prepones his departure. And that is something. And he was always, as you know, when it comes to Kashmir, he was always ready to face questions, talk about the security situation, and tried whatever was possible, even engaging with the separates, which was actually started by Atal Bihari Vajpayee, met with Hurriyat leaders, other leaders, to ensure there's peace, because the man had a bigger vision. He knew in the process and consensus, he knew that these are the only two things which will actually deliver lasting peace and where nobody will feel defeated. And that was the something which was followed by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, whether it was opposition that time or it was the ruling party here in Jammu and Kashmir. Everybody was in touch with him, and he tried his best when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir to ensure peace, ensure development, help youth to achieve their dreams when it comes to giving the scholarship, special scholarship. And since, as I said, since 2010, thousands of students have been benefited by the scholarship. So Manmohan Singh, it's a loss not for just the country, but people in Kashmir are also feeling that loss. Someone who cared a lot for this place, and when he came here for several times during his tenure as Prime Minister for 10 years. But his one thing, he could never visit his birthplace in Pakistan or Pakistan during 10 years. That was the hostility which was the Pakistan always displayed, despite Dr. Singh's all the peace overtures, whether it was within Kashmir or without Kashmir.
And because you mentioned Pakistan, until that 26/11 Mumbai attacks happened and how it completely changed the trajectory, the ties with Pakistan also in a sense improved for some years. Back channel talks almost paved the way for movement forward in Kashmir then.
Yeah, exactly. If you see what Satinder Lama has, because he was the man, he was the diplomat who was holding back channel talks with Pakistan, and they were always close to this agreement on Kashmir, because the fact is that what Dr. Singh wanted, as I said, he is the process and the consensus. He was that man, and he tried to engage all the stakeholders, even those who didn't agree with him or he didn't agree with them, but he would talk to them and ensure that the process is actually the way forward to ensure lasting peace. And Pakistan, as we know, always whenever there was a peace move, as I started with the Srinagar-Muzaffarabad bus in 2005, there was a major terror attack just few hundred meters from the place where Prime Minister Manmohan Singh addressed the rally. But that didn't deviate him from his mission or to a peace mission. So he ensured that bus is launched. There was that bus service which continued for several years, which was stopped after abrogation of 370 in 2019. And we know 26/11, there would be several views whether India should have acted. But as one can see from a distance, Dr. Singh wanted to deal things in a different way, not for a tit for tat, but ensure there is a much bigger impact on Pakistan and much bigger deterrence than just carrying out a tit for tat attack. So perhaps that could have been the reason. But the fact is that that was something not fashionable that time or time in the country, that perhaps was not politically right decision for him, but he was thinking more strategic, long term. That's what the Dr. Singh's legacy is. And because he didn't believe, because he knew, because if you see, the relations with Pakistan was not just for the sake of Pakistan, it was to achieve larger strategic objectives for India. For example, after Galwan incident in 2020, when we see the horrible situation happen at the line of actual control, India had to somehow engage with Pakistan through back channel negotiations and ensure a ceasefire along the line of control since February 2021, because you can't have a two-front war and two-and-a-half-front war in Jammu and Kashmir along the LOC and the LAC as well. So Dr. Singh knew those challenges, that if there is a challenge of China, you can't have a confrontation with the Pakistan at the same time. Perhaps that was the reason he always wanted some kind of reconciliation with Pakistan, at the same time not to compromise India's national interest.
Absolutely. And you rightly mentioned, in fact, there was that famous Manmohan Musharraf four-step formula as well. Just shed some light on that as well, Nazir.
Well, 4-point formula, which was Musharraf formula, and it as I said, this Satyendra Lamba has been talking in great detail in his book, because he was the man who was dealing with Pakistan and holding back channel talks with Pakistan. There were several things which were actually on the agenda, which actually meant that there's no, exchange of territory. There's no, compromise on the sovereignty. At the same time, it is a win-win situation for all the stakeholders, be it people of Jammu and Kashmir, be it Pakistan, be it India. Because fact of the matter is, issue of Jammu and Kashmir is not our part of Jammu. Issue of Jammu and Kashmir is also about the part of Kashmir which is with Pakistan. How can you get that back, or how can you resolve that, or it will remain a permanent source of hostility? So Dr. Singh knew that it is not just this part of, Jammu and Kashmir he has to talk about. He has to talk about other part of Jammu and Kashmir, and trade and, this trade, cross-LOC trade or the bus services also about to achieve that end as well. So it was a long-term, multifaceted, it was a strategic move. It was not just a, event. He wanted to use process as a mean, as a diplomacy and long-term planning that would serve India's national interest rather than just the rhetoric or the political theatrics.
Absolutely. Nazir Masoodi, thank you very much for getting us all there. So these are live pictures that you are seeing from the Nigam Bodh Ghat. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, the Union Home Minister, Amit Shah, along with other dignitaries, the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, as well as Rahul Gandhi present there paying their last tributes to Dr. Manmohan Singh. The last rites are taking place at the moment. It is indeed an end of an era. One of the finest statesmen has passed away. I'm still joined by Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist. Ma'am, we all ask this question. How do you think Dr. Singh's leadership style and humility earn him respect across party lines? But more importantly, what lessons can be drawn from him as a person, as a personality? Something that all the politicians at this point in these times need to learn.
Yeah, this humility, the understated style was very typically, inimitably his. Now, there are two sides to this story, that if you are like this, you can be pushed around. And you have to keep giving in to other people who may be stronger, who may use, strong arm methods to get their way. On the other hand, this is a very persuasive way to handle things also. And particularly if you have to deal with a whole lot of players in a coalition. It used to be said about him that Dr. Manmohan Singh was like that blade of grass. When the storm comes, it bends and survives. And there are those who stand, who are like trees and stand as erect. And when the storm comes, they crash. So it depends on the situation in which you find yourself. But certainly I would say that you wonder, of course, with Sonia Gandhi being a very powerful force behind the throne during his premiership, and of course the party also playing a very active role, and with NAC being there, National Advisory Council, which mooted, the rights-based laws that were finally passed by the government. They accepted it. I'm told Dr. Manmohan Singh had reservations also. Where will the money come from? All this, but then he went along with it, and it was under his stewardship that all that happened. But you wonder, as I keep saying, could he have pushed to assert much more as the Prime Minister of India? But then everybody says that his persona was very different, and he was mild-mannered. He was, as you say, humble, self-effacing. All those qualities that, we are admiring so much about him today.
True, ma'am. And, today in these times, especially in the political spectrum, there is a lack of culture of transparency and accountability. How can Dr. Singh's, humility and integrity serve as a model for for the future politicians, for the present politicians, in order, and what steps can we be taken? All right, there is the gun salute that is taking place. Listen. In order to honor Dr. Manmohan Singh there. Neerja Chaudhary, I was speaking about how we lack a culture of transparency in these times and accountability in Indian politics. How can Dr. Singh's
humility.
And humility, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, ma'am, just give us a sense of how can Dr. Singh's life be a model for future politicians and the way politics should be done?
I think, what was his unique selling point, as they say, his USP. He reached out across the political divide, and people across the political divide came to him. And what pained him in his last months was the immense bitterness, katuta and all that they talked about between the ruling side and the opposition side. And I think this is what the ability to have a dialogue with even your opponent, your adversary, without personal bitterness creeping in, is what democracy is all about. And if there is deadlock there, then there's going to be an impasse, there's going to be a standoff, you're not going to be able to move forward to resolve issues. So I think today, with huge aggression, I would say even viciousness creeping into political relationships between the two sides, I think Dr. Singh and what he stood for and what he wanted and what exercised him in the last months of his life is truly, truly relevant. I think, and a beginning, I feel, even for a few hours, where the entire top political leadership is present to give him a befitting farewell, right from the president, vice president, prime minister, defense minister, home minister, along with the Congress leadership and other party people. I think it is a befitting farewell because, as I said earlier also, ironically, in his death, he has become a symbol of unity, even for those hours. I hope it will not only be just those few hours.
Absolutely, ma'am. I also want to talk about a little bit of his tenureship as the Prime Minister. When he took over as the Prime Minister of this country, coalition politics was something that had started getting into Indian politics. We have seen that in the previous regime of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, then the UPA first and the second. What I want to understand from you, ma'am, is what lessons can be drawn from Dr. Singh's approach to coalition politics and, his ability to build a consensus across party lines?
When the certain ministers were taken in who had a question mark against their, record, and he had protested. I remember he'd almost, somebody had told me at that time, senior congressperson, he took out a resignation letter and was persuaded, you can't at the outset of your term start to resigning. And then I think he developed he became a tougher personality and knew he had to take all these people along. And therefore, he depended a lot on the party, he depended a lot on Pranab Mukherjee to do things, and how to deal with Sonia Gandhi on the one hand, how to deal with with Pranab Mukherjee on the other hand, who used to address as Sir before he became Prime Minister and continued to address him as Sir even in private till Pranab Mukherjee told him not to do so. And Pranab Mukherjee would virtually conduct the cabinet meetings. And Prime Minister Manmohan Singh said very little at these meetings. But he knew that he was at the apex, at the head. He had to take all these forces along and not have the boat rocked. So I think that is what he probably swallowed many a bitter pill to be able to do that. But he kept it going for 10 long years. And this was not easy at all. So many elements in that coalition of UPA. Each, the DMK wanting to do its own thing. And he's asserting. So, and even in Vajpayee's period, if you look back, he had to deal with a similar thing at the beginning of his 1998 term. So all these prime ministers who have led coalition governments have learned, how important it is to take everybody along.
Absolutely. And ma'am, we have been talking about him as an economist, as a statesman. I also want to understand from you, how did Dr. Singh's government at that point of time address social welfare and education? What initiatives were implemented in order to improve healthcare and literacy rate? Because these are few things that not a lot of people talk about.
I remember as Prime Minister at the 15th August ramparts of the Red Fort, he talked about malnutrition is a national shame.
True.
And they set up a group, but it wasn't very effective. But certainly in terms of the laws that were brought in, which were mooted really by the National Advisory Council led by Sonia Gandhi, which was the right to information, which is the right to work, Manrega, 100 days of work, and he realized the importance of that. But and of course, right to food was a very difficult one, a very controversial one, which took a long time and came in his second term. But he questioned the money part of it. It's not that he was immediately for it. Yeah. And sometimes people used to say that Montek Singh Ahluwalia and P. Chidambaram were the front for Dr. Manmohan Singh when they raised questions about these schemes. But the bottom line is that they went along with what was proposed. And therefore, then the 60,000 crore waiver to the farmers, which brought them back to power in 2009. So overall, whatever be the differences within the government, and he had reservations on some of them coming from a different perspective of fiscal prudence and so on. He was the person under whose stewardship this rights-based approach was implemented by the UPA and the Congress party. So he will be remembered for that as much as for anything else.
Absolutely. And ma'am, speaking about promoting India's interests, not just nationally, but on the global stage as well, just give us a sense of the role of Dr. Singh as far as that is concerned, and how can his approach be emulated as far as foreign policy is concerned?
Look, foreign policy, with the neighborhood, he reached out, he believed, again like Vajpayee, that if it could be a breakthrough with Pakistan, a solution to Kashmir. And again, it is with the US, of course, the Western world, it was a completely new relationship. And with George Bush, he had a rare chemistry. George Bush used to said at a dinner, he has a calming influence on me, and told bureaucrats in his entourage, he's my friend, take care of him. And he'd tell his own people, when they when they encountered obstacles in the way of the nuclear deal, he would say, what does Dr. Manmohan Singh want? So they, national interests of respective countries is of course supreme when you come to having understandings and deals to go through. But if you have this kind of a chemistry which Dr. Singh had with George Bush, then the way was smoothened. And the reason why George Bush liked Dr. Singh was that he was erudite, scholarly, but humble and very unassuming. So that part of his personality that we are talking about today so much is what made for his appeal.
Right. And, many would say that we are taking a very different approach at this point of time when it comes to dealing with our neighbors. And, when you look at Dr. Manmohan Singh and the way he approached these things, and especially his India's relationship with the neighboring countries, what can we learn from that so that we can have better ties with our neighboring countries? Because strategically, that is also very important.
I think it is very important because you don't choose your neighbors, you have to live with them. And that is a reality that most people have to contend with. Now, Dr. Manmohan Singh didn't have to win an election. The responsibility for winning an election for the Congress party was not his. So he could get on with things that he felt were very important for the country. For others, whether you do Pak bashing or China bashing at a particular time to cater to your domestic constituencies and vote banks, he didn't have to worry about that one. So he could take a much more of a holistic view of what needed to be done. And I think that's where he was coming from.
Right. In fact, I've also got my colleagues Sunil Prabhu as well as Nazir Masoodi there. Sunil, just take us through what exactly is happening at the moment. What we are seeing is the last rites have taken place at the Nigambodh Ghat. Just take us through what exactly transpired today.
The final journey is over. Dr. Manmohan Singh's mortal remains have been consigned to flames, and it's an end of an era. It's an end of an entire journey for modern India. Post 1991, Dr. Manmohan Singh, with his economic reforms, with the then Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao's support, and the Congress party, ushered in a huge amount of strategic changes in India's economic policy, criticized at that time by the then opposition, and the rest, of course, is history. Every successive government, whichever it was, be it the National Front, be it the United Front, be it the National Development Alliance led by Atal Bihari Vajpayee, everybody followed the same principles of economic liberalization, one way or the other. In fact, I think Dr. Manmohan Singh the UPA one was to even take along and deal with very important developments in terms of economic liberalization during the first tenure, 2004 to 2009, which helped modern India to carry on forward the entire economic liberalization movement and that entire process. So it's in that backdrop that not only did he concentrate on giving us a great GDP in those years, overall nearly 7.8, which is something commendable. It's clearly something that he started off in terms of ensuring India's space in the international arena, be it the nuclear suppliers group or the Indo-US nuclear deal. He was able to get those waivers to ensure that India's future power requirements would be met, and that India's nuclear winter, apartheid, as I would call it, in those years from foreign countries would be lifted. So it's been a long road, and as you could see in those visuals, there were neighboring countries, the King of Bhutan coming down specially for this, as well as the Prime Minister of Mauritius and others. This is the Finance Minister. They are cutting across, as we saw somebody from Malaysia, wish him, Dr. Manmohan Singh has been in the helm of affairs from 1991. There are many finance ministers who he helped, who he saw go through troubles, and they even offered, support to them. So for them, it's clearly somebody who really was able to negotiate a very critical aspects of India's economic policy. More importantly, as India and the world faced the 2008, the Lehman Brothers crash, and the entire issue and the emergence of G20 at that time, the world looked at Dr. Manmohan Singh for his stellar, stewardship and his statesmanship on how to revive and to tackle that important aspect. In fact, no less than the former president of the United States of America, Barack Obama, calling him my guru. So that's the kind of standing that Dr. Manmohan Singh had, not only internationally, but within nationally, cutting across party lines. Whatever the views that he got from various political people, all of them understand that here was a man who was simple, humble, extremely polite, and rare to find in Indian politics. He would never lose his shirt or lose his cool. He knew what needs to be done and how it should be done, and that was the man that he was.
Absolutely, and this is something that you can say is a rarity in Indian politics at this point of time. Nazir, we saw people from all walks of life, people from all different political parties coming together to pay their last respects to Dr. Singh. Speaks a lot about his ability to build that consensus across party lines.
Exactly, and his motto remains, may have been consigned to flames, but his legacy will live on. And the way everybody is paying homage, paying respect, remembering his contributions, immense contributions to the country and every part of the country, every person who knows about him or who personally knows him, talking about, even when he was Prime Minister, there was a touch of humility, decency. And that is something that sets him apart. And when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, and then by extension, relations with Pakistan, for 10 years, Dr. Singh did whatever was possible to ensure lasting peace. Because it was not any love for any country or person, but he knew it's India's national interest. Because for him, as Nirja was talking about, that he was not a career politician, and for him the whole interest was about the country, nation, how it will help India in the long run, besides the political theatrics. So he did whatever was possible, made some important initiatives within the Jammu and Kashmir, and outside Jammu and Kashmir. He knows the situation here has external influences, and he wanted to address them. He also knew that the whole discourse may be about resolving Kashmir issue is the gist part of Jammu and Kashmir. He also knew that it's also the other part of Kashmir which is under the control of Pakistan. Right. And there needs to be a negotiation, talks on that, how to resolve that as well. So that's why we know that 4-point formula. Right. We also know that what Satinder Lama has been talking about, they had reached this final agreement as well. So Dr. Singh would be remembered for so many things when it comes to Kashmir, whether it was return of Kashmiri Pandits, giving them employment under Prime Minister's special employment package. It was helping youth of Jammu and Kashmir to pursue higher studies by ensuring special Prime Minister's scholarship scheme, which has helped thousands of students from Jammu and Kashmir. So that's how Dr. Singh would be remembered in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely. In fact, while India is paying homage to Dr. Manmohan Singh and paying their condolences and tributes to Dr. Manmohan Singh, politics has emerged over the memorial. It is BJP versus Congress over Manmohan Singh's memorial. BJP says that the government has agreed for the memorial request and that Congress is now playing politics. The centre also said that the memorial space will be allocated. The government has in fact released a fact sheet regarding the memorial. The Congress, in the meanwhile, and the Punjab leaders said that the cremation at Nigambodh Ghat was a shocking practice that was ended by the UPA government in 2013. In fact, Dr. Singh led the UPA government, blocked separate memorial demands. Remember, in 2013, UPA cabinet decided to set up common memorial ground, the Rashtriya Smriti Sthal at the Rajghat. Let's listen into some of the reactions.
Point, I mean, unnecessary controversy about the memorial.
It was avoidable, and I think the onus of avoiding these controversies lies at the doorstep of the government.
You feel that the memorial...
Obviously, I mean, he's the greatest, one of the greatest sons of India.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की नेहरू गांधी वाड्रा परिवार को ये जवाब देना चाहिए कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह का जब वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री थे तो एनएसी के तहत क्यों कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोनिया गांधी जी ने अपमान किया था। कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये जवाब देना चाहिए कि सरदार पटेल के स्टैचू का उसने क्यों विरोध किया था। गांधी वाड्रा परिवार ये डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर सकता कि कांग्रेस पार्टी से कोई भी दूसरे व्यक्ति को या किसी भी दूसरे नेता को उतना सर्वोच्च सम्मान मिले जितना कि नेहरू गांधी वाड्रा परिवार खुद को देना चाहता है।
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascents.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned Bharat Rashtra Samiti Party working president and former minister K.T. Rama Rao along with senior IAS officer Arvind Kumar and former HMDA chief engineer BLN Reddy in connection with the Formula E race case. K.T. Rao has been asked to appear on 7th of January while Arvind Kumar and BLN Reddy, they are scheduled to appear on the 2nd and 3rd respectively. The probe is being conducted under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act based on an FIR filed by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Jammu and Kashmir sees heavy rainfall as Dodas could be seen covered in a blanket of snow as the area receives heavy snowfall.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new heights, NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
एमएसएमई विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking the flow of this event forward, of course, we have two visionary leaders here with us. An extraordinary journey, a true testament of coming together of values and vision. And I think this is just the perfect note for me to invite onto this dais the Chairman of Hero Enterprise, Shri Sunil Kant Munjal, to deliver the welcome address at the 17th edition of BML Munjal Awards.
Let me add my welcome to all of you for this special evening, especially to Piyush Ji, Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India. I also want to thank our guest of honor, Shri Amitabh Kant, India's Sherpa to the G20. Thank you very much, Mr. Kant, for making the time. You have been both an ideas man for India and an actions man for India. As you just heard, the BML Munjal Award started in 2006, when we had 25 companies apply for the awards. Over a period of time, it has become truly a highly coveted award, and we have hundreds of companies every year who make a pitch to be considered for the award. So these awards from day one were designed to pick companies which focus on people as a part of their main strategy of the business and whose business ends up benefiting from this. So we have two different events we are trying to achieve in a short period of time this evening. One is to give away these awards to companies who have been shortlisted and selected. And second is to release a book that I had written some years ago. 2019, I wrote the book, The Making of Hero. And that book became a bestseller in week one and won the Tata LitFest Award 2 years later. Because of COVID, everything else stopped. So the communication around the book also had to be done remotely. Last year was my father's centennial of his birthday. So we published the book, other than in Hindi, also in Gujarati and Marathi. Today, we would like you to release the book in Braille, for the Hindi version of Braille, for those who are unable otherwise to get access to knowledge of this nature. So unlike the other books which were sold, this book will only be given as a gift to any institution, any library, any organization that works with or focuses on those who are visually challenged or completely blind.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for this very special unveiling. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for doing the honors. And now I request you to please join me for the award ceremony. And as already highlighted, it takes a lot to win a BML Munjal Award. As I announce the winner in the very first category, that is Private Sector Manufacturing category. And this goes out to TVS Motor Company. And we have a runners-up in the public sector category. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applause going as we have Hutco coming on stage to win the prize in the public sector category. Many congratulations to Hutco for the runners-up in public sector category. The winner under the public sector category, ladies and gentlemen, all hands put together. Let's cheer for ONGC Videsh Limited. Next, we're moving to the category of emerging stars, and this one goes out to Oyo. We're moving into the sustained excellence category, and the winner is HPCL. congratulations to HPCL for bagging Sustained Excellence category. And the last award in this set, ladies and gentlemen, is a very special mention by jury going out to Tata 1MG. Ladies and gentlemen, with the generous round of applause, let's welcome onto the stage the G20 Sherpa of India and the ex-CEO of Niti Aayog, Shri Amitabh Kant. Thank you for joining us, Shri Amitabh Kant. We'll straight away dive into the next set of awards, which are the Private Sector Services Awards and the Private Sector Manufacturing. I request Shri Sunil Kant Munjal and Shri Amitabh Kant to kindly rise as we get into the presentation of the awards ceremony. Let's get started with the first joint winner under the Private Sector Services, and the winner is Reliance Jio. As we said that we have two winners in the Private Sector Services category. The first joint winner is Reliance Jio. Many congratulations. Moving on to the second joint winner under the Private Sector Services. This one goes out to Tata AIG. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the last award of this evening. That's the runners-up in the Private Sector Manufacturing. And the winner is Hindustan Unilever. Many congratulations to Hindustan Unilever for bagging the award, and thank you so much, Shri Munjal and Shri Amitabh Kant, for doing the honors. Time to hear from the visionary leader who has propelled India to newer heights in global trade and economic growth, the Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal.
All the distinguished members of the jury, members of the Munjal family, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, a proud moment to be amidst the winners of these very prestigious BM Munjal awards. My congratulations to all the award winners, to all the various companies and the people behind the award, as I'm certain each one of you will acknowledge that it's always the whole team effort that leads us to winning these awards. I'm sure the legacy that Mr. Munjal has left behind, the learnings that each one of us are privileged to enjoy from the journey of our hero, Mr. Munjal, and his brothers, will certainly encourage some of us in this room and many beyond to also contribute to nation building, also work to make India a developed, a prosperous nation, and Atmanirbhar Bharat, being vocal for local, being proud about India, being proud about our achievements, and taking the growth story and the wonderful offerings that India has to the rest of the world. Thank you, Sunilji, for giving me this opportunity, and congratulations again to all the award winners. Thank you.
Shri Amitabh Kant, it's time for me to now request you to please join us on the dais and say a few words.
Dear Sunil, it's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be here. These awards are a great symbol of the spirit of manufacturing, the spirit of hard power of India. And much like this represents the Make in India spirit. Couple of decades later, we'll see a great awards representing the soft power of India. And therefore, the Munjal Group will represent both the hard power of India and the soft power of India, and enable India to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Amitabh Kant. Thank you, Shri Sunil Kant Munjal, for doing the honors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men. How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end. And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory.
Ladies and gentlemen, to give this evening a befitting start, we would like to start with a thought-provoking panel discussion on a topic which is about the business of doing good. Please put your hands together as I invite onto the stage Mr. Jayen Mehta, Managing Director of Amul. Please keep your applause going as we welcome onto the stage the Managing Director of ONGC Videsh Limited, Mr. Rajarshi Gupta. And finally, we have on the panel Mr. Vineet Rai, Founder and Chairman of Avishkar Group, a pioneer in driving impact investments and change lives and communities. For the moderator of the panel, Senior Editor and Senior Anchor from NDTV, Ms. Sikta Dio, who will unpack the insights and help us understand what all more can be done to drive profits and bring about meaningful change at the same time.
We're here to talk about this because it's redefining and reshaping the industries worldwide. Mr. Mehta, let me start by asking you, the Amul story, it inspires us all, isn't it? So what is doing good for Amul right now?
Talking about Amul, as you know, it's a cooperative which started with just 2 village societies and 250 liters of milk way back in 1946. And that led to what is India's white revolution, making India the largest producer of milk in the world. So in a span of 80 years, with a simple objective of doing good to prevent the exploitation of the small and marginal farmers of the society, leading into a movement which made milk India's largest agricultural crop, is a journey that Amul as a brand has taken, this cooperative as an organization has taken. And when we are talking of doing good, not just for the milk, but across variety of sectors, this is a model which is now being implemented.
Mr. Gupta, how has the global push influenced sustainability and social impact in your industry and in your sector?
India is the fastest growing large economy. If it is growing at 7-8%, we are at 4 trillion today. it will require energy to help it grow. In India, every day, across 90,000 retail outlets, 70 million people go to these retail outlets across the country with the hope that they will get the product in gasoline, diesel, or CNG at an affordable price for their usage. So, making this available across to every Indian is the biggest task of the national oil companies and the oil marketing companies. I tell my people that the definition of organization is a going concern. And going concern means it should transcend generations. Therefore, our motto is, be there, do good, stay long.
Mr. Rai, for a person who's sitting outside the business world, how will you break down the idea of business of doing good for that person?
So when I started off with my 5,000 rupees, I was obsessed with the idea of taking capital. I started writing emails. Email had arrived by that time. One of the emails went to a gentleman called Anant Nageshwan, who called me out of the blue and said, so if I give you money, what will you do? I said, I'll give this money to a lot of rural entrepreneurs. They might build business. If they become successful, they will return the money. And that intentionality to me will deliver impact. I only wanted to see that the for-profits will allow entrepreneurs to unleash their entrepreneurial energy on large social problems. What we did today is called impact investing, a term that is still very unknown in India, but globally there is $1.5 trillion that is committed to it, but it was actually invented in this country. Nothing before. The term impact investing was coined in 2008, 7 years after Avishkar started.
Mr. Gupta, let me ask you. Profit and social good go hand in hand, and government and public sector companies have actually shown the path. But has it been easy for the machinery to understand the change, the government system to understand the change?
Not because I'm on this platform, but I'll be very frank. I'm in my 36th years of the corporate world. I have never ever seen any government machinery stopping me from thinking big. Never ever seen any rule regulation which can stop you. There are rules, regulations which you have to buy. You are using taxpayers' money. You have to give the returns. You have to follow certain procedures, but it doesn't stop you. So if you want to get entangled, you look at rules and regulations, but if you want to think big, there will always be a way. It is not government alone, the national oil companies alone, the private sector. This is not the time for competition. This is my another personal belief. It is more about collaboration and cooperation. The more the risks are high, the more we collaborate and cooperate, it's better. It's from the private sector, from the multinationals, from the majors, and the public sector and the government sector, which can work together, because no one party can do this alone.
CSR activities once upon a time were perceived as a marketing strategy or to create this outlook for a company. But that perception, that myth has been broken. Much effort has gone by the industry. A lot of efforts have been put to break that myth, break that perception. Is that correct?
That's very much true. And actually, cooperatives have given an answer to that. The CSR law doesn't apply to us because whatever we do is 100% CSR, because you are owned by the farmers, working for the farmers, for their benefit. And still, as I mentioned earlier, if you pass on 85% share of a consumer's rupee, it is what you are benefiting to the smallest producer that we have in our case. And cooperative also is now recognized as a tool for development. I mean, you can imagine after 75 years of India's independence, you have a new Ministry of Cooperation at the central level. All this while it was thought cooperatives are a state subject. But now if the government realizes that the power of doing good can actually be translated in form of a cooperative as an enterprise, Sahkar se Samruddhi, sounds like a slogan, but actually it's a very, very powerful way of delivering and uplifting to all those whom the government cannot reach, the private sector cannot reach. And that's where cooperatives have been identified as a tool for development.
Mr. Gupta, Prime Minister says that हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं clean और green future के लिए. और you represent energy sector. What are the biggest challenges for the energy sector?
Declared goals of India under the climate change, UNDCs as we call them, all have been met by India, each of them. And only the forest area part is probably something that more needs to be done. We have achieved our renewable targets. And you know what? In India today, solar electricity is cheaper than even coal. It's cheaper than gas. So it is no longer that renewable needs a viability gap funding, needs a commercial issue of being more expensive. Solar today has reached that level. The others, the wind is also competing, the hydrogen is coming up. So what I believe is all sources of energy will coexist. Oil and gas will be there, but as we produce more oil and gas, we need to also ensure that we do more with less. So with lesser emissions, with lesser energy that we use for producing oil and gas, and with more efficiency. That we are doing.
Mr. Rai, how do you achieve profit with purpose?
Well, by focusing on talent and entrepreneur and actually telling them that if you do it for the people, chances are you will have sustainable profit. Making money only for yourself doesn't help. If you make the money for everyone, so it's not just paying taxes, but if you can actually share the wealth that you are creating, which is essentially the motto around which venture capital has been built. It's not just me, everybody. You have to distribute wealth. And ultimately, a lot of people across the globe are giving back the wealth. We need to participate back. CSR is one way, but that's only 2%. Can we actually encourage people to participate with 50% of their wealth, maybe 70% of their wealth? Because ultimately, you won't take it up there. It will be all left here.
Mr. Mehta, what can a common man do to be a big support for businesses, for entrepreneurs?
This is a very good question, because every housewife or every person who is consuming will first look at his or her own good. So it is not just that you support somebody or you buy a certain product because they are part of a certain set of organizations. You have to be excellent in the product quality. You're excellent in taste, since we are a food product, excellent in availability, value for money in pricing, and more importantly, a brand that a 6-year-old to a 86-year-old would identify as his or her brand.
Right, market and consumer always comes first. Mr. Gupta, as a citizen, as a consumer, how can we measure the success of a socially responsible steps or measures taken by the industry or the businesses?
In my industry, I will say this, that our product is not seen. It's not seen when it is below the ground. It's not seen when it is processed. So how do you make a difference to this common citizen? I believe that the citizen will be the decider of the next form of energy.
One last comment from all three of you. I start by you, Mr. Mehta. अगर आपको एक must do action हर एक business को सुझाना हो, what will it be?
I think there cannot be any better suggestion except for having every one of us build purpose in what we do. क्योंकि जो चीज़ हम किस वजह से और किस रीज़न से करते हैं, that defines the purpose of the organization. And if that purpose is for creating good, not just for the owners, but also the stakeholders.
सार्थक व्यवसाय या बिजनेस बनाने के लिए सोशली रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस का भविष्य अगले 10 सालों में मिस्टर गुप्ता?
We will have to feed the economy to grow and to become India becoming a developed nation by 2047. For that, we need to ensure that every citizen gets affordable, sustainable, available energy. And as an energy company, if we can prove that we are net zero carbon emission, we are not harming the environment, then we are home. So we have to ensure that we look after the future generations. Thank you.
Look after the future generations. One last comment. जो नए बिजनेस हैं, उनको क्या सलाह देंगे कि the business of doing good शुरुआत में ही embed हो जाए?
If you are a startup entrepreneur, when you look for a large problem, generally a social problem is a large problem. Because it is a social problem, you will solve it, you will build a big business. And if you can integrate the idea of doing good within the business model, this question whether profit and purpose can go together will get answered automatically.
Thank you so much. Let's keep doing the business of doing good. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for all of us to draw curtains on this very special 17th edition of the BML Munjal Awards. It's been an evening of celebration and inspiration. Thank you so much.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग
एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. Production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta
Former Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh, cremated with full state honours. The ex-Prime Minister's daughter lights the funeral pyre. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands an appropriate location. Government ensures to allocate separate space for Manmohan Singh's memorial. And the Formula E race case haunts KT Ramarao. The ED summons BRS working president KTR set to appear before ED on the 7th of January. US President-elect Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal region, criticizing high fees and suggesting a return to US control. And fireworks in Australia, Melbourne. Nitish Reddy surges in the Melbourne Test. Reddy hits his maiden Test 100.
This is a star, a real star.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. Dr. Manmohan Singh's last rites were held today with President Draupadi Murmu, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There was Bhutanese Prime Minister Tshering Tobgay, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, among others, who attended the ceremony. Dr. Singh's body was first taken to the Congress headquarters in the national capital. The centre has declared a 7-day state mourning throughout the country as a mark of respect to Dr. Singh. During this period, the national flag will be flown at half-mast across India. The Congress has also declared that all official programs of the party, including the Foundation Day celebration, will be cancelled for the next 7 days and will resume on the 3rd of January. In the meanwhile, a row has erupted between the Congress and the centre over the allotment of space for Dr. Singh's memorial on Friday. The Congress condemned the allocation of the Nigambodh Ghat for the final rituals instead of a location where a memorial could be built in his honour. Let's listen in to some of the reactions that have come in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की नेहरू गांधी वाड्रा परिवार को ये जवाब देना चाहिए कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह का जब वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री थे तो एनएसी के तहत क्यों कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोनिया गांधी जी ने अपमान किया था। कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये जवाब देना चाहिए कि सरदार पटेल के स्टैचू का उसने क्यों विरोध किया था। गांधी वाड्रा परिवार ये डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर सकता कि कांग्रेस पार्टी से कोई भी दूसरे व्यक्ति को या किसी भी दूसरे नेता को उतना सर्वोच्च सम्मान मिले जितना कि नेहरू गांधी वाड्रा परिवार खुद को देना चाहता है।
और उनके जैसे व्यक्तित्व जिन्होंने देश के आर्थिक विकास की एक बड़ी नींव रखी, उनको यथोचित सम्मान देने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी और श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व की एनडीए सरकार भी पूर्णतः प्रतिबद्ध है। और इसी के दृष्टिगत कल कैबिनेट ने अपनी बैठक में यह तय किया कि मनमोहन सिंह जी की स्मृति में एक स्मारक और समाधि स्थल बनाया जाएगा और इसमें जो भी प्रक्रियागत समय होगा कांग्रेस पार्टी को यह कन्वे किया गया। परंतु बहुत दुख की बात है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जिसने जीवन काल में डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी को कभी सम्मान नहीं दिया, हमें याद रखना चाहिए कि अंतिम चरण में 2014 में उन्होंने एक राष्ट्रीय स्मृति बनाने का प्रयास किया था, क्योंकि जब उन्हें लगा था कि सरकार जाने वाली है। जिन्होंने अपने जीवन काल में कभी डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह को सम्मान नहीं दिया, आज उनकी मृत्यु के बाद भी वह उनके सम्मान के ऊपर सियासत करते नजर आ रहे हैं। यह बहुत दुखद है।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि भारत के एक महान अर्थशास्त्री जिनकी पूरी दुनिया में कद्र है, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी के 10 वर्ष इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए लगाए और सिख समाज से आने वाले भारत के एकमात्र प्रधानमंत्री हैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी। तो आप राजघाट परिसर में डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी के अंतिम संस्कार की जगह देने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सोच है। ये अपने आप को संस्कारी पार्टी कहते हैं।
देखिए, हम सब जानते हैं कि हमारे शहर में, हमारी राजधानी में काफ़ी मेमोरियल्स है, तो इसलिए एक और करने में ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं होनी चाहिए। मेरे ख्याल में सरकार तो ऐसे कुछ तय करना चाहिए जल्दी कि मनमोहन सिंह जी की याद रखने के लिए कुछ अच्छा, एक अच्छी समाधि बना।
All right, I'm currently joined by my colleague Shreya Ghosh there. Shreya, just break it down for us. What is the entire controversy, and what are the reactions that have come in so far as this entire controversy is concerned?
Well, Osama, at the very outset, the Congress had demanded that the cremation of former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh should take place, where the memorial can also be built in remembrance of him. But the central government decided that the funeral procession and the final rites will take place, the cremation will take place at the Nigambodh Ghat, which is a public crematory ground. Yesterday itself, the cabinet ministers held a meeting and decided that a separate space will be allocated in the next couple of days. Once the logistics are figured out, they will be allocating a separate space for the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh. And the BJP spokesperson also highlighted that this particular decision of the central government has been conveyed to the Congress leadership as well. It was Mallikarjun Kharge who highlighted and wrote to the central government that there should be it should be the same spot where the cremation and the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh should take place at the same spot. But and also criticized the central government and said that it was a deliberate insult to hold the funeral of Dr. Manmohan Singh at Nigambodh Ghat, because traditionally we have seen former prime ministers their last rites being held at Rajghat. And remember, in the year 2013, under the leadership of Manmohan Singh, the UPA government said that there should be a common memorial ground for all leaders and future prime ministers in the Rashtriya Smriti Sthal near Rajghat. This was decided back in 2013 by the UPA government under Dr. Manmohan Singh. They said that there shouldn't be any individual memorial grounds, rather a common memorial ground for all future prime ministers and leaders. But today, as we stand right outside the Nigambodh Ghat, where we saw the last rites of Dr. Manmohan Singh taking place here, all the top leaders and foreign dignitaries coming and paying homage to him. This is where the final cremation took place of Dr. Manmohan Singh, our 14th Indian Prime Minister, a man who will be remembered for his magnanimous stature, his global stature, for being the architect of India's modern economy, and he will be remembered, and that is why the BJP also showed immense respect towards Dr. Manmohan Singh and said that he will be remembered as the one who sowed the seed, who built the foundation of India's economy. And the BJP as a party has shown respect to Dr. Manmohan Singh all throughout, but it is the Congress who is doing dirty politics over the death of Manmohan Singh. But now we know that the central government has in fact said that soon the land acquisition and the trust will be formed and a separate space will be earmarked for the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Back to you.
All right, Shreya Ghosh, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. In fact, we'll try and get some reactions from the Congress as well. I'm currently joined by Kapil Madan, lawyer of the Supreme Court, also a political analyst and supports the Congress. So welcome to NDTV. While India is, bidding goodbye to the former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, tributes have been pouring in from all quarters. An entire controversy has erupted. The BJP is saying that, look, Congress is playing politics. Your reactions to that?
Let me just say it very clearly that it is a crass politics which is being happening right now. And I'll tell you historically when we lost our former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, his cremation happened at Smriti Sthal, where you have all the Smritis. So what essentially was being asked by the Congress party was that have a place dedicated in the Smriti Sthal, which is there in Rajghat, where traditionally all the previous dignitaries have been cremated. So this essentially was the demand. So if this could happen when we lost Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, this could also happen when we lost our honorable Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh ji. So that's essentially what has been the demand. The government could have accommodated it, because it is, this is what the government has been traditionally doing. And the last time we saw this happen was when we lost Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji.
Right. The BJP and your opponents are basically also citing Dr. Manmohan Singh's, led the UPA government decision to block separate memorial demands. How do you look at that?
So let me see, I'll tell you what, I mean, when you want to distort facts, you will have these kind of arguments. If you go back to the facts, when Dr. Manmohan Singh said there can't be a separate memorial. So what happened thereafter was at Rajghat there is Smriti Sthal and they have memorials at that place only. So what essentially was being asked was that, please dedicate space there only so that the last rite of Dr. Singh could have happened at that place, and on that place only you can make the memorial. The similar thing happened when we lost Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji.
Okay. There often have been accusations that the Congress, and this is what we have been hearing from the BJP leaders as well, these accusations that the Congress cannot digest the fact that any other leader outside the Gandhi family gets felicitated. Your reaction to that?
Well, I think again, it is a distortion. If you look at the Smriti Sthal historically, last memorial was made for Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. Before that Indra Kumar Gujral ji, before that Ramaswamy Venkataraman ji, before that Chandrasekhar ji, before that K.R. Narayan ji, before that P.V. Narasimha Rao ji. So, if you look at the list, it is endless. So what happens is that when you don't want to, discuss facts, you end up, giving distorted facts to, the public and the audience. And, distortions will ultimately be exposed one day or the other.
Okay, what is your one final message to your opposition, especially the BJP then?
No, I don't have a message to give. I think this is a time where we all should, honor our honorable late former Prime Minister who have done so much for the country. It's a loss. It's a sad day for everyone. And I think, we must end, this day remembering him of whatever contributions he has made.
All right, Kapil Madan, thank you very much for speaking with NDTV. Meanwhile, the national convener of Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal, is holding a press conference on the LG order. Kejriwal, in fact, has said that BJP is against Aam Aadmi Party's schemes and that they are opposing women welfare schemes. Let's listen in.
दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी को जिताओ, ये दोनों योजनाएं लागू करूंगा। अब तो बीजेपी की हालत ही हो गई है, ये कांग्रेस के सामने गिड़गिड़ा रहे हैं, हमें बचा लो, हमें बचा लो, हमें बचा लो। बीजेपी की हिम्मत नहीं हुई एलजी को कंप्लेन करने की। संदीप दीक्षित से कंप्लेन कराई है। और बीजेपी और कांग्रेस किस तरह से मिलके आम आदमी पार्टी को और दिल्ली के लोगों को रोक रहे हैं, आप देख रहे हो। मैं दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोगों को, मैं दिल्ली की सारी मां बहनों को अपील करना चाहता हूं। दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोगों को इकट्ठा होना पड़ेगा। ये चुनाव, एक तरफ दिल्ली के लोग हैं और एक तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी है जिसकी गंदी राजनीति है। इस बार हमें इनकी गंदी राजनीति को खत्म करना है। दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोगों को मैं अपील करना चाहता हूं। आज मैं जो कुछ हूं आप लोगों की वजह से हूं। मेरा साथ दो। मैं देखता हूं ये कैसे ये दोनों योजनाएं रोकते हैं। ये जेल भेजेंगे मेरे को, दोबारा जेल चला जाऊंगा, 10 बार जेल जाऊंगा। आप लोगों के लिए जेल जाना मंजूर है, लेकिन मैं इन योजनाओं को रुकने नहीं दूंगा, किसी हालत में नहीं रुकने दूंगा। अगर आप लोगों के कोई एक प्रश्न है तो
सर, उसमें ये कहा गया है बन रहे हैं तो ऐसे में आपका रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस तो रुक जाएगा। अभी बताया जा रहा है कि 22 लाख लोगों ने रजिस्टर। ये
रोके, जनता तय करेगी, जनता इनको बताएगी। जहां ये रोकेंगे वहां देखना भारी बहुमत से जीतेंगे ये लोग। बीजेपी रोके, रजिस्ट्रेशन रोके, बीजेपी जगह जगह रोके, एलजी साहब रोके, अमित शाह रोके, बीजेपी रोके रजिस्ट्रेशन, जनता इसका जवाब देगी।
सर, एलजी साहब ने ये कहा अपने ऑर्डर में जांच,
एलजी साहब को जो मर्जी कहने दो अपने ऑर्डर से।
कमिश्नर को और डीसी को बुलाया कि जो कैंप लगा के बैठे हैं उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई करें। ऐसे में लग रहा है कि रजिस्ट्रेशन संभव हो पाएगा।
किस चीज के तहत, कौन सी धारा में कार्रवाई हो रही है?
डेटा
क्या इनकी बपौती है देश का? क्या इनकी बपौती है? कौन सी धारा में? ये उसको क्यों नहीं रोक रहे जो पैसे बांट के और वो खरीद रहा है, वोट खरीद रहा है, खुलेआम वोट खरीद रहा है। सारे चैनलों पे आप सब लोगों ने दिखाया कि वोट खरीद रहा है, उसको क्यों नहीं रोक रहे? वो तो पैसे बांट रहा है, कह रहा है बदले में वोट दो, उसको क्यों नहीं रोक रहे ये लोग? थैंक यू।
Arvind Kejriwal, along with the Delhi Chief Minister Atishi there, holding a press conference attacking the BJP over their opposition of the women welfare schemes that he is planning to implement in Delhi. He said that due to the policies, the BJP has now got scared. Moving on to our other big story that we are tracking, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned BRS Party Working President and former Minister K.T. Rama Rao, along with senior IAS officer Arvind Kumar and former HMDA Chief Engineer BLN Reddy in connection with the Formula E race case. KTR he has been asked to appear on the 7th of January, while Arvind Kumar and BLN Reddy are scheduled to appear on the 2nd and 3rd respectively. The probe is being conducted under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, or the PMLA, based on an FIR filed by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. And my colleague Uma Sudhir joins us to get us more on this. Uma, what are the latest details?
So, Mr. K.T. Rama Rao will appear now before the Enforcement Directorate on the 7th of January is when he has been summoned. And on the 2nd and 3rd, the accused number 2 in the case, Special Chief Secretary Mr. Arvind Kumar, and accused number 3, Mr. BLN Reddy, who was a retired officer of the HMDA, the Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority, from where 55 crore rupees is said to have been transferred to Formula E organizers. They are being summoned first on 2nd and 3rd, and then Mr. K.T. Rama Rao is expected to appear. As you know, the ACP at first booked a case against Mr. K.T. Rama Rao, suggesting that there was an unauthorized transfer of money and that there is a criminal breach of trust and misappropriation of funds in that sense. And then Mr. K.T. Rama Rao had said that yes, he had given oral instructions, but he also said that the procedural aspects need to be looked after by the bureaucracy and not really by him about the getting the right sanctions and so on and so forth, and that he takes the policy decision. But yes, 55 crore rupees was transferred to the Formula E organizers after the earlier partner, Ace Next Gen, had pulled out of the Formula E race after the 9th season, and therefore Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority had come in and paid the money. And the allegation in the FIR is that they had also were not part of the tripartite agreement when they paid out the money of 55 crore rupees. So what the ED is looking at, like you mentioned, is a Foreign Exchange Management Act, and saying that whether there are any violations in terms of the foreign exchange that was remitted, money that was transferred to FEO in London without the authorized permissions from the RBI. So that is what the Enforcement Directorate is going to be looking into, while the ACB will probe other angles to this episode that the Congress government has called as a big scam.
Uma, has Mr. KTR responded to these summons, and what is his stance as far as these allegations are concerned?
Mr. K.T. Rama Rao has from the beginning said that yes, I have orally allowed this to happen, and he has said that in fact there is no criminality in what had happened, and that the people who are supposed to have received it, the money, have also said, the FEO has also said that they have got the 55 crore rupees. So where is the fraud? Because there is the money has not gone into any other channel. And he says if this is considered as unauthorized, why isn't Formula E organizers, the recipients of that money, they should have also been booked? Why hasn't the government named them as accused as well? The second aspect he says is that yes, this is part of procedure, and we were trying to save the brand equity of Hyderabad, and that gains to the extent of 700 crore rupees had come into the Hyderabad ecosystem because of this, and that's why he had acted proactively in order to protect.
All right, Uma Sudhir there, getting us all the latest as far as this entire controversy is concerned. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been
Independent reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
(2024), the year that was, when India welcomed Ram, when India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs, NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men. How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end. And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Good evening and welcome to India Ascends, the final episode of 2024. This year, India has proven that it is not just a rising power, it's an ascendant force on the global stage. In what is the largest electoral exercise in history, India's democracy has set a new precedent. At a time when several European nations are struggling with their democratic frameworks. 2024 saw Sri Lanka and the Maldives return to India's orbit, while New Delhi's strategic maneuvering in the Gulf Cooperation Council makes it a stronger player. This was also the year when India stands alone as the only major power with communication lines with both Russian president and the Ukrainian president. And there's more. Milestones in defense, a surging economy poised to become the world's fourth largest by 2025, and extraordinary feats in sports from Gukesh's rise to cricket's T20 glory. Tonight we take you through India's top 10 triumphs in 2024, its ascent. And what better to begin but with underlining the world's biggest democratic exercise. That's correct. India set a staggering record this year, one that no democracy on earth has ever matched before. As the world watched, we pulled off the biggest electoral exercise in human history. 642 million voters cast their votes across 1 million polling stations. That's almost 2 times America's total population, infants and senior citizens included. The process involved 15 million people, 400,000 vehicles, 1,700 air sorties, 135 trains across the country. But this wasn't just an election, but a moment that reaffirmed India's position as the world's largest democracy. As the polling stations buzzed with energy from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from digital voting assistance for the elderly to cutting-edge biometric verification, India blended the age-old practice of democracy with futuristic innovation. The sheer scale of this electoral feat has shown that India's commitment to democracy is rock solid. It's not just a formality, but a living, breathing force. And as Indians renewed their commitment to their democratic ideals, European nations are witnessing protests, movements challenging their present political frameworks. Romania, Serbia, Georgia, Belarus, small European nations struggling to create democratic institutions that India has successfully mastered and continues to strengthen. At a time of increasing uncertainty, one of the rocks holding South Asia together has been India. And nothing explains this more than its Sri Lanka and Maldives strategy. Both countries that had drifted towards the dragon, but India as the big brother offered concessional loans as the two countries faced dire economic consequences. Loans with no TNCs, unlike the Chinese assistance, something that brought these countries back into the gambit, explaining and highlighting India's strategic calculations and big gambles it bet on. Take a look at this report. In a dramatic geopolitical shift in 2024, 2 Southeast Asian nations have decisively recalibrated their relationships with New Delhi. Even as India ensured normalcy with China on its own terms. The disengagement and de-escalation between India and China followed after 4 years of a standoff initiated by China at the Galwan Valley. The 2 Asian neighbors have finally decided to pursue border resolution as per the 2005 pact, a huge climb down for China and a huge win for India's sustained and consistent China policy. 2024 saw New Delhi also bring back both Sri Lanka and the Maldives back in its orbit. Sri Lankan President Anurakumara Dissanayake has assured India's Prime Minister Modi it will not allow its territory to be used in ways that harms India's security interests. This promise is a direct response to the growing power play in the Indian Ocean, which comes as smaller nations in the region face greater economic uncertainty. President Mohamed Moizu of Maldives, facing mounting economic challenges, has come to a hard but wise realization. When the tides are high, there's no substitute for a trusted ally. After his failed bid to strengthen ties with China earlier this year, Moizu has reset relations with India. And Mali has recognized the economic and strategic balance of power in the Indian Ocean hinges on New Delhi's influence. And what followed are new defense pacts, economic cooperation and infrastructure projects on the table. In 2024, this shift is a stark reminder that in the face of mounting global challenges, India is emerging as the cornerstone of stability in its neighborhood, and a growing counter and a pivot to China's dominance. One of the most strategic wins for India has been its focus and continuous engagement of the Gulf cooperation countries. And for years, Indian diplomacy viewed the entire Middle East through the prism of its Pakistan policy, a handicap that doesn't exist anymore. In fact, it was India's internal matter and its Kashmir policy that was once a discussion point for GCC nations. But now that isn't the case. They want to engage with New Delhi because they want to be part of the India story. The India-GCC trade stands at $185 billion, expected to cross $200 billion next year. India-Gulf trade forms 15.8% of India's total trade, much more than India's trade with the European Union, which stands at just over 11.5%. Add to it the 8.8 million Indians who reside in the Gulf region and are a key aspect of India's engagement with this entire region. The impetus on deepening political relations, creating greater investment opportunities, closer defense relationships and more security cooperation will ensure that India continues to navigate the uncertainty in the region effectively, because they have in fact compounded due to the wars and the recent toppling of the Assad government in Syria, forcing India to double down on its GCC strategy that has been a major success this year. India Ascents has been your one-stop destination for global voices, perspectives, and big thinkers from across the spectrum. Big politicians, big thinkers, big foreign policy experts all spoke on India Ascents. Some of those highlights for you. As we speak, there is enough and more that's happening as far as the US-India partnership is concerned. It's evolved, it's seen a huge amount of change and transformation since the Clinton and Bush era. How do you view it now in the backdrop of Modi 3.0 coming to power?
And if you look at the Trump administration, one area where there was enormous continuity was on India. And in fact, Trump liked the fact that Modi was as popular as he was, in particularly with Indians abroad. And so really the United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India and to try to make India part of the new Asian security system, naturally, largely in response to the rise of China.
Mr. Hamza, we are talking because India sees itself to play a significant role in this region, in the Middle East, in West Asia. It's not just about trade, it's about a larger role that India envisages for itself. And for that, AIIMS is extremely important. I want to ask you, what are your thoughts when it comes to the India-Middle East corridor, its significance for the region and for the India-Saudi Arabia relationship as well?
AIIMS is extremely important from a number of aspects. It stands for India, Middle East, Europe corridor, and it aims to connect India, Saudi Arabia, and Europe in, I think, three main areas. One is data and data cables, and we're already quite active in that regard, and there's a number of projects connecting Europe with the Kingdom for high bandwidth subsea cables, and I expect that those cables will continue eastward and connect to India as well. So that's number one priority, especially with the AI revolution that's going on these days. The second area is logistics, and that's connecting India with Europe through Saudi Arabia, possibly through a rail network, which will shorten the transport time between India and Europe significantly. I think something like 12 days, but that's very important. And finally, we're connecting East and West with energy through subsea power cables.
What do you think Southeast Asia gets right that the world needs to follow? Only recently, Sri Lanka got Harini Amarasuriya as its new Prime Minister.
I'm always very happy when I hear that there is a woman advancing into leadership position and also bringing up more women with her or in her team or just as an encouragement. You know, what I think is critical is that we don't leave it at those one single women that we then basically can say in less than 2 minutes all the names of all the prime ministers, presidents that are women around the world. Last week in the UN General Assembly Hall, there was the high-level meeting, and less than 10% of the speakers representing their countries were women. So what does Southeast Asia get right? Well, they might embrace diversity in decision making already stronger. I don't know. I'm not the expert on it. You don't know much better. But I think what is critical is that we make this complete normality, that it doesn't really make a headline anymore, that people don't get excited that there is a woman, but that it's just normal.
What do you think should be India's moves going forward, directions in Asia and in its neighborhood in the next couple of years that could define its position in the Indian subcontinent?
Well, I'm extremely optimistic for India. You know, there are 193 countries in the world. It's actually quite surprising that the list of countries the number of countries out of 193 countries for which you can feel strongly optimistic for is not very great. But India is on top of the list of countries that you can feel optimistic for. And India's growth is just beginning.
As 2024 draws to a close, one thing is abundantly clear. India is now a key geopolitical powerhouse. We've charted a unique course even through the turbulence of the Russia-Ukraine war. While the world's major powers have taken sides, New Delhi has tactfully positioned itself as the diplomatic bridge in a polarized global landscape. Prime Minister Modi became the first global leader and remains so to meet with both Vladimir Putin and Zelensky, a move that underscores India's balancing act. New Delhi has reaffirmed its commitment to its traditional alliances with Russia while simultaneously reaching out to Ukraine, advocating for dialogue, peace and sovereignty. Our diplomatic tightrope walk has paid off. The possibility of back-channel talks or the prospect of both sides coming together on the negotiating table rests on India's ability to act as an effective messenger, proving that it could very well be the architect of diplomacy in one of the world's most volatile crises. A reminder that in geopolitics, as in life, sometimes it's not about picking a side. It's about playing the long game that New Delhi knows well. We're slipping into a very short break. We come back with stories about India's ascent in economy, business, sports and cinema. Stay with us.
(2024), the year that was, when India welcomed Ram, when India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai
to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage.
Welcome back. You're watching India Ascent's special show where we are talking about the top 10 instances of India's ascent in 2024. From importer to exporter, India's defence manufacturing has indeed come a long way. From BrahMos missiles that are now being exported to Philippines to its air defence systems that is being sold to Armenia, Indian defence products are now making a big mark, with indigenous defence production at record high levels. Defence exports are indeed at record high levels, with 2024 marking the dawn of India's era as a global defence leader. This report tells you why 2025 brings with it even greater prospects.
In 2024, India's defence revolution is no longer a dream, it's a blazing reality. From the ashes of empty arsenals to a roaring machine of self-reliance, India's Atmanirbhar Bharat or Make in India defence manufacturing journey has redefined the rules of the game. New Delhi's defence production has exploded to 1.27 lakh crore in 23-24, registering a 32.5% growth from the previous year. The 2025 target is 1.75 lakh crore, a 38% growth target, something that looks achievable now. The 21,000 crore Tata Airbus partnership is fueling the production of the C-295 transport aircraft, set to make India the world's largest fleet by 2031. The deal with Russia to produce 6 lakh Kalashnikov AK-203 rifles in Amethi in Uttar Pradesh is the second big inflection point. With each of these groundbreaking deals, India is inching closer to its goal of indigenous defence production. The successful launch of Agni-5 MIRV missile is testimony to what lies ahead in its arsenal.
India's ascent is incomplete unless we talk about its economy, which is currently the world's 5th largest, set to become the world's 4th largest next year as per the International Monetary Fund. Indian economy is set to surpass Japan, and most experts concur that the disappointing second quarter GDP numbers is an aberration, as the long-term India story remains intact. India's small and micro industries that account for over 45% of GDP have recovered. There is an improvement in the number of salaried employment figures. female labour force participation has gone up from 34.5% in 2018 to just under 40% in 2024. India's services surplus as a percentage of GDP has hit a new high. And in November, India's services trade exports surpassed goods exports, which augurs well for India and its software industry. As India continues to be the economic powerhouse, policymakers must now focus on three key areas: dipping savings, sliding credit growth, and falling private investments. Arresting these three trends will ensure that 2025 will bring with it even greater highs for the Indian economy. And well, if you thought India has set new benchmarks in geopolitics and economy alone this year, well, you've got to think again. From Gukesh's brilliance to Neeraj's golden throw, from Manu Bhakar's Olympic feats to India's T20 triumph, 2024 has proven that India is no longer just a contender, it's now a champion in the world of sports. A year where India ascended to the top, rewriting the rule book of athletic greatness. This report highlights all that India achieved this year in the world of sports.
From the cricket pitch to the Olympic podium, India's athletes have proven that hard work and passion are a winning combination. Gukesh, the young chess prodigy, made history by becoming one of the world's youngest grandmasters, checkmating his way to global recognition. His rise, along with other prodigies, shows India is set to end Russian dominance in the game. On the cricket field, India's T20 World Cup win was nothing short of electrifying, clinching their second T20 title, reaffirming India's place as a cricketing superpower. Manu Bhakar's heroics in the Tokyo Olympics proved that India's shooters are on target to take aim at the global stage. And then there's Neeraj Chopra, who threw himself into the history books by becoming a global athletic icon as he bagged the silver medal in this year's Tokyo Olympics. The revival of Indian hockey is the icing on the cake. The Indian hockey team showed a remarkable gold medal performance at the Asian Games, reminding the world that India's legacy in this sport is very much alive.
In the world of cinema, India's film industry has taken the world by storm, and All We Imagine as Light is leading the charge, proving that Indian cinema is not just a local treasure, it's a global phenomena. This special report decodes just that for you. In 2024, India's film industry has made its mark on the global stage, and All We Imagine as Light is leading the way. A film that's resonated worldwide, proving that Indian cinema is no longer just a regional treasure. It now has a global appeal. Former US President Barack Obama has even named it his top film of the year. The film's success across global awards circuits is a clear sign that India's cinematic influence is only growing and possibly here to stay. From Cannes to Hollywood, critics are now taking notice as the once niche world of Indian cinema moves to the forefront. All We Imagine as Light is a reflection of a new Indian era in storytelling where themes are universal and borders fade away. India's cinematic impact is undeniable and the world is paying attention. This is a new chapter in global cinema, one where the light of Indian film shines brighter than ever before. As we close the curtain on 2024, India Ascends has shown the world that India is not just a rising power, it's an unstoppable force. And as it now becomes a leader in all aspects, there's clamour growing for India to be on the UN Security Council. Nations like the UK are now being termed as has-beens, even as they continue to remain on the P5. The India story is bigger than just P5, and its ascent is just starting. My young team and I thank you for being part of our first year. But remember, our journey has just started, and as India ascends, the game has only just begun. See you on the other side. Wish you a very happy New Year, viewers.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs, NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
Former Prime Minister of India Dr. Manmohan Singh cremated with full state honours. The ex-Prime Minister's daughter lights the funeral pyre. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate location. Government ensures to allocate separate space for Dr. Manmohan Singh's memorial. Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal hits out at the Delhi LG order. Aam Aadmi Party alleges that BJP is conspiring over the women's scheme. Delhi LG in fact had ordered a probe against AAP's women's scheme. Formula E race case haunts KTR. ED summons the BRS working president KT Ramarao set to appear before the ED on the 7th of January. US President-elect Donald Trump has raised concerns about China's expanding influence in the Panama Canal region, criticizing high fees and suggesting a return to US control. And a star is born at the MCG. Nitish Reddy brings up his maiden Test 100 under tough conditions in Melbourne.
Enjoy this moment because this is a star, a real star.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has ordered investigations into allegations concerning the Aam Aadmi Party's schemes ahead of the assembly elections that are scheduled for next year. The Lieutenant Governor's office has issued separate directives to the Delhi Chief Secretary and the Commissioner of Police based on complaints raised by Congress leader Sandeep Dikshit. Now, these allegations include claims about fraudulent collection of personal data under the guise of AAP's Mahila Samman Yojana, the presence of Punjab intelligence officers near the residence of Congress candidates, and the alleged transfer of cash from Punjab to Delhi to influence the elections. Aam Aadmi Party's national convener Arvind Kejriwal, in the meanwhile, has hit out at the Delhi LG order. Kejriwal says that BJP is against Aam Aadmi Party's schemes and that the BJP is opposing women welfare schemes, and it is due to the Aam Aadmi Party's Yojana that the BJP is now scared.
अब तो बीजेपी की हालत ये हो गई है, ये कांग्रेस के सामने गिड़गिड़ा रहे हैं, हमें बचा लो, हमें बचा लो, हमें बचा लो। बीजेपी की हिम्मत नहीं हुई एलजी को कंप्लेन करने की। संदीप दीक्षित से कंप्लेन कराई है। और बीजेपी और कांग्रेस किस तरह से मिलके आम आदमी पार्टी को और दिल्ली के लोगों को रोक रहे हैं, आप देख रहे हो। ये उसको क्यों नहीं रोक रहे जो पैसे बांट के और वो खरीद रहा है, वोट खरीद रहा है, खुलेआम वोट खरीद रहा है, सारे चैनलों पे आप सब लोगों ने दिखाया कि वोट खरीद रहा है, वो उसको क्यों नहीं रोक रहे। वो तो पैसे बांट रहा है, कह रहा है बदले में वोट दो, उसको क्यों नहीं रोक रहे ये लोग।
All right, it is BJP versus the Delhi LG as far as the Aam Aadmi Party's scheme is concerned. This is an entire row that has erupted over Aam Aadmi Party's Mahila Samman Yojana. The Delhi LG has ordered, the Delhi LG has ordered investigation into the allegations concerning the Aam Aadmi Party schemes ahead of the upcoming general elections that are slotted for next year. And I've got Ishika Verma joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, the Delhi elections are just a couple of months away, and it seems as if this is just the beginning of what we are going to witness in the coming months.
Well, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, the row over the Mahila Samman Yojana scheme and the Sanjeevani Yojana has now only escalated because now the Lieutenant Governor has given the directions for investigation into this matter as to how, the so-called registration for both of these schemes were happening when this has not been notified by the government. Now, the Lieutenant Governor has issued directions to the Chief Secretary and also to the Police Commissioner of Delhi Police, in fact, to do this investigation. The DCP has been asked to, in fact, investigate and take action against all of those who were, in fact, holding camps for the registration, for the so-called registration of this scheme. And also the chief secretary has been asked to ask the divisional commissioner to do the investigation into this matter. Now, this has only come after the Congress leader and also the Congress candidate from the New Delhi Assembly seat, Sandeep Dixit, has in fact met the lieutenant governor and had complained regarding the registration that was happening under this scheme. Now, we also saw the response that came from the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal himself, where he said that it is only because the BJP is upset, BJP knows that they are losing election, is why such an investigation order has come from the lieutenant governor. Also, Aam Aadmi Party going ahead to accuse that this has not come from the lieutenant governor's office; it has rather come from the Home Minister Amit Shah's office. So certainly, the political war of words is only intensifying on this matter, especially considering it is the election season. Over to you.
Absolutely. In fact, I've also got my colleague Anushka Garg joining us at the moment. Anushka, this is always going to be a three-way fight. We were expecting that there will be a slugfest, and it has now begun with the Congress's complaint against Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party clearly pointing out that BJP is hand in glove with the Congress. How do you assess this entire situation at the moment?
Well, certainly, Osama, what we are seeing is a very interesting triangular contest between the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress ahead of the assembly polls. What we are seeing is that the Lieutenant Governor has in fact said, written to the police is that, in fact, chalk out the people who are, non-government people, who are private people and who are in fact taking, going on making, stalls there and, collecting data from the people. And he has said that, in fact, action should be taken against those people who are, taking information from the public, from the gullible Delhi people, and also, in fact, those whole documents, the data that is in fact being taken from the people can in fact lead to something that can harm people, and that is why he has written. Also, what the Aam Aadmi Party has said is that this letter has not come from the BJP, from the Lieutenant Governor, but in fact it has come from Amit Shah's office himself. And also what we are seeing is that the Congress is also right now upping their strategy for the upcoming elections. We are seeing a three-way contest between all three parties in Delhi ahead of the assembly polls. Aam Aadmi Party has in fact also said in a press conference, Arvind Kejriwal has said that this all is a strategy to stop Kejriwal from doing the good work for the public, that all the two schemes that comes under the Kejriwal Kavach scheme, that is the Women Mahila Samman Yojana and the Sanjeevani Yojana, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that the government is trying its best. The BJP is in fact trying its best to stop people from benefiting from those schemes, and that is why all of this strategy has been created to stop Kejriwal from winning the upcoming polls, and that the BJP is in fact taking help from the Congress so that Kejriwal could be stopped from winning this upcoming assembly polls. Over to you, Osama.
Anushka Garg and Ishika Verma, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. We'll have to wait and watch how things develop as far as the upcoming Delhi elections are concerned. Shifting our focus, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned BRS Party Working President and former Minister K.T. Ramarao along with senior IAS officer Arvind Kumar and former HMDA Chief Engineer Bilen Reddy in connection with the Formula E race case. K.T. Ramarao, he has been asked to appear on the 7th of January, while Arvind Kumar and BLN Reddy are scheduled to appear on January 2nd and January 3rd, respectively. The probe is being conducted under the PMLA, that is the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, based on an FIR that was filed by the Anti-Corruption Bureau.
So trouble from multiple agencies for former Minister Mr. K.T. Ramarao. Now the Enforcement Directorate has summoned him to appear before them on the 7th of January. He is the accused number 1, A1 in the Formula E race case that has already been booked by the ACB, and the Enforcement Directorate now looking into whether there are any violations of the Foreign Exchange Management Act. What I must point out is that IAS officer Mr. Arvind Kumar, who was the Special Chief Secretary in the MAUD, the Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department, he is the accused number 2 and he's been summoned on Jan 2, and BLN Reddy, who was an officer now retired from the HMDA, he is accused number 3 and has been summoned on Jan 3. Already Mr. K.T. Ramarao had filed a quash plea in the High Court on the 21st of December, and that is now to be heard by the court on the 31st of December. Already the High Court has given stay on his arrest by the ACB till the 30th of December, and the ACB is expected to file a counter on that as well as on the quash plea that has been filed by Mr. K.T. Ramarao. So the case per se is that Formula E race that was to take place 9, 10, 11 and 12 seasons. After the 9th season happened, one of the partners in the tripartite agreement had in fact withdrawn ACE Next Gen, and subsequently HMDA had paid out about 55 crore rupees. HMDA is a department or Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority, and that fell under the Municipal Administration Ministry, and it was not even part of the agreement with the Formula E organizers when they paid out about 55 crore rupees. So the violations that are being cited is that they were not party to the agreement, that only oral orders were issued, there is no cabinet approval or finance department legal procedure was not followed when that approval was given by the then minister Mr. K.T. Ramarao, and there is also now the look into the foreign exchange violations, because RBI permissions were reportedly not sought when that money was transferred from the HMDA to the Formula E organizers, race organizers in London, and therefore those violations, the unauthorized payments, are now being investigated into specifically by the Enforcement Directorate and the other sections of the law by the ACB.
And politics has erupted over the allocation of a memorial place for late Dr. Manmohan Singh. BJP and Congress have locked horns. The BJP says that the government has agreed for the memorial request and that Congress is now playing politics. The centre has said that the memorial space will be allocated. The government has in fact released fact sheet regarding the memorial. Congress in fact has demanded memorial at the Rajghat. Punjab leaders in the meanwhile had said that the cremation at the Nigam Bodh Ghat was shocking, a practice that was ended by the UPA government in 2013.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की नेहरू गांधी वाड्रा परिवार को ये जवाब देना चाहिए कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह का जब वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री थे तो एनएसी के तहत क्यों कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोनिया गांधी जी ने अपमान किया था। कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये जवाब देना चाहिए कि सरदार पटेल के स्टैचू का उसने क्यों विरोध किया था। गांधी वाड्रा परिवार ये डाइजेस्ट नहीं कर सकता कि कांग्रेस पार्टी से कोई भी दूसरे व्यक्ति को या किसी भी दूसरे नेता को उतना सर्वोच्च सम्मान मिले जितना कि नेहरू गांधी वाड्रा परिवार खुद को देना चाहता है।
हम सब जानते हैं कि हमारे शहर में, हमारी राजधानी में काफ़ी मेमोरियल्स है, तो इसलिए एक और करने में ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं होनी चाहिए। मेरे ख्याल में सरकार तो ऐसे कुछ तय करना चाहिए जल्दी कि मनमोहन सिंह जी की याद रखने के लिए कुछ अच्छा, एक अच्छी समाधि बना।
All right, my colleague Shreya Ghosh joins us to get us more on this. Shreya, really unfortunate that we are witnessing politics after the death of Dr. Manmohan Singh. Firstly, what are the reactions that have come in so far with respect to this entire controversy? And explain it to us. What exactly is this controversy?
Well, Osama, we saw that the Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge wrote to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi that there should be a separate space allocated for to build the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh, and he essentially highlighted that the cremation should take place at the same site where the memorial should be built. And this is a practice that we have seen, as you said, that back in 2013, the UPA cabinet under Dr. Singh's tenure, they had ended this tradition wherein individual leaders or prime ministers would have their memorials. Rather, there should be a common ground where the memorials could be built, which is essentially the Rajghat area, where we have seen there is this Rashtriya Smriti Sthal where the memorial of late Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee was also built there. And this time we saw that the Home Ministry clearly said that the cremation will take place here in the public cremation ground here in Nigambodh Ghat. But the Home Ministry has definitely assured that a separate space will be allocated to build the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh, who has been who has placed the foundation stone of India's economic reform. And the party does have immense respect towards the man, and therefore it is the Congress party who is playing party politics. It is the Congress party who has never really respected the leaders apart from the ones belonging to the Gandhi family. And earlier also we saw, when the leader Narasimha Rao died, his casket was not allowed inside the AICC headquarters. So critics often highlighted that how Congress party is right now is kind of insisting on this memorial, because it is like a counter to the allegations that Congress party do not care about the politicians outside of the Gandhi family. This time the several Congress leaders have taken a stand and have highlighted that the government, the central government, should immediately make some space in for the building of the memorial of Dr. Manmohan Singh, who has left behind such an incredible political, social, economic legacy behind. And people should remember him. And why this delay is happening, that is a very big question that the Congress is raising. Although the Home Minister has clearly conveyed it to the Congress party that a separate space will be allocated. The space will be earmarked in the next couple of days, where the memorial can be built, a trust can be formed, and land acquisition can be taken place. This will take a sufficient amount of time and will take a couple of days, and that is why the cremation of Dr. Manmohan Singh and his memorial couldn't take place at the same spot. Today we saw a smooth funeral procession of Dr. Manmohan Singh right here at the Nigambodh Ghat. But this decision itself is being looked down upon, is looked down by the Congress at this point.
All right, Shreya Ghosh, thank you very much for getting us all the latest politics being played out after the death of Dr. Manmohan Singh there. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
we are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was.
Need 116 runs. They are behind 116 runs with a wicket to go. Nitish Reddy's ton and Washington Sundar's resistance have ensured that other storylines remain possible.
This time he attempts it again. Early on day 3, India having started on back foot lost Rishabh Pant to an audacious shot, putting his team in further trouble. It was the time for India's next gen to step up to the plate, and Nitish Reddy did. Coming in at the fall of Pant, India at 191 for 6, he showed the stomach for fight. The Hyderabad youngster copped up body blows and stood tall.
Got him under the armpit. Wanted to get his arm.
He eventually got to his maiden test half-century and followed it up with Pushpa celebration.
But that's what I'm saying, awareness of where the fielders are as well. Pushpa!
Washington Sundar hung in at the other end, giving Reddy the support he needed to get India beyond 300 in the first innings.
They put on 95 now.
The 8th wicket pair not just got India out of follow-on, but they put on a vital 104-run unbeaten stand when early tea was taken due to bad light.
And the umpires take players off for bad light and for this long.
Washington Sundar got to his test half-century as well and was involved in a record 127-run stand with Nitish Kumar Reddy. There was more drama in the middle after Sundar's wicket. Nitish Reddy on 99, India lost its 9th wicket in the form of Jasprit Bumrah.
But it is. 3 balls into Cummins over.
A star was born at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Nitish Kumar Reddy got to his 100 in a spectacular fashion. He lifted the team from massive trouble, scoring 105 not out on day 3. The highest score by an Indian batting at number 8 in Australia. India went to stumps at 358 for 9, 116 runs behind Australia.
Incredible innings. I'm sure there's first of many to come.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
एमएसएमई विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world.
Hello friends and welcome back to another fresh episode of your favorite tech show. It's Tech with TG and ये एक ऐसा शो है जहां पे हम हमेशा नई नई टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में बात करते हैं. Today it's going to be थोड़ा सा different क्योंकि ये है this year's last episode and I thought why not celebrate technology and let's learn more about it. सबसे पहले तो before we start I would want to congratulate each one of you कि we have completed another successful year. All the ups, all the downs, सब चीजें हमने देखी but at the end what we got to enjoy is lots and lots of technology. अभी के लिए guys, just think about it. Talking about 2024 coming to an end. Next 2025, which I am very excited about. काफी ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट इस शो में आपके लिए भी है. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. Very unique concept in this special episode. Let's learn थोड़ा सा extra about the tech that we use today on a daily basis. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं. चलिए शुरू करते हैं. Friends, the biggest source of my excitement is the fact कि अभी we are entering 2025. मतलब you just look at it, इस पूरी सेंचुरी का एक क्वार्टर यानी कि 25 साल हम खत्म कर चुके हैं. Right from 2000 का जब न्यू ईयर हम सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे और अभी जब हम सालों खत्म कर रहे हैं, a lot has changed in terms of tech. Now I know nostalgic हो जाता है थोड़ा सा when we look back, but sometimes it's fun to do so क्योंकि just to appreciate the kind of tech that we have today, we must know for sure how it all started. आपने वो viral meme देखा है ना? How it started, how is it going on? हम exactly कुछ ऐसा ही करने वाले हैं. So all of you watching me right now on the NDTV digital networks, I would want you to pause right now. ग्रैब अ पेन एंड पेपर और एक लिस्ट बनाओ कि आपको वो कौन सी चीजें लगती हैं इन द फील्ड ऑफ टेक विच आर क्वाइट इंपॉर्टेंट इन योर लाइफ राइट नाउ, जिनके बिना आप रह ही नहीं सकते हो. बिकॉज वॉट आई एम गोइंग टू डू नेक्स्ट इज जस्ट टेक यू एग्जैक्टली 25 ईयर्स इन द पास्ट और हम देखेंगे कि उस टाइम पे वो टेक्नोलॉजीज किस स्टेट में थी या हो सकता है इन सम केसेस नॉन एग्जिस्टेंट थी. और वहीं से आगे बढ़ते हुए एक क्विक रिकैप लेंगे. मजा आने वाला है बहुत ज्यादा. तो लेट्स सी व्हाट्स नेक्स्ट.
लिस्ट शुरू तो स्मार्टफोन से ही होगी. यू न्यू दैट, डिडंट यू? While it is easy to call out today's smartphones as having hit a plateau and having become iterative and not innovating anymore, हम भूल जाते हैं कि ये प्लेटो कितना हाई है. आज के स्मार्टफोन्स कम्युनिकेशन एंड कनेक्शन डिवाइसेस से काफ़ी आगे बढ़ चुके हैं. ये एंटरटेनमेंट डिवाइसेस हैं, प्रोडक्टिविटी टूल्स हैं, एजुकेशनल पर्पसेस सर्व कर रहे हैं एंड इन अ लॉट ऑफ केसेस दे आर द फर्स्ट थिंग्स वी रीच आउट टू इन सर्टेन केसेस ऑफ इमरजेंसी. बट बैक इन द ईयर 2000 एंड आप लोगों को थोड़ा कॉन्टेक्स्ट देने के लिए Nokia 3310, जी हाँ, the iconic 3310 was launched in 2000. So check this out, how it was in 2000 and how it's going now. Let's move on to the second piece of technology जिसके बिना हम में से काफी सिटी माइस एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर पाएंगे. Digital payments. While ATMs and the cards associated with them, ये इंडिया में अराउंड 1987 से हैं, in very rudimentary forms of course. Globally, 1999 में PayPal के लॉन्च ने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक पेमेंट्स को एक नॉर्म बनाना शुरू कर दिया था. Again, in very rudimentary form. But India, ये हमेशा से एक कैश इकोनॉमी ही रहा था. हमारे पेरेंट्स की सेविंग्स एक टैंजिबल फिजिकल पाइल ऑफ पेपर ही हुआ करती थी. बट 2016 में यूपीआई के लॉन्च एंड डीमोनेटाइजेशन ने इंडियंस को ऑनलाइन पेमेंट्स को अडॉप्ट करने का रीजन दे दिया. Today, when we just flick our phone out, scan a QR and just walk out with what we purchased, we forget the bundle of cash or the check or the demand draft that we had to physically protect and carry साल 2000 में. Moving on to e-commerce. Accept it. हम सब अब चुनो ऑफलाइन खरीदो ऑनलाइन वाली लाइव्स जी रहे हैं. E-commerce platforms in India, they are reaching newer pin codes by the day. A lot of people widely credit the Boston Computer Exchange (BCE) as the first fully functioning e-commerce company. हालांकि इस फील्ड में डेवलपमेंट्स और पीछे भी ट्रेस बैक की जा सकती है, बट BCE की स्टोरी 1982 की बात है. Some projections indicate a growth rate of 31% CAGR for social commerce, thereby reaching $37 billion by 2025. And अगर पूरी इंडस्ट्री की बात करें, the Indian e-commerce industry is projected to reach $325 billion by 2030. But in 2000, our internet penetration in itself was so low that e-commerce stores were non-existent in India. We've really gone 0 to 90, if not 100, in the last 25 years when it comes to e-commerce. The next piece of tech would surprise some of us. For many of us, अगर हम अपने पेरेंट्स की कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट चेक करें तो उसमें घर के पास रेडिली अवेलेबल एक टैक्सी वाले का नंबर होगा फॉर श्योर, बिकॉज ऑन डिमांड मोबिलिटी एज वी नो इट टुडे did not exist in the year 2000. On-demand mobility or ride-hailing as it is technically and popularly known as today की story 2010s की ही है. Uber first came to being in the year 2009 and आज इंडिया से ओला है, Rapido है, Meru है, Cars on Rent है, सवारी है and so many more. In fact, we have startups that have launched apps where you can book self-drive or self-ride vehicles जो आप pick from anywhere and drop anywhere model से book कर सकते हैं अपने लिए. An industry that didn't exist globally in the year 2000, India's ride-hailing market was estimated to have generated revenues up to $7.53 billion in 2024. अब बढ़ते हैं अगली टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ एंड इवन दो टू मेनी ऑफ अस एवरीडे यूजर्स ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी दिस सर्विस मे नॉट बी दैट आउट इन आवर फेसेस बट इट अफेक्ट्स ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवन ऑनलाइन. एंड अगर डेटा की लाइफ साइकिल को होलिस्टिकली देखा जाए तो इट इवन अफेक्ट्स पीपल हु आर नॉट ऑनलाइन एज मच. The technology being referred to here is cloud computing. Reading its history will take you back to the early 1960s when US defense agencies funded research for getting computers of that era to be simultaneously used by 2 or more people. And through the 90s, there continued being developments and research by companies like Salesforce and Compaq. But credit where due, ये एक talked about phenomena बना after Amazon Web Services started operations in 2006. And how does it touch people जो actively online नहीं भी हैं? Because by 2025, the total amount of data stored in the cloud is projected to reach 100 zettabytes. ये overall globe का 50% data होगा almost. And इसकी projected valuation $165 billion से भी ज़्यादा होगी as claimed by some sources. All our shopping services, हमारी सारी streaming services, काफ़ी हद तक हमारा social media का data, ये सब काफ़ी अच्छे examples हैं of how cloud computing affects our day-to-day life, even if not directly.
Friends, 5 done, 5 more to go and I'm sure you are enjoying it so far. और in fact हमने थोड़ा सा shuffle कर दिया है इस लिस्ट को ताकि थोड़ा सा excitement और बढ़ जाए. बट अभी इस ब्रेक के बाद let's move to the next 5 important pieces of tech. Let's see कि उधर क्या मिलेगा हमको. बट उसके लिए छोटा सा ब्रेक. I'll see you right on the other side.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news, from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated.
Yeah. Go hard. Go hard.
When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you. Your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith.
Hello friends, welcome back after the break to your favorite show. It's Tech with TG with me Gaurav aka TG and आज का जो एपिसोड है it is very special क्योंकि हम इस ईयर एंडर स्पेशल एपिसोड में बात कर रहे हैं कुछ ऐसी इंपॉर्टेंट टेक्नोलॉजीज के बारे में जो आज हमारे लाइफ के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं एंड ऑल्सो वी आर डूइंग अ क्विक रिकैप कि वो आज से 25 साल पहले इन द बिगिनिंग ऑफ दिस सेंचुरी कहां और किस स्टेट में थी. सो कीप द टैली ऑन एंड आप देखिए कि जो आपने लिस्ट बनाई थी थोड़ी देर पहले उसमें से कितनी वो चीजें हैं जो इस एपिसोड में हमारी लिस्ट में कॉमन निकल रही है और अगर नहीं भी निकल रही है ना नॉट अ बिग डील. आई वुड वांट यू टू राइट डाउन टू मी. इट्स tg@ndtv.com. आप अपने ईमेल से बताइए कि आपके लिए वो 10 चीजों की इंपॉर्टेंट लिस्ट कौन सी है. लेट्स सी व्हाट वी हैव इन द नेक्स्ट 5.
We live two lives. One is of course the physical life and दूसरा जो हम social media पे हैं. Welcome to the age of waking up, snapping on the gram. डेटा थोड़ा सा पुराना है बट है मिड 2024 का. Close to 5.22 billion people use social media worldwide according to estimates. ये हमारी ग्लोबल पॉपुलेशन का ऑलमोस्ट 64% है. इसका मतलब है one way or the other 64% of the world's population is connected. इस नॉलेज को अगर हम अपने ईयर 2000 के स्केल पे रखें तो जिस प्लेटफॉर्म को टेक्निकली सबसे पहला सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म माना जाता है 6 डिग्रीज वो 1997 में लॉन्च हुआ था. सोशल मीडिया की इंडिया स्टोरी स्टार्टेड इन 2004 विद ऑर्कुट. ऑफ कोर्स कुछ ही सालों में फेसबुक पॉपुलर होने लगा जिस वजह से ऑर्कुट वाज शट. बट व्हाट इट मींस इज व्हाइल इन द ईयर 2000 देयर टेक्निकली वाज नो सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म इन इंडिया एन एस्टिमेटेड 462 मिलियन सोशल मीडिया यूजर अकाउंट्स existed in India when 2024 had begun. Moving on to satellite-based navigation, and while इस टेक्नोलॉजी की हिस्ट्री को डिफेंस यूजेस में ट्रेस किया जा सकता है दैट टू 1958 में जब ट्रांजिट सैटेलाइट मिशन स्टार्ट हुआ था. उसके बाद जीपीएस ग्लोबल पोजिशनिंग सिस्टम वन दैट एवरीवन नोज ऑफ टुडे टुक ओवर इन 1996. कमिंग टू इंडिया सिविलियन यूसेज के लिए 2000 में इंडिया में नो नेविगेशन. ना प्रोडक्ट्स थे टू यूज सैटेलाइट बेस्ड नेविगेशन ना ही उसकी नीड. बट लेट्स कम टू 2025. इनफैक्ट लेट्स स्टार्ट फ्रॉम 2013 जब इंडिया ने अपने खुद के नेविगेशनल सैटेलाइट सिस्टम को स्पेस में लॉन्च करना शुरू किया रिजल्टिंग इन NAVIC, आवर वेरी ओन नेविगेशन विद इंडियन कॉन्स्टेलेशन. लिस्ट में अगला नंबर है ऑनलाइन लर्निंग का एंड सरप्राइजिंगली ऑनलाइन लर्निंग और रिमोट लर्निंग इन सम फॉर्म डिड एग्जिस्ट इन द ईयर 2000. नोप्स इन प्लेटफॉर्म्स के राइज इन प्रोमिनेंस सिर्फ कोविड की देन नहीं है. साल 2000 से काफी पहले से ही इग्नू यूनिवर्सिटी की मदद से काफी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस टेलीकॉन्फ्रेंसिंग यूज करते थे फॉर रिमोट लर्निंग एंड इन द ईयर 2000 इस टेलीकॉन्फ्रेंसिंग सर्विस को रिकॉग्निशन मिला एज एन ऑफिशियल एजुकेशन चैनल अंडर द ज्ञान दर्शन प्लेटफॉर्म. And as of today, revenues in the online education market were projected to reach 564 billion rupees in 2024 और साल 2029 तक इसका मार्केट वॉल्यूम 1622 बिलियन रुपीस तक पहुंच सकता है. बट स्टोरी का सबसे satisfying part है from telecconferencing in the early 2000s to the usage of technologies like massive live streams, AR and VR, and now the introduction of AI, not just as a content curator and developer tool, but as a teacher and an interface. Talking of streaming, ugly technology has streaming and online video on demand. In the year 2000, this technology was very nascent, that too on a global level. While early 1990s से ही audio streaming possible था, India's story is relatively different. While YouTube was launched in 2005, the localized India version ये launch हुआ था 2008 में, and इसी को on demand online video की शुरुआत कहा जाना चाहिए since YouTube यही इस टेक्नोलॉजी का सबसे cohesive and सबसे popular product रहा है. Today, India is one of the top most digital content consuming countries. In fact, अगर strictly streaming video on demand services की बात की जाए तो इस niche market में projections were made that revenues would hit $2.02 billion in 2024. And YouTube का क्या? Well, July 2024 की published एक report के अनुसार with 476 million as its audience size, India is YouTube's leading country. Last, but definitely not the least, are some of the advancements that we have made in the field of Medicare and medicine. While काफ़ी सारी साइंस फिक्शन साउंडिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज हमारे आज के शो के थीम में फिट बैठेंगी, जैसे कि नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी इन मेडिसिन, जैसे कि रीजेनरेटिव सेल्स, जैसे कि स्टेम सेल थेरेपी, जैसे कि जीन थेरेपी, जैसे कि क्रिस्पर एंड जेनेटिक एडिटिंग. बट लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द टू जो रिलेटिवली ज्यादा यूज हो रही हैं. इन द ईयर 2000 वॉचेस वर वॉचेस. वो टाइम बताती थी, वो आपके स्टेप्स नहीं काउंट करती थी, वो आप कब सो रहे हैं, कितनी गहरी नींद सो रहे हैं, कितने कैलोरीज कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, ये सब नहीं ट्रैक कर रही थी. But today, some of the most budget wearable devices, which are mostly in the form of a smartwatch, come with all such features and more. ये ECG, cardiograph, आपका breath analysis and sleep analysis, they are doing everything for you. And while robotic platforms have been assisting surgeons since 1985, the Da Vinci era is credited widely as a big shift. और ये 2000 से ही शुरू हुआ. 2000 के FDA approved Da Vinci robot में 3 arms थे. One had a camera and 2 had instruments. बट आज के Da Vinci प्लेटफॉर्म्स काफ़ी एडवांस्ड हो गए हैं विद कंप्यूटिंग पावर जो एक्सपोनेंशियली बेटर हो गई है, एक्यूरेसी जो एक्सपोनेंशियली बेटर हो गई है, एंड ऑपरेशनल यूसेज जो पहले से काफ़ी आसान हो गया है, देयर बाय इनेबलिंग रिमोट सर्जरीज एज वेल.
Friends, that's all from my side and I'm sure आपको काफ़ी अच्छा लगा ये पूरी लिस्ट में टेक्नोलॉजीज़ के बारे में थोड़ा जानते हुए, थोड़ा सा पुरानी मेमोरीज को ताज़ा करते हुए. Even for me, it's very nostalgic to see that I have used phones जहाँ पे स्क्रीन छोटा था और बटन ज़्यादा थे. एप्स जो हैं वो ऑलमोस्ट होती ही नहीं थी, लेकिन हाँ कनेक्शंस बड़े स्ट्रॉन्ग बनते थे उस टाइम पे. Fast forward today, we are maybe lost sometimes in digital world. And in fact, to take it a step further, now we are planning to implant chips. Let's see future कैसा होता है. How are the next 25 years? उसके लिए हमको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा for the year 2050, जहाँ पे एक बार वापस से कुछ ऐसा ही हम recap कर सकते हैं. या if you have any suggestions for the future episode of 2050, let me know. The address is tg@ndtv.com. Me and my entire team is going to read all your emails और उसके बाद मैं आपके पास लेके आऊँगा एक और टेक से भरपूर एपिसोड to celebrate the technology that we have all around us. Guys, on that note, wishing all of you a very happy new year. पार्टी आप कीजिए, सेलिब्रेट कीजिए नए साल को और साथ में सेलिब्रेट कीजिए टेक्नोलॉजी को भी. और इनफैक्ट दिस एपिसोड एक्चुअली इज राइटली टाइम बिकॉज आप उस पार्टी में जो यहाँ से सीख के जा रहे हैं वो किस्से सुना सकते हैं और थोड़ा सा कूल फैक्टर लेके आ सकते हैं. टिल देन टेक केयर, एंजॉय. आई विल सी यू ऑल नेक्स्ट एपिसोड, सेम टाइम सेम प्लेस. अभी के लिए इतना ही. हैव अ गुड डे.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men. How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end. And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
एमएसएमई विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives.
Former Prime Minister of India Dr. Manmohan Singh cremated with full state honours. The ex-Prime Minister's daughter lights the funeral pyre. Politics over Dr. Singh's memorial. Congress demands appropriate location. The government ensures to allocate separate space for Dr. Singh's memorial. Arvind Kejriwal hits out at Delhi LG order. The Aam Aadmi Party alleges BJP conspiracy over the women's scheme. The Delhi LG, remember, had ordered a probe against AAP's women's scheme. Heavy snowfall witnessed in Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh. Tourists stranded in Jammu and Kashmir after heavy snowfall. Srinagar airport shuts the runway. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. It is an end of an era. One of the finest statesmen, one of the finest economists, and one of the finest human beings, Dr. Manmohan Singh, has passed away at the age of 92. The former Prime Minister of India, widely recognized as the architect of India's economic reforms, he passed away on Thursday night. A 7-day state mourning has been declared and all flags are flying at half-mast as Dr. Singh was cremated with full state honours.
We are being joined by Congress MP Mr. Gaurav Gogoi. Sir, how do you see now the last rites are being performed today? People from the Congress party are here to pay their last respects.
The way world leaders are remembering him from UK, from the US, he was a true global statesman. And I think today the world has lost a tremendous leader. Of course, it's a tremendous loss for India and a loss for the Congress party.
Though Manmohan Singh may be dead, but we feel still he is alive. All his contribution to this country has given us big strength. He has made constitution amendments to implement Narega, implement Food Security Act, right to education, right to information, forests and fair price. And all these things are still alive and no Aadhaar card. No one can stop it.
Time for a very short break. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip and the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men. How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end. And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Welcome back. The former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh's foray into politics might have been accidental, but this led him to Assam, where he was able to win the heart and respect of many as Rajya Sabha MP from the state. My colleague Ratndeep Chaudhary reports on Dr. Singh's Assam connection.
This 2 BHK apartment in Guwahati has been under lock and key for years. The nameplate reads out the name of India's economist Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, who has passed away. This 2-room accommodation in Sarumaturia of Guwahati was the official address of former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh since 1991, when he entered politics and became a member of Rajya Sabha from Assam. These 2 rooms not only has his memory, but this building itself is historic in terms of the political history of Assam. This is also the residence of former Assam Chief Minister Hiteshwar Shaikia, who had lent out his 2 BHK home here in Guwahati to Dr. Manmohan Singh. This house, which is part of former Assam Chief Minister and Congress stalwart late Hiteshwar Shaikia's residence, was never rented out after Dr. Singh left in 2019.
Someday he wrote a letter and sent a new check for me. And in this letter he said that you have not deposited the check in the bank. So I sent a new check. So he sent a new check. My husband offered him that you can take in rent some rooms we have and he can take it as rent.
And what was the rent fixed? First rent?
It was not for rent, just to help him.
Yeah.
To have such a great person.
I understand.
So it was only rupees 700.
As a Rajya Sabha MP from Assam, Manmohan Singh played a key role for the state, trying to boost primary education in schools through his MP-led funds, to taking the bold decision to update the National Register of Citizens or the NRC in Assam.
Under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, tripartite meeting was held on implementation of the Assam Accord, and in which the decision to update NRC was taken at the PM's level.
He was somebody who wanted to really do something on education, a welfare for the backward classes, and that is how we have taken up quite a few school buildings. Those days, there was Assam, a lot of lower primary schools were in bad shape, and we took up a lot of projects, and then heritage sites he wanted to take up.
I used to hear stories about my neighbors meeting Dr. Manmohan Singh when he used to come vote in the Dispur High School. So people used to click pictures with him, meet him, talk to him. And he was, as everyone knows, he was very humble and very welcoming. Whoever used to come to him used to talk. So now it feels bad. I mean, I didn't know his contribution, or couldn't feel his contribution back then. But now what it seems like, he is not less than a hero.
Dr. Manmohan Singh has passed away, but this 2 BHK house remains a resolute symbol, a testimony of Dr. Singh's 28-year-long relation with his second home. With campus Sanjay Chakravarti, in Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs, NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation. production excellence to regional leadership, NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World.
Welcome back. Heavy snowfall has taken place in Jammu and Kashmir and the state of Himachal Pradesh. Roads have been closed and tourists have been stranded in Srinagar while the Srinagar airport has shut the runway.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men? How Trudeau's own misgivings are likely to become his end? And broken souls in a broken system, why young Wall Street bankers are getting by using ADHD pills.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf,
as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir,
when India mourned, when India celebrated, when India protested, when India felt proud, when India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination, yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your life.
How many brands can boast of having been in existence for 100 years? Well, one that definitely can is Raymond, and we have the opportunity for a very special conversation today with the man behind it all. Gautam Singhania, thank you so much for your time for us here at
Thank you.
NDTV, and this is I would say really a standout year, one that will be remembered, because how many brands can actually make it to 100 years, stay relevant, and for Raymond this is clearly a very big year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are in a centenary year this year. If I know correctly, there are about 17 brands that have actually made it to 100 years. We'll probably be the 18th one. And, you know, we're still relevant with the consumer. So the company has tremendously evolved from 100 years ago, which when it made blankets for the army, to today, the world's largest worsted fabric manufacturer, suits manufacturer. So yes, it's been an interesting journey, and we look forward to the rest of eternity, I would say.
No, so just coming back to that journey for a second, starting off in 1925, like you said, woolen blankets, serving the Indian Army. For the longest time, the destination for men's wear at special occasions. But you've also, in this 100th year, seen a new avatar of the whole business. You are now spinning it off into 3 sections, looking at newer businesses as well. Explain to us the thought behind us and the journey, where you want to stay relevant, but you also want to stay in tune with what is needed in terms of change.
So let's just take the textile business first. The textile business in itself has grown. What was fundamentally a worsted manufacturer then grew into polywool, then into polyviscose, then into garments, then into brands. Today you got Raymond, Park Avenue Parks, Color Plus. You have the whole distribution network that sits on top of it. You have the export business to all the customers. Then you started new product lines. So over the counter, while we were selling shirts, we started selling shirting fabric, cotton fabric, polyester fabric, all kinds of fabrics of shirting. After that, product line by product line has grown. So it's moved actually into a lifestyle brand. You got ethnic wear, you got sleepwear, you got inner wear, you got custom tailoring, you got made to measure. So the Raymond brand has actually evolved and has become more of a lifestyle brand. Of course, we are very strong in the wedding space. We do the ethnic wear, we do the suits and the sherwanis and everything. And the other business which was small over the last 2 decades was the engineering files business, which then acquired the auto component business 20 years ago, and then we did the merger with Many Engineering. For the last 8-10 years, I've always had the thought process of how do I create shareholder value. And as a company which had real estate, lifestyle and engineering auto, you're always getting a conglomerate discount. This became more when 2019, when we actually started our real estate business. So now you had 3 proper businesses within one company, and we always wanted to spin them off into separate companies for 2 reasons. One, you'd get better quality investors and then not get the conglomerate discount. Number 2, you can create the best management and governance structure and the best reward system, because that persons who work for that company then get their bonuses, etc., depend on the performance of their division, as opposed to a conglomerate if somebody else doesn't perform. And of course, that also helps in a re-rating. So when we sold the FMCG business, I took 100% of my proceeds that I got because I was a 50% shareholder and put it back into the business. We became debt-free. We'd committed to the markets we'd be debt-free by 2025. We became debt-free in 2023. By the virtue of the fact that we became debt-free, we were then able to announce the demerger of the lifestyle business, which was completed earlier this year. And then we announced the demerger of the real estate business. So by next year, mid-next year, 3rd quarter next year, you'll have 3 separate companies. You'll have the lifestyle business, you'll have the real estate business, you'll have the engineering auto business. And the market has certainly rewarded it because they like pure play companies. If you see the lifestyle business, we've created best of class board there. We've created top class management. Same we will do with real estate. Same we'll do with engineering, auto. So we're moving to a very different type of professional company.
Very, very interesting thought. And I'm just going to pick out a few of those points as follow-ups. Let me start with the sale of the FMCG player to GCPL, to Godrej Consumer. And then, of course, you talked about how you invested all of your stake back into the business. Let's start with the idea of hiving off the FMCG play. Did it seem non-core in a sense?
You know what? Everything is for sale at a price, and I think we got a very good price. I think it was one of the best win-win deals, because from GCCL point of view, and I can run through the reasons why they thought it was a great buy, because they were able to immediately go from 6 lakh outlets we had to 2 million outlets that they have. They were able to take the EBITDA margin up from 8%, which we were, to 26%, and they got an established play in the FMCG space of deodorants. From our point of view, we took the money, we put it back into the business. That paid off debt. By paying off debt, we were actually able to do the demerger, which is what we always wanted to do. So it was a real win-win transaction. And you've seen the markets reward the demerger. And this is just the beginning of the journey.
You also talked about setting, the context of the demerger, which I thought was interesting from your comments, is setting it up for the next generation.
For the future.
For the future. Could be professionally managed, could be any which way.
See, my elder daughter is 19. I don't know if she's going to come into the business or not. But she's certainly not going to come in for the next 5-7 years, because she has to get an education, she's doing other things. We set up a professional company. She'll still be the principal shareholder. My family will be principal shareholders. At that point, if she decides, we'll see if she wants to come in. If she doesn't want to, she's still got a system and a process that will do well for its shareholders. It's not only my family who are shareholders, there's so many outside shareholders who put their faith in us. So we have to do what's best for the business, we have to do what's best for the family. And if you can marry the two and do the best for both of them, it's the best of all worlds.
No, it's a very dispassionate and I would say practical view to succession. In a country where family businesses, succession and professional management always get mired together, which is why I thought it was interesting.
Who knows? I don't know if my daughter after 5 years will want to even come into the business.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Today's young 19-year-old girls are totally independent in their mind. She might decide to become an artist, and she rides horses, she's an equestrian rider. She may want to pursue that or what, I don't know. So whilst that process on, we got to do what's best for the millions of other shareholders as well, for the tens and thousands of employees that are here, and we got to do what's correct for the business.
Just let's talk about each of the verticals. The lifestyle business is the lion's share. I think 74% of revenue, if I look at it on a consolidated basis right now. Will it always be in prime position, or do you see engineering, real estate catching up
No, I certainly see real estate catching up, because real estate, you come to think of it, is only a 5-year-old business for us. So it's going, I think it will grow at a faster pace, because I believe if India is going to develop and India is going to be built, it's one of those businesses we've taken 5 years to set up a base. But where we were starting off with, say, 500,000 square feet projects, today I can take on 5 million square feet projects. And if I get a 5 million square feet project, it's not if, it's only a matter of when I will get it. That will then start growing at an exponential pace to where we are today.
Yeah, and even in terms of profitability, looks most exciting, you would say real estate, even in terms of EBITDA margins, etc. Also, your thought of the focus you have done, a lot of joint developments as a strategy, not only looking at, investing in very expensive land banks. Talk us through the strategy for the real estate business.
See, we started with our own historical land, and then we followed an asset-light model where we're going for JDAs. Today, we've got about 5 JDAs against all other relative developers in the city. It clearly shows that we are bringing a value proposition to the partner. We're the only company that's delivered 2 years ahead of RERA. We're doing a slab in 6.5 days. We have 25% market share in Thana. It's a good quality product. Our projects get sold off plan. So we've created our own rule book because we didn't know the rule book. We didn't come from the industry. So today, in Thana, we are a preferred developer. We've got Queen's Necklace on Bandra East, which is coming up now. We're on the 3rd basement. But almost 60% of inventory is sold, or whatever we've launched. So people are seeing that we are building quickly, we're delivering quickly, we're building a quality product. So which is why we're getting joint development. As long as I'm getting joint developments, why do I need to buy land? If I get a good piece of land at the right price, I might consider it. But we're very strict on financial discipline and what we want to do.
And that becomes a problem for a lot of people in this space, financial discipline. So in the foreseeable future, JDA's joint development agreements, asset light and MMR is going to be the focus?
Mumbai is certainly the focus. We may look at Pune if something nice comes up, but certainly only Maharashtra for the time being.
Okay, let me come to the lifestyle business because of course that's the lion's share. We're speaking at a time which is great for the business, usually Q3, wedding season, we're in the midst of it. But the backdrop on consumption overall, and not talking about your company, but the space or even the sector, is a bit mixed. There are concerns about whether that appetite is there, whether that story of appetite for premium products continues. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
From our point of view, I mean, if you look at the sectors that we are in, real estate continues to do well because we're in the affordable luxury. We're not in the 1.5 lakh rupee, 2 lakh rupee square feet market. We've got 3 products, 10X, which is 1 and 2 BHK, address by GS, which is 2, 3, 4, and then Invictus, which is very small, which is 3, 4, 5. If I look at the wedding space, we are today got a very strong wedding season till April, May. First half was a little slower for a multitude of reasons, but there's strong demand. And I think if this continues, we'll see a demand recovery. Now, what's happening in sector by sector, it's a longer conversation, different conversation, but I can only tell you from our sector.
Yeah, and since FMCG is no longer your problem, then you don't need to answer the question about where's the middle class.
Well, we have the middle class today. Raiment goes from 300 rupees a meter to 10 lakh rupees a meter. That's 3,000 times in price point. We're the only brand in the world that does this. There's no other brand that does 3,000 times in price point in the same brand.
So you're not seeing pain at the store level in terms of demand?
So we saw it in the first 6 months. First 6 months was difficult for everybody. I think the recovery is there. I was just having a conversation with somebody on the phone. I said, we were just having that the amount of spend that's happening in a wedding today has, I'm seeing it after 10 or 15 years that this kind of spending has come back. And that just speaks of a positive environment, a positive mood. I mean, the amount of wedding invitations that I've got, say, this December is more than that I have in the last 10 years. So it just shows there's a buoyancy, there's a spending, there's vibrancy. And I think there's always a lag that you'll see this off.
Yeah. For Indian textiles, we're in an interesting space right now, vis-a-vis what's happening in the neighborhood. And I just want your views on that because Bangladesh, for example, has started selling off units of one of their largest textile companies, private textile companies, because of bankruptcy. You saw that impact with a lot of textile stocks also reacting positively. Just on the ground, I'm wondering if you're seeing that opportunity for India.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen, as soon as all this crisis started, customers have started coming here. But see, Bangladesh has 2-3 issues. One, it was more the casual wear industry, more than the formal wear industry. So that's already started to move here. We've got inquiries, but we'll take time to develop that because we're not so much in the casual wear space because we outsource everything. But in the formal wear, we immediately did get orders. Number 2, the biggest problem with Bangladesh was it had no fabric supply. So customers are now saying it's not only the cost that's the advantage, it's the time, lead time. So if you took, say, bought fabric from me, shipped it to Bangladesh, and then they did the garmenting, today you're getting an integrated solution in India. So you might pay a little bit more money, but you save 10-15 days. And then your demand forecasting for 10 to 15 days is shorter, and that has a value in money.
On a sector industry basis, what do you think Indian textile companies, exporters need to do to become competitive in a sustainable way on a global level? I mean, this is Bangladesh, but then there's Vietnam, there are other countries who are competitive. What does the industry need to do?
I think one of the things this country needs to on a macro level is the labor laws. We need to figure the labor laws out, which has been a long pending issue. But having said that, I think India is in a great place. Modi ji has put us right on top from a perception point of view. And Mr. Trump coming, if he imposes tariffs of India, he's going to put more on China from what he states. So his tariffs will actually become a competitive advantage for us. So let's wait for him to come to power and see what he does. But he'll do less damage to India than I think he will do to China. Therefore, you'll have an arbitrage. Therefore, you'll become much more competitive. So if he does put tariffs, it's good for us at some level.
Yeah. You have now with these three verticals, and of course, a kind of you're at a vantage point to even get a sense of what's happening globally in terms of global economy, in terms of exports. Do you see 2025 as an improvement? Of course, you have geopolitical crisis hovering, you have two large wars, Europe is in a bit of a crisis and that might continue. But what is your sense in terms of whether we're at the bottom of that cycle as far as exports goes? And
we are seeing positive inquiries on exports. Geopolitical issues are there. Nobody can run away from that. But what's happened in Bangladesh, what's happened in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka were large exporters, but today with their own financial issues. So I think people are realizing the strengths of India. I think Modi ji has also positioned India as a very different country over the last decade. So it's working out positively for us.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
NDTV shines with 38 prestigious wins at the News Television Awards 2024. Powerful journalism to cutting-edge digital innovation, production excellence to regional leadership. NDTV sets the benchmark. 38 awards, each a testament to your trust in NDTV. NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends.
Will Myanmar's junta chiefs see the same fate as Syria's Bashar al-Assad? Beijing in limbo as Xi's purge extends to his own men.
We've spoken about
textiles,
Yeah.
we've spoken about real estate. Let's talk a bit about the engineering division and the acquisition of many. Is that where the blue sky potential comes in for the group?
Yes, certainly. I mean, see, we had an engineering business which was the old legacy engineering files, and then we had the auto components. Many had auto components and then aero and defense, which is up the value chain. We merged the auto components together, so we have one team, reduction of costs, synergies on customers. Aerospace defense can grow exponentially. Here was a company that was stuck in COVID with debt, etc., but very good company with high quality precision engineering for titanium, etc. Aerospace, of course, is going to be booming. As you've seen, you can't buy an aircraft today. And the more components we're able to get into an engine or into an aircraft, the more will be the growth. Also, with the government policy that if you're buying so many aircrafts from whether it's Boeing or Airbus, they have to increase their sourcing to India. You position yourself in a great place.
But aerospace is so off everything else that the group has been doing. I just want to understand the thought behind getting into it.
The group is trying to fly.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm just trying to understand the expanse of it, the expanse of things, and then
What we're doing is, at the core of the group, we're delivering shareholder value. That's what we do. These are just different means. Lifestyle is a different mean, real estate is a different mean, engineering auto is a different mean. Which is why we come back to the first question of demerging all the entities. You have different skill sets that are required for each business. You have a different management team, a different board, a different mindset. And eventually you look at the returns on each of those businesses.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It makes perfect sense to demerge if you're doing so many varied things. But just coming back to aerospace, what is the upside that you see in it? And for the engineering vertical, as and when, of course, it's a listed entity, what is the kind of upside you see in it? What is the kind of
I just said, if more and more aerospace components get sourced to India as part of the bilateral agreements, what share can you get of that?
What has changed?
And at another level, I think whether it's auto components, whether it's aerospace, let's take the whole engineering space. If you take Europe as a manufacturing area, this is not a labor issue there. It's a power issue there. It's not only the cost of power that's going on, because machining and all has a lot of power consumption. It's the uncertainty of power. So whilst labor cost is an issue for them, while they could live with a higher cost of power, with the war in Russia-Ukraine, even certainty of power is less. So they would be happy to move. I mean, I'm betting on the fact that a lot of manufacturing in Europe would start moving to this part of the world.
Yeah, that's where the big, I suppose, opportunity lies.
And the cost benefit. What you did with textiles 25 years ago and took advantage of labor, you can do it with this.
Would we be on par in terms of technology, in terms of R&D, in terms of those kind of skills?
The fact is, if we supply to BMW, Mercedes, Audi, obviously we're on par with the components that we make.
True, but can India be a competitive, viable alternative to the factory of the world?
Of course it can. I mean, China, see, it comes down to a mindset issue. China makes a lot of quantity, we make quality. They make volume, we make value. And as I said to you earlier today, I said, if China was that good, why are my exports growing? It's very simple. I'm offering something which China cannot offer.
For you, Mr. Singhania, I'm just trying to understand, as you've undertaken this demerger exercise, does it change the way you look at your business, the way you strategize your day? What changes for you?
No, I mean, the work, okay, so from my point of view, the work is tripled now. We're running 3 companies as opposed to 1. You have 3 sets of directors, 3 sets of management teams, 3 different set of investors eventually, because the people who want to invest in real estate. So yes, I think in the short term, the work has changed dramatically, but water will find its own level.
So you have increased value for shareholders at the cost of your time management.
Well, you know, I'm here to increase my own shareholder value, so why not? I'm happy, I'm enjoying what I do.
Do you do a 70-hour week? That is.
I don't count the number of hours because I enjoy what I do, so it's not that I'm working.
Do you believe in the philosophy of a 70-hour week? Because that's
the complete man finds a balance for everything.
Ah, that's a great way to segue in. So what does the complete man do on his time off?
Well, I take my time off when I want my time off, and I'm working. So I'm always working. I'm always off because for me, work is pleasure. I could be sending 3 emails in a lift. It doesn't matter. And I find different ways to take my time off. So.
And of course, one of them is your passion for vintage cars.
Vintage cars, race cars. I've raced a lot. We're doing the big Raymond Auto Fest in January in Thana, which will be really good fun. I think it's going to be the largest collection of automobiles seen in this country. We've got vintage cars, supercars, vintage bikes, super bikes, modern classics, the Rolls-Royce Enthusiasts Club, Harley-Davidson Club. So it'll be a huge show. So it should be a lot of fun.
As we wrap up, you talked about the complete man, and we started this interview speaking about a legacy that has gone on for a century. Today, when you talk about the complete man or the sense of what a complete man is it very different from 1925, and what has changed in your view?
Yeah, only exposure. The complete man has more aspects to become complete because, the proposition of being the complete man, as the world has grown, the exposure, your expanse has grown. In 1925, the complete man sat at Breach Candy and didn't really leave Breach Candy. So he had only 3 things to do, but today he's got 300,000 things to do.
Yeah. So here's to the 100 years of Raymond.
Thank you.
And building a legacy with a complete new look at what the future holds. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you so
Singhania.
much.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
2024, the year that was, when India welcomed Ram. When India decided,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी,
when Jammu and Kashmir turned a historic leaf.
As Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
When India mourned. When India celebrated. When India protested. When India felt proud. When India scaled new highs. NDTV brought it all to you, your trusted news destination. Yesterday, today and tomorrow.
A very warm welcome to the first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2024.
MSME विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है.
We have to think about what is brand India. India will always stand for democracy. We will always be one of the largest investors in the world.
It is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow.
We are seeing that women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me.
New day.
Party actor who was behind the wheel, and this car was speeding. In fact, the actor rammed into two laborers. One labourer died at the spot, the other was rushed to a nearby hospital and he succumbed to his injuries as well. The police, as per preliminary reports, say that, well, it was certainly speeding that was the cause of the accident. Remember, the driver and the Marathi actor also sustained injuries. Though, of course, they're safe is what the police have said. The police say that it was because of the deployment of the airbags at the right time that the actor and her driver were saved. But absolutely tragic there, another hit and run case. Mumbai and Pune certainly becoming extremely notorious. And as per preliminary reports, the police suggest that the driver seemed to have lost control and the car was speeding, as I said at the outset. Let me go across to my colleague Paras Zama joining us on the phone line. So, Paras, it was of course the Marathi actor's driver who was behind the wheel. But what are the police saying? Certainly a case of speeding and hit and run. But what are the police saying at this moment? All right, Paras, if you can hear me. We seem to have lost that line with Paras. We'll try and reconnect with him. But as I was saying earlier, absolutely horrific case there, and the car there, the situation of the car, as you can see in those pictures as well, completely destroyed. Moving now to another case of a Google Map location and route gone awry with those people inside the car meeting with an absolutely horrific mishap. And as per police, the accident took place due to a Google Map failure in terms of directing the commuters to the right route. The vehicle, remember, collided with a mound of soil, and the situation was extremely bad given the fact that it was an under construction expressway, an under construction highway where this accident took place. Remember, just a couple of weeks back, there was a similar accident that took place in Uttar Pradesh itself, and another such horrific accident taking place. So a big word of caution for our viewers as well, to be careful when it comes to Google Map routes, given the fact that they've become increasingly notorious. Dr. Manmohan Singh's last journey, well, the monumental Prime Minister who of course served in the highest of government positions, served as a Prime Minister for 2 terms, the Finance Minister as well, but remained most self-effacing, unassuming and humble through his career. His last journey took place today in the national capital. His body, which was kept at the All India Congress headquarters, was taken to the Nigam Bodh Ghat in New Delhi. All top leaders, including of course the Prime Minister, the President, Home Minister, Defence Minister, all of them were present. And in an absolutely gut-wrenching sight, it was actually Dr. Manmohan Singh's daughter who lit the funeral pyre. Take a look at all the reactions and the tributes that have been coming in.
We are being joined by Congress MP Mr. Gaurav Gogoi. Sir, how do you see now the last rites are being performed today? People from the Congress party are here to pay their last respects.
The way world leaders are remembering him from UK, from the US, he was a true global statesman. And I think today the world has lost a tremendous leader. Of course, it's a tremendous loss for India and a loss for the Congress party.
Though Manmohan Singh may be dead, but we feel still he is alive. All his contribution to this country has given us big strength. He has made a constitution amendments to implement Narega, implement Food Security Act, right to education, right to information, forests and fair price. And all these things are still alive and no Aadhaar card. No one can stop it.
So while of course in a rare spectacle of unity, the government and the opposition were seen on the same page in paying tributes to Dr. Manmohan Singh, a bit of a political row as well, with the Congress demanding Dr. Manmohan Singh's memorial at the Raj Ghat and then claiming that the government has refused to do so. Now the government of course has clarified, saying that we have ensured a separate space for Dr. Manmohan Singh's memorial at the designated spot, and that the Congress party must not play dirty politics over Manmohan Singh's death. Take a look.
During the death of Narasimha Rao, the Congress party doesn't want his mortal remains to be at Delhi. They have persuaded us, the family members, to shift to Hyderabad. And the then Prime Minister and his